Yeah. We'll have our first roll call at 10:02.
Lawrence Toth-Wan.
Here.
Christopher Eaglebear. Todd Bearshield. Westing Cowboy Wright.
Here.
Stanley Woodenheim.
Oh.
Michelle Hollowhorn Bear.
Here.
Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Radingleaf.
Oh.
Charles DeBray Jr. William J. Marshall. Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Belandra. Alvin Bearhill Sr. Terry Wright Plank. Caroline Wilcox.
Here.
Lilac Hills Insight. Michael Bolt Sr. Willie Kendall. Ben Black Bear III. Marion Little Thunder.
Yeah, Ben was another one. And yesterday he said
Nine.
9. We don't have quorum. We'll do another roll call in about 10 minutes. So we get started.
I'll see. It's not like you are. It's not.
I can't remember that. I sang that call for my drill.
No, I mean.
You remember? I'll run and find out.
Party.
Be last, like you know, it's still further on.
Yeah. Oh, both guys. Yeah. What are my emails? This is what I can see right now. Oh, just for.
I did.
Yeah, it's like that eye surgery.
We have the average
appropriation way.
Oh, you do?
I said, you guys.
Oh, after.
I'm going back all the way against.
Oh, there's our forms.
Oh, yeah, too, so we got.
Oh, she was 10.
It's already good. You guys have a walk this morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah.
Okay, having enough as soon as Tammy comes in, waiting for her to come in so we can do our second roll call.
I'm going to clear. I'll help you go look for her. Yeah, so.
As soon as we do our roll call, I'll have you great. Okay, council, we'll do our second roll call at 10:13.
Lawrence Holtzwalk. Here. Christopher Eaglebear.
Here.
Todd Bearshill. Rusty Cowboy Wright.
Here.
Stanley Woodline Jr.
Oh.
Michelle Hollowhorn Bear.
Here.
Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Radley Leaf.
Oh.
Charles Ray Jr. William J. Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Valatra. Alvin Bearhill Sr.
Here.
Terry Wright Plank. Pamela Wilcox.
Here.
Lila Kilsensight. Michael Bolton Sr. William Kindle. Ben Black Bear III. Marion Little Thunder. 11 present.
We have a quorum. Russell, will you do our invitation?
Yes. Before I stray, I just wanna, I sat here for 23 years and we have 20 council reps. But in the past, we have always experienced that waiting for that 11th person to show up. I think you guys need to police yourselves at some point, or it's worth of advice. And I've been there, done that, and hopefully you guys aren't in that situation we were in. Happy that you guys have a sergeant at arms to keep you in mind. And I'm sure you'll do a good job. Yesterday I heard him counting, he counted all the way up to 16. Today he's only going to have to worry about counting 11. Well, anyway, with that, we want a good day, good session with you guys. We hear a lot of things when you're in a council. And that's that wave, to give you that wave, something to think about. And then from that, whatever you hear, you get a wobble of the, oh, it means something. And then you get woke up into that understanding. Oh, okay, now I understand what you're talking about. So in my prayer, I'm going to ask the thing for all of us. And then at the end, well, we need that water, kind of clear our minds and our spirit. And so, you know, we wanted to include that in there. And then I'm going to use a word that rarely used anymore, but akiapi. You know what that means, right? It means to counsel or counsel over. So that's what your roles are, akiapi. You got to talk about it. Remember, our people used to talk things to death until they get solutions. I'm going to use those terms today in my prayer. Oya tukashila na akantushni, otakwe omachate yampi kampet kile, bitakwe obwahina jina hoyini chapiung ka, or pakaya ampet luta wari iwachun yapi. Ohet taku oyukchan, oabele, na wokaknite onyaku, ohet isampa. Wala wanka te tahe te hoye chapelo. Na peste kile waya ichitka wachinia bi ho ni ichitka uchanku wa kama kan yaya bi. O hena oyo kishite. O ashta komeni watch in funka you ha komia bi. Ele peste ki o e wo wala uniki la pelo. Ya peste kile ushiki la ho. Na tona wachinia pekon, na wichaki se na wo ke wichaki po, na ushiki la po, o mitakuye poya. Thank you.
Oh. We have Mr. Amiot here from the area office that we asked to give us a report today. Just will welcome him.
Has to be information.
Oh, before I do that, we have some additional requests to be excused. Royal, Mike, Charles, Willie, Todd, and Lila. Ben. And Ben. Oh, Ben is already on yesterday's. Motion, Stan? Or
Let me speak at 3 o'clock today.
three? Emily?
I was gonna move to approve.
Okay, Tammy, second. Okay, Emily approved. Tammy second. Marion question, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
1, 2,
Two? Not voting?
0.
Motion? Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julian Yass. I'm the area director for Great Plains Indianapolis.
Good morning.
With me, I have my two colleagues. Dale Knutson is in a new role. She's the acting deputy director of field operations for headquarters and directly supervises the hospital CEOs. So if you're here at Rosebud, she's our lead supervisor. And then Callie Raymond, I think everyone knows. So the last time I was here, within the discussion, we took notes of concerns or issues that were brought up in the discussion. And then I took those notes and provided a response to each concern or question. And so, as you can see, there's a lot. 58 total. But, Madam Chair, I don't know how you want to proceed. You want to just go through this line by line and we'll discuss each one? Okay, great. The first concern that was brought up that day was moving IHS staff from Aberdeen to Rapid City. So we did set up an office in Rapid City, what we call the Area Office West. A big accomplishment, I feel, for us and for me. Something that previous area directors for years have been trying to get done. I did work with the Great Plains Tribal Leaders, or Tribal Chairmen's Association, and they purchased the building. It's the old VA on Fifth Street. And then we lease it now from the Chairmen's Association. We historically have had around 20-some staff in Rapid City that were up at Sioux that worked for the area office. And once the tribes took over Sioux and now is Oyaka Health Center, those employees, including me, were working from home. So we got this office, and I believe we have about 26 staff in there right now. We didn't bring any staff over from Aberdeen necessarily. It's just staff that were already in Rapid City, and then anyone that we hire, we are now advertising all area positions as Aberdeen or Rapid City. So we do, I think, have a resolution from years ago from Rosebud asking that that office be set up in Rapid City. So any concerns about that?
Any questions?
A big accomplishment. The Chairman's Association now owns a building that they lease, we lease from them. Our rent payment goes to make the payment of the building, so eventually the Chairman's Association will own the property. So it's kind of a win-win, I think, for
Are any of our Rosebud staff located in that new building? Are they within our facility here, or are they working out of the Rapid City office?
It's going in my mind going through who's all in that office. I don't think anyone is a supervisor member in that office.
No administrator. No administrator.
We do have some other staff in there, for like I know Pine Ridge has a couple. There's two in there from, I think, from Pine Ridge. I think those are the only two that are non-area office. So. Next one is, can I help with a housing extension for a recently retired nurse with 40 years of experience? I did talk to her that day. We did give her an extension. Don't know what the current status is, but we did make sure that she was afforded the rights under those eviction rules or tenant rules to have time to move out. So
Yeah, the extension did not suffice to search for another place to stay. Since that time, since you've been here, I've requested 2 additional extensions for her through Marlene. And she's still there, and she's got until the end of this month. But as we're speaking of that person, we also need to have a discussion on how much longer it's going to take for their retirement to get to them.
okay. Question 3, is the area office coming to Rosebud to assist since we no longer have staff at IHS? Let's give a general response on this. It's all the service units. Whenever there's a lack of staff, we do move people around as needed. So yes, that is something that the area office would do. I'm not sure exactly what staff are not there right now, but under the hiring freeze of this administration, our vacancy rates in IHS and the Great Plains area are increasing. Before January, I think we were at 34% vacancy rate. Now in the area, we're at 45% vacancy. So, tribes have lobbied with Senator Kennedy, or Secretary Kennedy, to release that hiring freeze. The current hiring freeze is set to expire on October 15th. So hopefully after October 15th, they'll lift that for the positions that are frozen. But we won't know on that until next week.
Emily?
Good morning, thank you. So I just had a question clarifying on number 3, and maybe some of the other ones that were not as specific in the answers. So it says historically the area office has moved resources. Can you tell us if the area office is currently moving resources to help with any of the shortage, or are we in fact moving some of our current our employees out during the middle of a shortage?
Well, the only employee that has been moved out is Callie. Callie has been the acting area chief nurse for the last couple months. She still works out of Rosebud here, still helps with Rosebud. It also helps me with other nursing issues area-wide. Don't know of any other staff that are needed.
So how many staff have been detailed in?
We have,
In?
yeah, we have a person from Sisseton just recently.
Yeah, we have, one of the things that has become available to us is the TBY from temporary deployment for 120 days of commissioned officers. So we have 2 nurses here. We have utilized a couple of more nurses recently. We have an individual who is a health system administrator that's going to be coming. His orders are to arrive around October 11th. We do have coordination between area offices. We have some coordination with our area PRC director, assisting with day-to-day PRC operations at the facility now.
The nurse from Underage recently.
Yeah, she's one of the core officers we pulled over to assist with some functions and we have some more people that we're reviewing CVs. We are getting more of those officer deployments. And so right now, we're reviewing those CVs and working with all the hospital CPOs and clinics to figure out where the need is, how we can support that staff and bring on some of those details during this. So that has been a great assistance that has been afforded.
Thank you so much for that detail. I guess I just saw a lot of that missing from these answers in here. For example, when we asked, how is the area? The response was, well, we can do this, not we are doing this. And so I think that the level of detail, or I guess an accurate answer versus a non-answer, I think would be really helpful. So thank you for providing that verbally.
This one sit up here.
Oh,
That's the same with all the service units. We have to move people around. Sometimes it might be a ambulance driver or it might be a whatever. So we have a shortage, someone leaves and resigns or retires or whatever reason. Sometimes we have to move resources to that facility. So it's always a moving target.
Tammy?
How come Marlene's not here? Marlene.
I asked Marlene not to come. I heard last night that there was a motion to remove C-suite. And so I wanted to be free to have that conversation with you guys without Dr. Martin intentions. So Marlene was ready and prepared to come. But after I heard that last night, I preferred that you could have that conversation about the service unit before I go back to the service unit to explain what the action is.
Okay. Sorry that I'm late. So I guess, what's the plan for training these off-site people that are, now in charge of PRC? I have a couple of tribal members who, have been having issues, and when they call these people that are off-site from PRC, they have no idea of how the system works here. And they have gotten the runaround. So how are we getting them trained in the meantime? And is there a plan to put somebody new here? We have somebody at the hospital that's capable of doing that job and has worked there for years. And I don't know what's going on, but I'm just going to be frank. I'm assuming there's a lot of bullying going on and people are getting scared out of these positions. And I don't think that it's right for our tribal members to have to take a back seat so somebody from a different area can have this job and they don't even know how to adequately help our tribal members navigate the system, especially when it comes to referrals and something like follow-ups for surgeries and timeliness of the 3-month referral process. So what is the plan for that?
so happening daily. communications, trying to address some of those issues. Jamie Rhodes is our area PRC person, and she has been giving a lot of support to those new individuals. We also have 4 staff members that have worked in PRC at Rosebud, and they are assisting as collateral duties with those PRC issues and working those problems as we get those other employees to understand what the PERC counties are here and those types of details. There is a plan to bring those individuals on site for additional training and community acknowledgement to understand the patients that they're serving. And if we receive complaints, we address those as well. So if there are specific issues that have been brought to your attention, we would like to know about those, so we can deal with that as well.
What are collateral duties?
So just those folks that you mentioned that have that experience, we're giving them, we're asking them if they want to. And thus far, just like Rosebud employees always have, they've stepped in to help. And there's lots of pieces and parts to the PRC processes, the referrals coming in, the purchase orders that are going out. And so those people that have that skill set have volunteered to assist. And we're working a plan to make sure that that doesn't hurt their other duties, or we're backfilling, to free them up to assist with PRC in other ways so that we can help meet the needs of the patients. And we do have it's a group way that our internal communication can happen with all those individuals, so that when they receive a call, if they don't know the answer, and this includes those 2 employees you're speaking about working remotely, they are all on a internal IT messaging system within our computer system, where if they receive a question that they don't know, they can ask another team member here at Rosebud or with our PRC to get those answered right away. Hopefully even asking on the phone with the patient. But if not, they should be circling back with the patient for those informal communication.
So those 4 that are helping collateral duties, what do they currently do?
One is a PRC, patient benefits coordinator. We have somebody who's doing a housekeeping supervisor that's done that in the past, so.
Other area, other department.
Yeah.
And then periodically helping with PRC, so collateral.
Is there any efforts from the leadership to reach out to those people who have experience in PRC and talk to them and ask them why they left PRC, if they're willing to come back, and what it would take to bring them back to PRC? Because those are tribal members, and I don't see our tribal members climbing the ladder there. I really don't. And I actually seen in a different department a job description get rewritten so a tribal member was overlooked in the radiology department. So I am seeing tribal members with a glass ceiling at IHS. And I'm seeing all these other people throughout the United States getting opportunities at our hospital to service our people. And it's very unfortunate, because having our people here servicing our tribal members is very beneficial. And, Kelly knows this, because Kelly knows a lot of people here. And when we have to make a call and tell Kelly who, what, where, when, because she knows the logistics of people and what we go through here, what's going on in Valentine and winter, it makes a difference when she's helping the patient. However, on the phone with somebody else or somebody new coming here, and the other side to this is living situations. You guys have a whole compound up there full of non-tribal members. And we have tribal members that work up there that need housing. So not only are they taking away jobs and higher paid salaries, a chance to be higher ranking in the hospital, taking away a place to live. So these are my concerns, and I think that they're very serious, because one of the biggest things for somebody to be able to have a good life is to have a place to live. So We, at one time, had, a variety of tribal members there in leadership. And now I'm just seeing that dwindling down. And there's so much issues there, so many issues. And all of the changes, I'm glad that the building is getting upgraded, but, all those upgrades pose issues as well. So I guess you heard about the motion yesterday. What is your plan to address it?
Specifically to the motion, let's see what the motion was. Then from there, we'll make a strategy for addressing it. If there's specific concerns about a specific C-suite member, then we'll do an investigation on that concern. There is a circular, an IHS policy that guides us when a motion like that is done by a council. And so we'll follow that circular to make sure that we follow the rules and address those issues, whatever those are. But I'll need to see the motion for check. So, but I just wanted to speak to the hiring of the local tribal members. When a position, so you mentioned a position in PD and radiology that was written for a non-tribal member. That is illegal. We can't do that. And if we do, there's ramifications for whoever did that. And so I did make note, and I will look into any new positions in radiology. We can't circumvent Indian preference. But we also can't, like you said, a PD written for a non-member. We can't write a PD for a member. That's illegal too. We can't discriminate based on race. We don't handle the HR aspect in the Great Plains area. It's all at headquarters. So anytime a position, a supervisor said, hey, I got a vacancy, and submits the pre-recruitment paperwork to get a position advertised, it all goes to headquarters. They do that work and make sure that it's classified appropriately for what the supervisor is asking, do all this work, and then they announce it. And then the announcement closes, anyone that applied, they take a look. The first thing they look at is Indian preference. If there's an Indian preference applicant on that panel, no non-Indians are considered. They don't even review the panels. They only review the Indian preference. And that's what's given back to the supervisor. So the supervisor has to do interviews, reference checks, and then make a decision based on their resume also on who's the best candidate. And legally, we can't say, oh, this person is Rosebud or this person is Standing Rock. We want to hire that person. We can't do that. It's illegal. We have to go on their qualifications. Whenever we do hiring, especially the higher positions, we have a little team, 3 or 4 people that sit in on that, and as a group, they rank the interviews and discuss the resume and discuss the reference checks so that we can select the best candidate for that position. And it can't be based on tribal affiliation.
So, thank you for that. It is happening at Rosebud Hospital, so I'm glad that you're gonna investigate it and look into it. Existing job description was changed and altered to overlook a tribal member. So that did happen. I want you guys to know that your employees up there, they're very fearful to speak out and use your systems because they work against them. And they don't want to talk to us. They don't want to let us know, which is very disturbing because we're the governing body and we're responsible to the people. It's our responsibility to make sure people aren't dying up there because of negligence. And we keep hearing about all these things that are happening. We're not hearing directly from the CEO. She's not calling our chairwoman and informing her on big incidents that are happening. And maybe that's not in your purview or in your chain of authority, but it's respect. It's respect for this governing body to keep us abreast on everything that is going on up there.
Absolutely.
And it's not happening. So with that, back to the employment, you guys, you said people review these, but I was aware of an automated system that populates all of these people who apply, all these applicants, that it first, when you apply for a job at IHS, you do it in SAM or whatever it is, USA Jobs, yeah. And from there, an automated system goes through and makes a selection based on the resume and the way that they answer the questions on the application. So that's a problem, trying to get people to work and recruit there, because there's a lot of people here that don't have laptops and computers and access to that. And USA Jobs isn't easy. So that's a big hindrance too. So if you're not getting people hired here locally, that's one of the big reasons. That's a problem. So when hiring, when you say that these group of people are reviewing these applications, is there an automated system involved in that step? Or is
There
it?
might be an automated system to receive it when it gets entered into USA Jobs, and then they give it to the staffers. But the staffers are HR employees that grab that out of the system. There's no automated system reviewing. Yet, there is AI, and AI recently is being used to help automate that system, but it's not in place yet. So there is a group of staffers, HR staffers, that do review those, yes.
Could you speak to my question regarding the plan for PRC?
Well, I believe we just hired a PRC supervisor, is that accurate? And have they come on yet?
No.
Okay. Do we know who they are?
Tammy?
Where are they from?
Don't know. I just told that one was hired.
Okay, because I remember watching council years back, and when our president was sitting here on council, she didn't want any more people from Pine Ridge coming in and being hired. Well, since Marlene has been there, how many people from Pine Ridge have come over? Because we still have your quality person, Mr. Akafee, who is supposed to be on site working, but he's not on site. And we've asked this of you guys numerous times to have somebody be on site. Marlene's hardly ever on site herself. So how many people from Pine Ridge have come over to Rosebud and took our positions that should have went to our tribal members?
Yeah. I'm finding people working on this.
Not a lot of people, acts like that and monitor people's travel enrollment.
Only if we know. I'm from Miami, so I know.
Right. And I understand that, but it's like Cher had said, our people are getting passed up. They're not being able to climb that ladder. You guys had people who applied for PRC who were actually qualified as there were 4, but nobody filled those seats. Now you're realizing that you hired one, and I'm kind of interested, are they coming from Pine Ridge, you know? So,
Well, we'll send a bio out. And from Pine Ridge, or he or she is from Pine Ridge or not, that's not something that we would know. So we specifically know that person, but we're not involved in the hiring process for those positions. It's the supervisor. So I'm not privy to that information, but I can find out.
okay,
And so we'll send out a bio for that person.
okay, understand.
Close the windows.
Hopefully they're a Rosebud dragon,
Hopefully.
but I don't.
Got no stuff.
Do you guys want to ask him questions as he finishes this, or do you want to ask him questions and not follow this?
My question was a follow-up to the conversation, so that's
Okay.
Do you want to add real quick, just
Emily and Michelle?
My question was just, you had mentioned that the decisions are at HQ, and then you also mentioned that there's a small group of team that does help select. So I was wondering who's on that? Are they local, are they HQ, or the area?
well, headquarters manages that process up until they give a panel back to the hiring manager. Once the hiring manager gets it, that's local. So they might
So they do
have,
have a say at that level.
and then they can convene a team or do interviews, but that would
Because
be.
it sounds like that's where some of this is really happening at that local level. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
So if there's
So it's
five,
not at HQ only, there is some local room for that. I just wanted that clear, thank you.
The determination, I think that the key difference is the determination of the qualifications of the applicant on that position that's advertised is determined at that headquarters level. They determine who's qualified and who they're gonna send down on that
Yeah.
panel to be selected. But if from that point, it's the hiring manager and they can call a team.
so if the hiring manager gets 3 qualified people, headquarters has qualified 3, one's a Rosebudder, one's a Pine Ranger, and one's a Eagle Butter. I hope we're going off who's the most qualified and not the tribal affiliation, because that's what it should be. And then, you're absolutely right, it is a hard, cumbersome system. Even when you get selected, if you get through the process of applying and you then get selected, getting through that background check is very hard, cumbersome process. We've recently had some recruitment. We have a really serious staffing shortage at our drug dependency in Winnebago. And so we did form a little team to go there, have a job there, had computers to help people. I think we're doing that at Pine Ridge sometime in the future. Someone there is doing a job fair, and so we're going to join that. Getting people to be aware of these positions, to apply, and then get through the process to be a federal employee is very hard. And we do lose employees. And it is something that we talked with headquarters about HR. And how can we make this more possible for these employees or these prospective employees to apply? Because sometimes they just give up. We need them. We have so many vacant positions at Rosebud. I can't imagine that we're saying no to qualified applicants because they're at Rosebud. This doesn't make any sense to me. That's not something that we would do because we got to fill these positions. Because what we have now is a bunch of people wearing many hats because we don't have all these positions filled. So, but I will look into, especially the radiology, see if I can find anything out. But you're absolutely right. It is hard.
Do I have another question over here with Michelle?
Thank you for coming down to answer our questions. I was just kind of wanting to see if we can ask questions because a lot of these responses in here are real vague and they're not.
Yeah.
So kind of all over because the questions are all over. In regards to the hiring. So we have tribal members that did make the panel, yet they were not selected. So just as you said, the selection happens here in Rosebud. So even our own tribal members were qualified. They made the panel, yet they were not selected. So that's a problem. We have employees that are already up there. They're qualified, they're ready to work, and then they don't get selected and bring in other people or there are shortages within the program. PRC, we've gotten numbers from Marlene where we were millions in the red and there's nobody up there to process. There's nobody up there. People are getting these bills. They're getting sent to collections. They're not getting their appointments because there's nobody there. Because whoever chose to hire did not hire. So that's an issue. And I don't think that you're aware of all the issues that go on up there. And if you are, then it's sad that nothing's being done about it because there is a lot of bullying happening. We get complaints from family members of employees that work up there. People are being run out. Our own people are being run out. And I hope that you look into that with the C-suite, bullying our own people out of these positions. There was a question in here that I had asked. I know I sent a whole list of questions to you and some of them are in here. There was a hiring freeze was done, but all of these applicants had applied prior to that hiring freeze. So why weren't these positions filled prior to that? The excuse now is due to the hiring freeze, but yet you guys had the opportunity to fill these positions, but they weren't filled. And I would also like to know how many people in our facility are working remote?
Okay, there's a few questions there. One goes back to hiring of local people. And so when we get that panel, like I said, our duty is to hire the most qualified.
Yeah,
through
but you
that
say
process.
that, you say that, but yet the job description was altered and modified, so a person less qualified was hired in that position.
And if that's
I know that
radiology,
because I have a couple family members that applied and made the panel.
that's radiology, I will look into that.
It wasn't radiology, it was PRC.
Dale or Callie, can you speak to PRC and kind of the recent history? I know we were down to maybe 1 or 2 employees.
We were down to 2 back in August. I'm not sure exactly the dates when these remote individuals were hired, but they were hired and they were brought on board. I think it was a few days here at Rosebud before going back to their locations. So those 2 were brought on in those positions. One vacated in August. It was my understanding that individual took another position outside of IHS. And the director was vacant that entire time. The director had been vacant for some time. And that has recently been hired.
So we rebuilding.
So we were trying
I
to,
will look into the hiring and how many applicants applied and some of that, see what I can find out when they get that process.
Tammy?
The individual that you're talking about that left PRC, she left because she applied for housing and wasn't offered housing. And from my understanding, Area said that she was
Priority.
a priority employee. But yet you guys gave housing to non-priority employees. So there was no housing for her. She needed housing, she left. Plus, there was other issues with PRC that were overlooked. And, you know, as Michelle had stated, the job descriptions are always changing.
And like,
Sorry, I had to step out for a minute, so I apologize if you answered this question, but since we're talking about PRC, I had a couple that had come up regarding that, and just quickly, if you already talked about it, sorry, but as an update, how far behind are we in our PRC payments? Last report we had was like 6 months or maybe 8 months or more. Another question regarding that is, are the appeals that are coming through being handled properly in a timely manner? Because those are a lot of the complaints that we're getting also is not only are they getting stuck with these bills, but the appeals process is not being followed. And then how much budget do we actually have for our area for PRC dollars? And has there been any recent changes up or down? And do you see any potential up or down changes in that funding? Thank you.
We are behind in PRC and Rosebud.
Do you know how long? I just wanted to know if it's been worse or getting better.
I do know in September, there were very few referrals being processed, I was told.
So probably still months.
Still months. It will take us a while to get caught up. There's a plan. We have people. We have these 4 that are helping. We've got remote people now.
We also asked PRC staff from other facilities if they wanted to assist, because that is something they can do remotely if we give them the computer access, and we have had some of those that are assisting as well to help catch up. And we have our area staff monitoring daily where we're at with the incoming and the outgoing.
Yeah, so in general, we are behind, probably months. We were down with 2 employees. We've got a plan to build it back up. Recently new hired supervisor. The budget, I think, is about $8 million a year. Last year, I did take $2.5 million because Rosebud, we use that up. There's some other service units, for whatever reason, don't always use their PRC, so I took $2.5 million last year and gave it to Rosebud to help with that backlog. So this year, we do have a surplus, but again, we're behind, so it's hard to tell exactly where we're at, but there shouldn't be any denials based on funding once we get caught up.
So what are the denials? Because I think that's a lot of the stuff, like, we're telling our people, if you will have to go to another hospital and you're not, call them within 72 hours. I mean, we're getting a lot of those type of things. We're getting a lot of the college students that are away for those types of things. We're getting a lot of flyouts, and then now they're getting literally documented as that's the patient praying. And so those are the types of things that are ongoing and occurring. And so when we hear you say it's not happening, but we know with the atmosphere that is not conducive for anybody to work in a good environment, let alone our own tribal people, let alone to get care. We are not providing care anymore. I have more questions, so I'll stop there. But those are the type of things that I feel is really hard to sit here and go through a list when, like one of our representatives said, they are very vague answers or some are non-answers altogether. So the fact that you took time and energy to do that is another form of waste, fraudulent waste and abuse and disrespect to our people. So I just want to say, I will stop there, but that's kind of why a lot of this is.
I understand what you're saying, and I respectfully, on your side, appreciate you telling me that. On my side, I would have to write a volume for each one of those questions to get all the detail. That's not something that, if things change so fast, I'd have to continually update from where it was last week.
But I think that statement would be a lot more respectful and truthful than this.
Also, what I hoped was not that all the answers are in there, but that we could come and talk about each thing and provide those answers here. Whatever we aren't able to do. And really, the CEO should be doing this.
Exactly, and so those are some
And
of the
so
concerns
we're
that
trying
we
to
have.
catch up for your
And the fact that you
concerns.
didn't want her to be here is another form of deflection, when we should be acknowledging and addressing these things. I mean, you say right here in number 11, the concern was that the service unit is doing away with Boston medical doctors. Your response is, this does not plan to end the relationship. That doesn't say you're not doing it. That doesn't say there's not active things, because the things that we're getting informed about are that you are pushing out one of the only continuity of care. You are making the contract no longer viable for their business to even operate because the cost is being lowered. So there are things that are happening.
Well, we have not changed the contract. Boston wants us to increase the price of the contract, mid-contract. But we can't do that in federal procurement. We can't just say, well, you want more money, so in the middle of the contract, we're gonna increase what you agreed to. We can't do that. So we're not lowering the cost. We can't do that in federal acquisitions law. We just have to go through with what the contract says. They want more. And we did look into that with our contracting officer. Can we give Boston General more? She said, no, not until the end of the contract.
But again, that would have been the respectful answer to give to those answers, to those questions.
No, but I can't. But I have to come and talk, and we have to have the CEO come and provide you this information so we're all on the same page going forward.
So why did you deny that? And it says in here that you guys are going to do better for the governing body meetings. There was some in December, or in August. We were not invited or aware until afterwards. They're still happening.
No, that's not true.
It is. I was not invited to one of these governing bodies.
They're scheduled during, a lot of times they're scheduled during our council meetings.
Right, and that's what you told me last time. So for
There wasn't one in August?
this last governing body meeting, we worked with your guys, whoever does your scheduling, and we kept worked for that meeting date. We set the date for what that person agreed to, or who it is, and they set it for the first day of Rosebud Fair. So I came here, I was here, we had governing body.
Nobody was informed from the tribe. Health board was not informed?
And that's why we couldn't do it. It was right when we were getting ready for our fair. But one of the things before Emily loses her train of thought here on her question that she asked you. So with the PRC, what is the cause of it being behind? I mean, so far behind, is it staffing, but the funding's there?
Funding's there.
So if you recall, if you go back, I don't know how many years, we were here before with PRC being way behind, and so many people suffered with their credit being damaged. And at that time, we're reliving everything from anywhere to 10 years back, where the same thing that's going to come up today came up then. PRC was behind once before, now it's behind again. And it's really hard when our people are sick or there's something wrong, they get sent out. To only come home and get a bill for what that service was, sometimes like $10,000 or more.
Or they can't go.
Yeah, or they can't go, yeah, people have been being denied. And so the validity of Emily's question.
Very absolutely true.
And so when people are getting denied and they're told to go through the appeal process, who is responding to the appeal?
First appeal goes to the CEO. The second line appeal, if that's denied at the CEO level, then it goes to the area office. And our chief medical officer, Dr. Natalie Holt, reviewed also second line referral. third line goes to headquarters to.
So if we have a tribal member that gets sent out and then they get billed for it because we're behind with PRC and they go to the CEO and then it goes to Aberdeen and it's still denied. When initially the referral was from here, but they're denying up there because of whatever reason. You see what I'm getting at? They're being denied, but when it gets further up, I think that it would be good for the body to know what are the denials? What substantiates a denial? For what reasons is anybody denied?
Funding is one reason. The administrative review of who's eligible, so do they live within the delivery area?
Chisa?
Yeah, CHISDA, we call it purchase referred care delivery area. Do they have third-party resources? IHS is the payer of last resort, so by law, we have to review their eligibility for third-party, whether it's private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, all that, VA. And what's other common reason why we would deny? So just in that review process, did they meet all the eligibility requirements to be eligible for?
Do you see what part of the vote's getting missed here? We sent them out. Our facility sent them out to either save a life, save a limb, whatever their need was. They were sent out from here, but they're getting denied for these reasons. But initially, from the very start, we're sending them out. So in order to provide that health care to them, we're putting them at jeopardy of ruining their credit. If for any of these reasons they're denied. So how do we fix that? Because just, Joe, just keep that in mind.
Well, we're
sending them out, but yet we're putting their credit and their life in jeopardy.
I understand that. It's not perfect. PRC is not an entitlement. It's only based on funding. And so when we send someone out, especially if it's an urgent issue, we have to consider their life or limb first. Not PRC or not how it's going to get paid. The ED has to send someone out. They have to be sent out. It can't be based on funding. And if they are sent out, they are a priority one. By law, we have to pay all priority ones. So if it's an approved purchase order, they can't be sent to collections. That's against the law. But ideally, within that, things happen, paperwork gets lost, so it's absolutely not an ideal system.
So it's a federal guideline. It's a federal policy, which you're having to follow to
Yes.
turn them down. You know what the some of the outcome of that is some people don't even want to have to go to the hospital. They'd rather lose a limb or lose a life than to be billed. So we have to find a way.
I know.
So I just wanted to bring that.
My family uses IHS. I use IHS. I recently, earlier this year, had to pay my PRC bill because they sent it to collections. If I can't navigate the system as an area director without getting sent to collections, how can I expect our people to? It's not acceptable. But I do understand because I have to go through it too. And I fought it, and it got to the point where I was getting inspectors calling me, and I don't want my credit to be ruined. It was only a few $100, so I paid it. I know our people can't do that. It is a problem, I understand.
I just want to say thank you for bringing me back, President. I did get off track and I apologize. So just real fast to finish up that train of thought, the concern was about how cumbersome that appeals process was and that we don't have anybody to help navigate that. So whether that's something that we need to absorb on the tribal side or something that we need to work together with IHS, the staffing issues, I hope that we've been vocal enough on that there is an issue and that we're actually creating that issue, not solving it. So I hope we're addressing that. And then just in closing, something you said real fast, I just want to make sure I didn't hear it wrong, was you said PRC is not entitlement. And I just want to make sure that, is that your view of our healthcare and our treaty right? Is that that's entitlement?
No, the treaty right is the healthcare. And the healthcare is what goes on.
No, but
in the
my
facility.
question is, do you feel our treaty rights are a form of entitlement? Because you called our PRC and said it is not entitlement, so then my assuming that something is entitlement, so is your opinion that our treaty rights are entitled?
My personal philosophy
No, just, it just.
is absolutely is our healthcare isn't a treaty right.
It is not?
It is.
Okay, how about in reference to the word entitled?
Legally, as a federal government, PRC is not legally an entitlement
Okay,
because
thank
it
you
is
for
based on
clarifying that.
funding.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's what we were referencing. Thank you.
Tell us, Bob, Sherry.
Good morning. Is Marlene here today at our facility?
Yes.
Yes.
She should be here, because you just stated I shouldn't be answering these questions on some of the CEO stuff. So I think she needs to be down here because she's still employed. So she needs to be down here to answer some of these questions. And you know, this is very disheartening because it's like we just ask the same questions over again. And the bottom line is, you know, it's not just one or two people up there working. It's almost our whole entire staff up there that is in an unhealthy environment. And it needs to change. And you said you're planning on building it back up, the PRC. What are those plans? We always get verbal, lip service, but we never get no documentation to show the people or no documentation ourselves to go off of. You know, and like with the Boston Docks, their contract just started and it's not going to end till the next year's up. So, you know, why isn't the chair also sitting at that table trying to compromise and get them more money? Because you know what, they're holding it together up there for us. We're really top heavy at our hospital, but yet we can't even afford to get doctors in there to have clinic because we're really in a crisis right now because our overflow into the ED that's just not good. And we'll get to that because those are questions later on. But you know, we need to see those plans when you're doing those plans. It involves the lives of our Oyate, you know, and the employment up there. None of our people who work so hard to get an education, a degree, should feel the way that they do. You know, and what about the facility manager? You know, is that person a qualified person to be in there too? There's just so much, and we'll continue to ask questions here as we get further along, but we want to see the plans. We want to see everything that you guys have in writing too. No more lip service.
Does the monthly report get sent to all council members?
Bob, Sherry.
Council Scott, you can tell us stand up at she's up a lot here. There, you can't allow one commissioner one na Kagenio ha. Lena, Okujati Peta, you are again hippie like Takuku, I keep commissionska, Ichani Shichabeti, no one of in Kapo. Lena Taku, Iwogla Kaki Henecha, Taktoha Henecha, Uglata, one of in Kapo. Well, first of all, welcome to the hot seat. And I don't know, I think I know you, Joe, but I don't know these two young ladies sitting up here. I don't know if they're associated with our local facility or not. But my question is simple. Several years ago, I requested IHS to have a deal where when you bring personnel in, to have them attend a cultural sensitivity class. Because the way I'm looking at it, and from all these messages I'm getting, there is a mass miscommunication up there. Because simply some of the personnel up there don't understand our culture. And when you don't understand our culture, that means that the grandmothers and the grandfathers are not getting the services that require of them. I go to the hospital quite a bit. And the other day it was disheartening because I heard one of your personnel chastising one of our elderly ladies because they didn't understand some of the medical language that they were trying to apply to her. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted, IHS to see if there's a cultural sensitivity class going on up there, or if you require them to be employed up there, because you're working with a lot of the Dakotas. Now, we're telling you all the issues that are affecting our tribal members. Now, I could have this room filled up with tribal members. Not only elderly and, elderly men and women, but I could have this with tribal members with a lot of concerns they have with IHS. What's happening to them? That's why I think that you really need to understand our culture. If you want to fix this up, you got to understand us. And that's not happening. The way I'm getting all these messages from a lot of tribal members of at IHS, it seems like there's a really toxic environment going on up there. And while you're investigating, you need to investigate that too, Joe. Something is happening up there where a lot of our tribal members are pretty disheartening, that they're threatening to quit up there. We need to know what the hell's going on up there. It's not happening. You guys need to hire some qualified people instead of looking into the computers to see what the symptoms are. They need to understand what's wrong with these victims that are coming in. I'll name you a case in point of not qualified personnel trying to address my granddaughter. She had a stomach pain, so she came into IHS. And that woman was looking through her computer and couldn't find out the symptoms, so they flew her out. I don't know how many thousands of dollars it took to fly her to Rapid City. And she was discharged at midnight. Midnight, mind you, God dang it, that's midnight. It's a little girl that was discharged from the Rapid City Hospital, so my daughter had to wake up at past midnight to go after her. Rapid City said there was nothing wrong with her, so they discharged her. All that time all she had was the gas in her stomach, and Rosebud was not qualified to even identify that. I'm speaking through experience. I'm a stroke victim. I went to IHS twice. First time they said it was vertigo, and they gave me some pills and sent me home. I went to different hospitals until I got to Sioux Falls, and they identified I had a stroke. My sister was an ambulance attendant. And she don't work in the medical field, but she said, I think you are suffering a stroke. She knew about that, but IHS staff couldn't. So, I got a foot drag problem right now. I hardly could use my right side of my body because of that. Now, what's happening with me is no big deal. But what I'm worried about is what's happening to our tribal members out there. Are they experiencing the same thing because of not qualified personnel up there? But I really think that you guys need to have a cultural sensitivity class up there so you guys will better understand what my Oyat is talking about. And I hope they don't get mistreated up there. Like I'm getting a lot of reports on this. And I wouldn't be saying this if I wasn't a representative, but I got to speak for them because there's a quiet part of the crowd here. They can't come in here and, just speak for themselves, so I have to speak for them. So I hope you check into that, Joe. You got to investigate because there's a toxic environment going on up at the IHS, and that needs to be corrected immediately. Because I'm going to keep my eyes and ears open for what's going on up there, and they're going to be addressed. Every time we have council meetings, we got IHS on a schedule, and I've never, ever seen IHS down here. That's why I'm hoping that these two ladies are from our local facility.
Sherry?
I I want to thank my colleague for addressing the cultural side. I know that in these questions, you did mention something, but back when, I can't remember who was there before Melanie. Anyways, I guess you do say yes, that the service unit provides training as far as cultural competency. However, who created and reviewed and approved that training?
I don't know who created it, do you know? It would be reviewed through quality and then up through the administration.
Okay. No Lakota looked over that and approved it from the Rosebud Sioux tribe?
As a cultural expert,
Yes.
no, I don't think so.
Okay, I think that'd be a good idea. And the reason is, it's not just about the language. There's other things that revolve around our culture when it comes to healthcare. We have a lot of modest women who don't like certain people seeing their body in those gowns. We have babies and we have parents who keep the check paw of their baby. My god sister had a Washington nurse throw away the baby's check paw and refused to dig in the red biohazard trash bin to get it out. And then called security on her for doing it. So there's issues like that that are meaningful to our people when it comes to our bodies. These are our bodies and our children. So there's cultural sensitivity around all of those issues. It's not just about language. So there's all these other things that really do need to be considered. So I would like to see that cultural competency training have some sort of a Rosebud Sioux tribal member to consult with that. The other question is, we have these, well, that was just more or less a statement. I didn't expect an answer. I was giving you information. The air transportation budget's depleting. So on the other side, we're really concerned about this air transport. However, there's a specific service that we're not using, and that's our ambulance service. Our ambulance service is only able to charge, I think it's $175 for a trip to Sioux Falls, for a trip to Rapid. It's just this blanket amount. I want that renegotiated, and I need to be informed on how we renegotiate that. I got flown out, and the ambulance ride from the airport in Rapid to the Monument Hospital is $3,000. I just paid that. And, but yet we're paying our ambulance service $175 for a ride to Sioux Falls, for a ride to Rapid City. I don't know where in the negotiation of the master contract that needs to happen, but I do want to see that price up. And our ambulance service needs the funding and can use the funding. And I would much rather have somebody who this is a true thing that happened, told to me by one of our flight teams. They said, we're really grateful for the business, but we flew somebody out with a dog bite on their ear. That could have been an ambulance transport, or they didn't even need to be flown out. So there's issues like that where money is being wasted, and it's going outside of our economy here. So I really want that negotiated based on something else. Do you know what the constraints are in that area?
Well, we don't negotiate the price of a run. The CMS on what the tribe can bill and revenue they can receive. What we do is negotiate the price of the contract. And so for Rosebud, if the hospital gets $2 million for EMS, we give that $2 million to the tribe. But you probably need $4 million to run your program. So you guys as ambulances, it's not just Rosebud, it's all the ambulances, even the non-IHS ambulances really have a problem with this. We bill the all-inclusive rate for our federal ambulances. So we don't even get what we're spending, we just get what they say we can receive, CMS, Medicaid. So it is a problem. I know here at Rosebud it's a problem. I did request $2.7 million from headquarters last year to give to the ambulance, because I know you guys' program needs the help, as all the ambulance programs. Part of why we have to send someone out on the air for a dog bite or a broken arm or something that doesn't need air, it's because the ambulance isn't available. That's also a common problem that we have to deal with at our service units. The ambulance isn't available to run that minute to Rapid City. We got to get this patient a higher level of care. We got to fly. So that is a problem, and it is a waste of money, but that is our reality of how we operate at times.
So as far as CMS and those negotiations, that's beyond you. That would be something to take up with HHS. Okay, thank you.
Tammy, Alvin, and Emily.
I got 6 things here, so bear with me. I don't even know how to start this. So I received a text that Miss Callie here and Miss Dale have slid people in active positions without advertising. The ADON was appointed to that position. The second one is, why are the PHN nurses being pushed out? 3, please explain why our enrolled members who are nurses who have been there for decades left and are leaving because some of them were actually bullied out of their job. 4, recently the respiratory therapist, which you addressed in 54, was written up for sexual harassment by 2 Boston doctors. And they were advised to stay away from him during their tour of duty there. 5, the nursing supervisor sent out an email to have our people deconned for head lice, roaches, bedbugs, etc. before being sent out. I don't know if you're aware of that, but that email was sent out. 6, and this is just my opinion. I don't know how my colleagues feel about it, but maybe we need to look into filing, another suit against IHS for the lack of adequate health care. Because these issues have been going on for years, but they seem to have gotten worse under our CEO and our deputy CEO and basically our C-suite. There's a lot of issues there that you are not aware of. We talked last time you were here, I advised you about the internal politics that go on up there, the grouping of each other, they have their own cliques. That is still a concern because it is still ongoing. They can sit here and deny it and say what they want, but we hear it, we've seen it firsthand, some of us, how these people get treated. So those are the 6 text messages that I got to bring up to you. And regards to this respiratory therapist one, they actually had to escort him out of a patient room upstairs. And there was quite a few nurses who have done that. There was also an email sent out regarding that he would do all EKGs. And then next day, the email came out, said that he is no longer doing EKGs on females, just males specifically. So stuff like that. And like I said, he was retained by Dr. Montelo. And that's being covered up. However, we need that looked into and we need that addressed. Those are some really serious things here, and maybe we need to.
Open investigation and informal.
Maybe we need to badman him out of here because it's just becoming an issue where he just freely, you don't get a slap on the hand for something. You should know that if you get 2 slaps on the hand, that's enough. Quit doing it. But obviously, this guy can continuously get away with it.
I'll look into that one. What's really, I think, there's no way for me to develop a document for all these questions.
Correct.
What should be happening is the CEO and the leadership here should be meeting with the health committee weekly to discuss these And some of these get resolved and then go to the, each month's council meeting, and you can discuss there, and you guys can be involved, and then a couple more of these drop off. But what I'm seeing is that's not happening, and so everything is being flooded to me. And what we have to do is ensure that process day to day, week to week, in that relationship with the tribe is being built. So that you guys can bring issues, the health chair can bring issues and work on those things. And it's something that just routinely happens, and the relationship is built between the service unit and the tribe. And I don't see that here. So that is something that we have to fix immediately. There's no way for me to answer all these questions.
Right.
It has to be over time and routinely, and over the year, we're addressing all these issues and things come up, and then you guys are in the know and you're comfortable, and you're not waiting to flood me with everything. So I will do that immediately. after that.
Emily, I have a question for you before I go on to our list. Have they been coming to the health board meetings?
No. At our last health board meeting, we were informed by the secretary that she had done she knew somebody who worked up there, and so she had done some kind of pestering of her own, not pestering, but nudging of her own, like, hey, we really need to get this communication going. We have all these standing motions, blah, blah, blah. And so that person, I don't know if they can officially say this, said, well, we are tired of going down there and waiting for council. If you guys really want to talk to us, tell us exactly when to be there, and then we can make arrangements.
But this isn't
So at the last-
council,
so at
it's
the last-
health board.
But at the last health
They
board
should be
meeting,
reporting.
we decided that we would put IHS at the first on our agenda for the next meeting, and hoping that that would help alleviate some of that. But again, we are yet to get any invitation on those governing body meetings. We have anything other than if our secretary didn't know somebody that worked up there to try to nudge it. That's how it's hopefully gonna work. I don't know, but we still have not.
And then the other thing is, when Tammy reads these things off to you, I was watching YouTube, and when she told you about the head lice and bed bugs, you both shook your heads no. I personally did call up there, and I did talk to Marlene about this. So I just should be aware of it. You both shook your head no
We
when
did,
she said
because
that.
I did ask Callie if she was aware of it.
Yeah,
and
she
I'm not
was,
aware.
because I called her personally.
No, I asked Callie if she was aware of it. I said, are you aware of this? And she said no, and I said me.
It's been
We'll
a,
check it.
it's
So
been
we'll
a
check
while
into
back,
it.
so it should have been addressed by now. But I just wanted to make note of that, because as she was reading that, I was watching both of you, and it was, she
Yeah.
didn't know, but
Not
I
that it
did
didn't
personally
happen.
call her. Yeah, it did.
That, no,
I mean-
my intent was not to say it didn't happen when I shook my head no. I asked Callie if she knew about it.
Yeah.
And I said, I didn't know either.
It is something that should be shared by all of you, because, that's discrimination toward our people. And
I agree.
I'd hate to see what happen if we do decide to do a lawsuit, because that is gonna be discrimination.
Agree.
Doesn't matter how you dress, how you look, it's a patient. And our people have already suffered from historical trauma. And all this does is set people back. So, since you're both up there, I hope you keep this in the front of your mind, what everyone is saying about cultural sensitivity. I worked as the admin assistant for the city, for the medical staff, and that there was a video that was created in the Aberdeen area office on cultural sensitivity. It does cover some areas of cultural sensitivity, but to the degree that Sherry's talking about, it doesn't cover that aspect of it.
And we can
And
do a
it was
local one.
created by someone up there, but with what she's saying, maybe what needs to be created from within here, from our cultural peoples, because here we all understand it, because we live it.
I'd like to say, first, thank you for having me here. I have the people at heart also. There's a lot of ideas that I have that I would like to work together to implement. From being at some of the other service units, I've observed some of the processes they do, and it's given me good ideas to bring back here and to implement. One thing I would like, I will take accountability or responsibility for it, but I need somebody to work with. So like at another service unit, every Wednesday morning, somebody comes in, smudges for anybody that wants to participate from the hospital. We pray. I would like to do that. I would like to have somebody be available to me to set up something, to have like a sweat lodge or have like a 30-minute cultural interaction with people at the service unit so that we can share our culture with other people. So I don't know who's willing to do that with me, but out of my busy schedule, that's important to me and I would be willing to do that. So I don't know who our council or community that would be willing to do that with me, but that's something I would schedule and want to keep it consistent and going. I know I've reached out to community members to come to the hospital to clean the ED, especially the trauma room or down by the morgue when we've had really challenging, hard situations we've had to deal with. So I want to offer that and I want somebody to work with me on that. So we have to start working together and understanding and sharing our culture with people. So I understand people are very passionate and I am too. So I would like to put that out there. So if somebody's willing to work with me to set that up, that's one of my goals.
I have Alvin, Emily, Michelle, Sherry, Chris, and Totes.
Thank you, Council. This rate number 8. And so the council, a lot of complaints by IHS and once the issues are being addressed. Now further on down, it's the building accountability and maybe resolved immediately and given thoughtful and consideration. All those are false. Those are false statements. I'm gonna give you an example of this person received injuries when he was taken to Rapid on a referral system. Now the treatment came back and I think his bill was like $28,000 something for his injuries. He had submitted a bill up here for $1,600. He only had to pay 20%, less than 20%. Insurance took care of the rest. Now that bill was taken up there about 20 times. It was never addressed. So what happened was, went up to Rapid, paid half of that bill, and they have a forgiveness program. And that was taken care of that way. I used to never paid anything. Tribal members are all being treated like this. And this needs to be addressed immediately. Is that person with me? Thank you.
Emily?
Sorry, I think one of the things I was going to address was a long time ago, so sorry if I'm jumping all over here. First of all, I just want to acknowledge your statement that you said about better communication, and I really do apologize that you had to take the brunt of it, but this is what we're left with, and so I appreciate you guys being here and standing there and not walking out. I guess one of the things that I wanted to address was Sherry's concerns about the ambulance stuff. So those are something that the tribe's also absorbing and just trying to work about how we can work with that. I just wanted to make a statement that not only is that an issue right now currently and historically, it's now even going to be bigger because of, like you said, other non-tribal ambulances are also shutting down. So we were found at the last health board meeting that our Millette County service area is now going to be not completely shutting down, but lowering the level of service that they're providing, which means we then are going to inevitably have this, we have tribal members that live up there, we're going to have to service that, but we currently don't in our contract and all that. But I just wanted to point that out, that that is only going to get worse. And so the more that we can talk about that, we're trying to think about how we can maybe get, I don't know, a land tax or get something, because a lot of these other municipalities fund their law enforcement and fund their first responders. So just letting you know that that's on there, but again, that communication has to happen both ways. And then also I just wanted to clarify on number 27 here, when it's talking about the OB stuff, in the response, it says the origin of the statement regarding OB never going to be open in the current building is unknown. I just wanted to clarify that that's kind of a troubling statement, because I'm the one who brought this concern forward, and in my concern, I stated that this information was provided to us in a meeting on April 2nd at the IHS facility, and that statement was made by staff at IHS. So the fact that you don't know is unknown is not only untrue, it's weird that it would even be put in there.
Tell me more, what was unknown?
It says, the origin of the statement regarding OB never opening in the current building is unknown. And I just think that's a weird thing to say, because That's false, first of all. And second of all, I was very explicit when I made my concern that it came from the special health board meeting that we had at Rosebud Hospital in their conference room. And Rosebud Hospital staff stated to us, and I quote from my notes, could you clarify any plans, sorry, let me read here. Whether there's plans, can you clarify if you're going to be bringing back any of our services or expanding services such as OP? The response was, unfortunately, the building, because of humidity and other environmental issues, prevents surgery from happening. Without surgery, you're not going to have it. So then we said, is it possible to have it a standalone building? OB on its own in a brand new building that was environmentally controlled and all that. And again, we were told, no, right now that is not feasible because of the condition of the ED. So those are the statements that was made by IHA staff to us as health board. And then in the statement, you claim that you don't know where that statement came from. So I just think that's a weird thing to say when it's not only not true, but it's just why you even put that information in there. So I just wanted to clarify that for you, that that's where that information comes from. And it was from the staff out there.
All right, so I apologize, I'm not familiar with that specific one in that response that I made. For OB, we do have a funded design project finished. Our next step, what we need to do is find funding for construction. And so I think it's about 1.5 million, maybe Dale or Kelly help me on this. About 1.5 million for the construction just for OB, and another 4 or 5 million for surgery.
Closer to 5.
Closer to 5, so we're looking at $7 million, $8 million to complete what we need to based on our design. Once we complete construction, the next step will be, we'll have to staff it, we'll have to get policies, we'll have to figure out what level. One thing I'm interested in is having a birthing center. So our non-emergent births can be handled locally. Anything serious can be sent out. That will reduce the amount of costs on the service unit, make it more feasible, and ensure that higher level of care gets done for the patients. But there's so many depends on there, funding, staffing, but the design is complete. We are able to complete the construction of the current building once we get the funding.
Okay, and thank you for that clarification. And I was only bringing that to point because I can read the rest of it and it made a lot of sense for your answer. That first statement was not only not true, it was just like, why even include that in there? It's kind of, so I wanted to bring that up. And if you needed clarification on that, I wanted to provide that. And then my follow-up questions were going to be, you already answered the timeline and actual funding needs for that. So thank you for that.
Michelle, Sherry, Chris, and Totes.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the comments that you made about your ideas and wanting to have sweats and whatever else. And I also want to tell you that majority of the complaints that we receive, your name comes up. All the complaints that I've received are because of you bullying people. So maybe you should go to a sweat. I have 7 questions that were on my list of questions that I sent to you that are not answered, and I'm guessing that Marlene needs to answer these, so wondering if she's going to come down today.
We can have Marlene come down, but if we're going to have a discussion on the motion yesterday, can we have that first? And then we can bring Marlene in for anything after that.
Can I ask the question about, I had asked the question when the last time there was a review done on the PRC? And I also asked to see the corrective action plan and what the update was on that. And there was no response in this packet to that either. When the last time there was a review done on PRC, what the corrective action plan was and what the update is on.
I believe the last review by area PRC was this spring. I don't know specifically about Rosebud, but I know she went out and did program reviews this early this year.
And they do have a corrective action plan.
And part of the design and part of the things we're doing now to fix PRC is based on that.
Can we see that?
I don't know. That might be something that would have to be FOIA'd. If it's part of our quality program, then that's something that we can't share. That's
Okay, well,
my
can we
legal
at least
response.
get an update on it?
Yes,
Yes.
Thank you.
absolutely.
Sherry, Chris, Totes, Tammy.
My laptop's acting up, so all my questions that I had written down, I can't access them. But one question is, I wanted to ask in for the winter council representative asked what, IHS is going to do regarding our outlying communities. When there's an emergency there, how that's gonna work if they have to go to the winter hospital and they can't make it here, or if the ambulance takes them there and getting billed for that. Is there a plan or a MOU or anything like that in place with, the winter area for, I think he said approximately 1,500 people out east. And, we wanted to know what the plan is to help alleviate them so they're not getting billed from the winter hospital.
We have met with the Winter Hospital on a couple of occasions. We have explored some options to provide service to the population in winter. About this time last year, he came and we presented to you guys at the same time. One of the options was they had some space in the hospital and they were going to ask us to staff that. So native patients who come in could be ushered over to that clinic. I have reservations about that because if someone chooses to go to the winter hospital, they have just as much right as anyone else to receive whatever services they want and not be shuffled off into the Indian door. So another thing we explored is getting space there. There was a building down there that the Winter Hospital owns downtown. And so we went and had our engineers go in and take a look to see if we could turn that space into a provider space and have a nurse and a provider come once a week or something like that. The building was not sound enough for us to really take the means to get it to where we need it to do. We don't have that. So we were exploring it at that time and haven't recently.
Can I tag on to your question, Jim? Real quick? Are you not identifying our tribal members in that area as being within the Chisholm area?
If it's an adjacent county to Todd County, yes, they would be in the Chisholm.
And why is it not? Why is it not within our county? I mean, the reservation is all these counties. So why would that not be? Because years ago, and I don't know if Billy Bearshow remembers this because he's been here a long time, but there used to be an agreement for our relatives that are on that side of the reservation in emergency situations to go there and not get charged or not get refused. Whatever happened to that agreement?
In emergent situations or in routine outpatient situations?
I think it's for both because of the locale. I mean, it's been a long time ago. Like, I think that was probably back in 2000, maybe. I mean, it's been a while, but our people used to get care there because of the location. And so when Sherry brought that up, I was just kind of wanted to tag on to what she's asking you because it falls within the same parameter of what she's asking you.
Well, it would be in the service delivery area. So that means if they came to Rosebud, they would be eligible for PRC, even though they live within the reservation.
But why can't it expand down to that? Because that's a part of our reservation. So why can't their care be covered if they go to Winter or Gregory or anywhere on our East Reservation? Our furthest community is exactly 99 miles one way. And so if they're sick or they need to go to the hospital, why can't they go there and be covered? Are you saying they can or cannot?
I'm saying it depends. If they're there for an emergent priority 1 situation with PRC, then they would be covered because they're eligible because that service area covers their area.
Is that kind of what?
They wouldn't be eligible for routine outpatient care. That they have to come here. The entitlement for care is the hospital.
So how can we change that?
Well, one of the things we can do is open up a clinic over there. What has happened in the past, there was a contract with the Rosebud Hospital and the Winter Hospital for routine outpatient care. So we were paying them to see our outpatient visits. But we can't do that. Our charge here at the hospital. We can't do a contract for them to see that patient outside for routine care. It has to handle the PRC and all the PRC rules. So we did end that contract years ago.
Yeah, because I remember that, because when I worked there, I remember having to do some receiving reports to pay for those services over there. That's why I asked that question.
Used to.
Thank you. So, thank you for that. A clinic over there? That sounds amazing. I think that would be something really good. Especially like to imagine to have COVID and drive 99 miles to get treated at Rosebud Hospital. It's just a hardship on people. I wanted to make mention that the person in question regarding the investigation for sexual harassment also has allegations on them in Montana. Now, what's concerning about this is there's a huge case that I'm sure everybody here knows about with child sexual abuse from a doctor at IHS that abused children in Pine Ridge and Rosebud and in Montana. And another doctor outed him. So I really think that this background investigation that's happening, there's something missing there. As far as background investigations, I'm not sure if IHS is, I'll just be frank, and I'm sorry that it's rude, but like you can't get rid of, you have a hard time getting rid of employees, so you just bounce these bad employees from hospital to hospital and res to res. And we continue to get bad service from people. Kids are getting sexually abused, women are getting sexually harassed, and it's unacceptable. So for all these stringent employee demands for somebody to get hired, there's these doctors that are abusing people and getting away with it. Yet a local employee can't climb the ladder. And I'm sorry I keep going back to this, but if you are going on a hunting trip in Oklahoma, and I am the most qualified, best scout in the whole nation, are you taking me? Or are you taking someone from Oklahoma? Because they know the land, they know the layout, they know the laws, they know the people. That's what's wrong here. So if there's some negotiations that we're able to do at the top level with HHS regarding Rosebud Sioux tribal member preference that gives them additional points on their application or their opportunity for advancement, if our people are there helping people, there's more accountability. If I'm working at the hospital and Michelle's mom comes in, that's Michelle's mom. I'm gonna make sure I'm taking care of Michelle's mom. You know, or Wayne's dad comes in. I know Wayne's dad lost a leg. You know, there's all these things that we all know about each other. And when it comes to that, our people are more comfortable. Michelle's mom will be more comfortable with coming to me and telling me what's going on with her health care, rather than somebody who doesn't really either don't speak English well or doesn't understand a fluent speaker. So you have all these issues, and I know you guys are probably super overwhelmed by us, but just think, we're only tip of the iceberg from all the complaints that each of us have. And it's very overwhelming because when we hear all these things, we can't do anything. It's up to you guys. You guys have to do it. You guys could just blow us off. All of this today could just blow us off. But when people die, when people get overlooked for positions, when people get mistreated, I was at the hospital with a friend who was getting accused of being a pill user. And she's not a pill user. Found out she was in pain. The doctor chewed her out because he touched her and she screamed and she cussed when she screamed. And he told her, well, nope, I'm not touching you. I'm not dealing with you. I was right there. I witnessed it. Another councilwoman who isn't here today witnessed it. And come to find out, her back was broken. Her back was broken for 6 months. That's the kind of health care our people are getting. That's the kind of treatment our people are getting. Now, if that was a different doctor that was from here or a nurse that was from here, they wouldn't be treating people like that. We gotta see each other at All-Star. You know, we gotta see each other at basketball games, and at events or at family gatherings. So all these problems, there's root causes. We really need to focus on these root causes. And we need communication and guidance and technical assistance on how we as a leadership can fix these root problems so we're not having meetings like this anymore. If there's something at a higher level that needs to be fixed or negotiated, we need to know what that is. And we are really going to be depending on you. Look at how much our hospital has diminished. All of the services. Imagining we can't have babies at our hospital. Our women can't get treatment. And I know that one of the biggest issues is that our people have diabetes and it causes all these other issues. It causes renal failure, it causes vision problems, it causes heart attacks and heart issues, congestive heart. We know that. That's another issue, root causes. What is IHS doing for preventative health care? I don't see any because it's so top heavy over here. And we don't have anybody we're comfortable with doing in there. So I have some kids depending on me for this parade council, so I'm really sorry that I gotta go. But I want you to know that I'm sure you're overwhelmed today and sitting here and listening to all of our complaints. If this body met with the health board frequently, this wouldn't happen. And when they have their meetings up there, if they would schedule those around us, and to hear our chair say that we are bending over backwards, putting IHS at top of the list, so because they're tired of waiting for us, when I go up there, I have to wait for 4 hours sometimes to get seen. You guys can wait for us to get through a meeting. We have lots of business to do too. So our time is precious as well. And I don't think we as a government should be folding to you. That place exists to service our people and we speak for our people. So if it takes 8 hours to sit here and wait and listen to every single health program that we have, then that's what IHS should do. Because they might learn something. They might learn how they could collaborate with each of these health programs that we have. Which areas we're missing and that they can fill in gaps or vice versa. So with that being said, health board, it meets every first and third Thursday of the month. Every first and third, 10 a.m. And that's something that they do need to be here. But I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you. I do need to be excused for a few hours now. Okay, I don't. I'm leaving my stuff because I'm coming.
Chris Totes, Tammy Emily.
Kicsit csak valami alatt, te vasárnap egy csizáltól. Thank you guys for coming. So, listening to the conversations and everything went on, most of the questions I had were already asked by the people before me. But going back to this list, hearing the fact that the concerns that we were asked to be, the questions that we were asked to be, and your responses were not in tangent with what happens with the CEO. How is your communication with our IHS? Do you talk to our IHS? How often do you talk to our Rosebud IHS facility? How often do you talk to Marlene? How often do you guys visit and talk about tribal council and the concerns that we have?
We have a huddle call every Wednesday where area leadership meets with service unit leadership every week, once a week, as we do with all the service units that we operate, all 11. Within that, other times of the week, we also meet every Wednesday afternoon at 3 o'clock Mountain Time to have a credentialing and governing body meeting. So there's 2 that we do every single week. Just routinely though, issues come up, we might talk to Rosebud every day. Or if everything's going fine, there's no big issue, it might just be that once a week for me. Dale as the Director of Field Operations, a lot more. How often do you talk to CEOs?
I would say I talk to the CEOs almost daily. Sometimes it's every other day if there's no big things going on. But, you know, the talking may be verbally, it might be here on site, it might be text messaging, lots of different avenues.
Okay, so then you're the one that should actually be more well in depth with the responses than Joel here, whenever it comes to the concerns and questions that we have. And so, obviously, we'll have a lot more questions if Marlene does come down or whoever the CEO is. But going back to the person that was in question with the allegations against him, you know, he makes statements that he's untouchable. He makes statements that, what are you guys gonna do? What are you guys gonna do? Because when issues come up with people like this, there's a boundary that we have that we push every day. We push the boundary every day because who's gonna hold us accountable? Who's gonna make us stop doing what we're doing if no one's gonna tell us what to do? So we're gonna keep pushing that boundary. And whenever we go past that certain line, and we see it and no one says anything because we are top heavy, we're scared of retaliation, we're scared of this and that, you lose faith. And that's what's happening with not only this body, but with the people of not even Rosebud, just the people of Indian country when it comes to IHS, is we lose that faith. You know, you guys are supposed to take care of us. You guys are supposed to give us house so that we can see our grandkids, so that we can see our great grandkids, so that our grandkids can live, so that our people can live. And there's a communication error, not with just us and you guys, but with you guys as a whole unit. And then I want to ask you a question about what are the practices for when employees are not employees, but when I guess IHS asks people to leave the hospital? Like, how does that go? Like, for instance, we have a tribal member that was asked to leave the IHS, not be granted access to come back on the IHS property, to be kicked out entirely. So what is the practice in that?
I'd have to know more because at face value, that's illegal.
Oh, okay.
You can't ask someone to leave. We can't ask an employee to leave. The only way that we can get rid of an employee is we have to go through the employee relations department. There's attorneys and program people that investigate, go through the process. It is really hard to fire an IHS employee or any federal. So I hear employees are afraid of retaliation. It's really hard to get rid of a federal employee. They have so many rights. They have a very strong union. And they have ERLR and all the rights that they have as an employee. So we as supervisors and managers have to follow that process. So if someone makes a mistake and they violate the standards of conduct, then we go to ERLR, and then there's a whole team there that take that issue, investigate, and go through the process. If it is proven, they have timelines and they can appeal, and months later, then we can terminate.
Okay. What about just regular old tribal members that go in and say they were former employees, or they're just, like, for me instance, like I have relatives that work there and I want to hang out, or not hang out with them, but see them, talk to them while I'm there getting cared for, and I get asked to leave, or a tribal member gets asked to leave. What are the practices on those?
I'm not aware of IHS ever asking someone to leave. You mean a non-employee?
Yeah.
You were denied access.
I'm not aware. I'd have to know more about that.
Okay, so that is, we do have a tribal member that has had that happen to them recently, actually. And
if they violate the standard or the policy for combative patient or breach of peace or whatever we call those, then there is a process for us. We can't tell the employee, the patient to leave. We might institute and send them a letter saying, when you come in, you got to notify us, and we'll have security escort you to your appointment. If they are combative, if they are violating the law, then we would have law enforcement come and escort them out.
okay, so then over the course of the last 4 months of conversations with you, Rosebud, with her and Rosebud, none of these issues have ever come up. Nothing of the matter of any of the things that we're talking about today. Like,
They come up every day
okay,
at all our facilities. And so what I have to do as the area director, I can't handle because I oversee 26 facilities and 17 tribes.
yeah. Well, how about your
So what we have to do is put in place systems to make sure that people are treated fairly, that there's processes, that due process happens. So patients have rights, employees have rights, management has rights, and there's all these laws and policies and systems and structure to make sure it all comes into place. That's what I manage, is that structure. Because I can't manage individual thousands and thousands of issues.
Oh yeah.
So when you talk to me about a specific issue, in my mind, I'm thinking about where in the system is there a fallout.
Well, you're higher ups, but you're I'm sorry.
Dale.
How are you addressing those issues?
I address them every time they come up.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are rules in place depending on what the situation is. That's why we're struggling to understand the situation you're talking about, because I can't fathom a time where a tribal member would be asked to leave our hospital, just based on what you told us, unless they have violated some rule or something.
And so
And I'm happy to discuss that case with you offline, like after this, if you would like to discuss that so I can know more about it.
yeah, definitely. I'm just curious because like for instance, if we kick someone out of here, it's all over. Everyone knows about it, and so when it happens over there, it's all over. Everyone knows about it, and you guys are saying you don't hear about it, and that's where I'm having confusion on the communication issues.
The situations I do know about, there was rules that were not followed.
Okay.
So there are situations I know about, but I'm not gonna jump to the conclusion that I know that that's what you're talking about.
Okay.
So the ones I do know about, those have been looked into, and there were justified reasons with our rules that are in place why those were followed.
Okay.
The last time there was a discussion like this, and after meeting, a tribal member did have a discussion with an employee. I don't remember if it's you or not, Joe. That employee shortly after that got removed. That employee went to the hospital for care and was told he had to leave because he was fired from there. I don't know the exact details of it, but if you're terminated from being an IHS employee and you're going there for healthcare, you should not be escorted out and told that you cannot have healthcare services there. That is a violation, but it happened at IHS.
And I know who you're talking about, and I do talk to him. And I do talk to some of the employees. They reach out to me, some of them that are reaching out to you. And I do hear those. And then, so for me, what I gotta do is go through our systems and see if it's accurate and investigate. We do have a whole team that investigates every complaint that we get. There's the IHS hotline that we get complaints from. They make complaints directly to the area director's office. And then we have our own internal process for self-reporting when something comes up. And that team meets every Friday to go through the list of complaints. So if it doesn't get either to the area director or the CEO or the hotline or through the quality assurance risk management, then I don't know about it. And there's nothing you can do. And then it's just a rumor and I can't do anything about it. People have to formally submit those complaints. So that's one thing I would like help with. When you have complaints, have them formally submitted. Because we have a local process, we have an area process to make sure every single one gets investigated. And then there's a committee at headquarters, made up of headquarters leadership, that reviews those and make sure that we're following up on those periodically before they get closed. So a lot of effort is put in by IHS, a lot of time, a lot of resources to investigate every single formal complaint that we get.
The last question I have before I give it to Totes is, are you still performing root cause analysis?
Absolutely.
Because of, just one I can think of, a baby that was born in the ER and passed away. I hope that you're doing those root cause analysis, and I'm hoping that some administrative assistance is either given or they're directed how, if they don't feel that this has the root cause analysis was done right and there wasn't an action taken afterwards, that these tribal members are given some advice or direction on how to file a tort claim.
Well, we can let people know that we can file a tort claim. We can't guide people to sue us.
Can you at least guide them as to where they go to file a tort claim?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Totes, Emily, and Wayne. Oh, Tammy, Totes, Tammy, Emily, and Wayne.
I'm gonna jump around here too. On 35, it says expired referrals and denials. We need more education. Where are you at on that? Because on here you said we are updating resources to share with the communities related to education and distribute when complete. When is it gonna be complete for number 35?
Well, I am gonna get that program review that was done last spring. We'll look into that. We are rebuilding PRC. We're having more employees. It is gonna get better, I promise. And that's one of the things that we have to work on. And PRC does routinely at all our servicing, it's education, getting materials out there. Headquarters does too. So I don't have a specific answer, but yes, we will ensure that.
I hope it's soon. And then on number 36, the referral process, has it been moved to 90 days? Because some of our people, we said this the last time you were here, we have elders who have their credits back. They have collectors after them because they weren't aware of those referrals expiring. And they get to their appointment and then they find out that we can't see you, your referral's expired. Then they call back here and they're like, nope, you can't be seen. If you are, then you have to pay for the bill. Well, you know what? Some of our elders can only afford to go up there and back. So we had some stay for their appointments. We even had to wait 2 months, 3 months for those appointments. Now, IHS is denying the payments because they didn't know about the referral process. That falls on IHS. Those need to be taken care of. So I'll give you the names afterwards. What is the breach of peace?
If I'm a patient and I come in and I get violent with a employee, if I come in and I'm combative, I'm yelling, what are some other breach of peace type stuff?
Threats against employees, verbal threats, physical threats, written threats against employees.
So how long does your cameras, how long do they store? 90 days, 30 days, what? So if you were to go back and you would see this individual, this individual is enrolled in our tribe and she was denied entrance to our hospital. Can we go back and check on the specific date?
Yeah, we can definitely look.
We would sure like to see that too.
No patient, not only a Rosebud, we have open door policy. Any IHS beneficiaries cannot be denied access to care at our facilities.
And then
We might say, you have to let us know so we can have a security escort if there has been a breach of peace, but we don't deny someone access, that's illegal.
you know, and on number 46, it talks about, we asked about staff recognition. We just had, one of your counselors resign after many years of service for the people in mental wellness. Was anything done for her?
Yes, she had a case she received.
We're gonna also honor her down here too, so you guys know. And then, on the 20, I want the listeners to know on the 29th and the 30th of this month, they are taking testimony from our people on how their services are, how they've been treated, whether it's good or bad at IHS, what they have experienced. We need people to come in on the 29th and the 30th and give their testimony. And I want people to know, because we've had grandmas experience almost losing their grandchildren there at IHS. And I want those family members to remember, because they still carry that hardship and they're always going to carry being traumatized, especially their grandchildren. but they should file a tort claim. Because no one should have to experience what some of our families go through up there. Not at all. The system is broke. How are we going to fix it? We can't afford to let another year pass by. And if you guys are truly leaders, administrators, when you walk out this door, you don't talk about it, you don't joke about it, and you don't say, oh, those three musketeers in there that always complain. We don't complain. We all are around this table because we speak for the people. They voted us in. So when we're at this table, we have no friends. We are here to speak for the people. When we're at this table, we have no relatives because we are speaking for the people. And if anybody wants to be in any positions to promote and be there for your family and your friends, you don't belong there. Our people are suffering enough. We need to start correcting things and making them better so we don't have a boarded up hospital, so we don't have no place for our 7 generations to come just living in darkness because of the lack of leadership and taking, we all have an oath. We should be providing the best care, we should be doing everything we can to make it better for our people.
I agree.
No shortcuts. No, because that's not what's told to us. And we know the truth. And our people, please start speaking up, putting things in writing, even come here to these chambers and speak. That's what we need. We need the voice of the Oyate right here, and we need it in writing to really make things happen. But please, I encourage you for the 29th and 30th, come on in, and we really need to find a way to fix this broken system. Thank you.
Emily Wayne.
Okay. This is just a follow-up on some of my colleagues' concerns, but in regards to number 46 and the retirement one, you had 8 employees who have retired this past year who did give notice and all that, because I read what the answer says, they have to give notice, et cetera. Well, you guys are very well aware of that, and they were not honored. And can I say the names of the 8 that retired?
Yeah, because it's not talking about anything personal. You're just letting them know which of our tribal members did resign or retire.
Okay.
Retire? Is it the retirement?
Retirement one.
Retirement one's nothing.
Yeah. Retirement ones. Okay. So we had James Davis, Karen Wright, Phyllis Provincial, Pauline Eagleman, Ida Brahm, Barbara Boyd, Chuck Holtz, and Marvin Pinnock. They have all retired there with their full benefits. And neither one of them was provided a star quilt, a cake, or anything like that. And I have seen your guys' retirements. I participated in one whenever, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, retired, but she was there for years and years. Okay, so that's number 46. I don't know the name of the one that Totes was talking about that retired.
Pat Hill.
Oh, Pat Hill, okay. And then in regards to the escorting of one of our tribal members, it was Krista Bowie who escorted her out. And I was gonna say you should check the surveillance camera on that. I don't know how long ago that happened. I believe like 2-3 weeks ago or something. And then another issue that we talked about with PRC for flights out is anywhere between 8,000 to 10,000 per person. So yeah, that does add up. And I'm one of the ones that have bills that are unpaid because of IHS on a recent referral, but I'm sure they will eventually take care of that. But as we were sitting here, I did get a couple phone calls from that place asking me, then they leave their voicemail to contact them about payments. So in regards to number, and we're always Cher had brought up, the promotion of, our tribal members into these positions. Well, what about career ladder positions? Are those being offered at all to our enrolled tribal members up there?
Well, when you say career ladder, to me, that means it was advertised as a GS 7911.
Okay,
And so you do your 1 year as a 7,
yeah,
you get a positive performance review, and then you move after that to the 9, GS 9. With that for a year, you get a positive performance review, and you move to an 11. So that's what career ladder means. So it depends how it's advertised, depends on how the employee performed. So there's that opportunity. We do have those.
okay, well, I wish that those were provided more often. Then you wouldn't have so much
It depends on the position. You can't do that for all of them. Thank you.
So the other one is a facility meeting CMS conditions of participation? Are there presently deficiencies that require a plan of correction? If so, can you share this with the council? And what are the timelines to correct these deficiencies? Can we get that report?
The last review was for Rosebud was done when?
For CMS or Joint Commission, we have two. So our accrediting body is the Joint Commission. That would have been in 23 when I was here as the acting CEO, and we did have one finding that was cleared in that year in the summer. We have not had any CMS corrective action plans to respond to since it's been several years.
So if that was in 2023, the next survey will be in 2026 because they're on a 3-year cycle.
Okay, that really surprises me because all these complaints that we get regarding healthcare, treatment of staff, documentation, referrals, and things like that, are those being covered up so they're not being addressed with CMS?
Me and my staff do not cover up anything.
Okay.
We investigate everyone. We have a team that does it. We just send it to the team and it's.
And we keep documentation of those investigations for our compliance.
Okay. Can you provide a copy of the last governing body report?
Yes.
Okay.
And every month you should be getting a CEO report, and then every quarter a governing body report. So we'll make sure that happens.
We'll probably need a listing of the full council emails, because I think we've
I
historically.
think someone sent that
those
to me
one
last
point of
night.
contact.
Yeah, who sent it to us?
It's in the secretary's office.
Lily has it?
Okay, and then, yesterday there was a motion made to have a care coordinator agreement. Someone to help our patients with their concerns and complaints and all that. So basically kind of like a patient advocate, I'm assuming.
Those are two separate things.
Two separate.
We wanted a copy of the agreement. We wanted a copy of the agreement, and then that position you're talking about is something different.
That was your question, you couldn't remember.
Okay. So in regards to questions number 58 and 31, they both involve cancer. You say that Dr. Toby is currently doing basically screenings and evaluations and whatnot like that in your answer because it was really vague, but,
Sorry, I didn't hear that question.
number 58, 31. So in regards to number 31, I remember I asked this because there was not enough referrals for cancer screening. However, it is worded there are excessive referrals for cancer screenings. When I asked that, there was not enough referrals for cancer screening. Our patients are not being told that they have cancer. And at that time, I had asked, why they're not being told they have cancer when it is first seen. Do they not know how to read the radiology reports, the CAT scans, whatever they have to do? Or are they just there to be treated for what they specifically went into? And if something was found, they're not told.
Our providers follow the standard of care. If that standard of care is not met, something was missed, that would then trigger us to do what we find out in RCA, to look at that, or to, maybe it's not a big enough issue to be a full RCA, because that's a big process. There is reviews done. You guys can.
We do, yeah, we do risk management or quality reviews on concerning cases. We do utilization review on labs, radiology, whenever we get blood to make sure processes are followed correctly. But it sounds like you're talking about a specific case.
No, I'm talking about quite a few cases because one was going up there with issues regarding lungs, having a hard time breathing, coughing, et cetera, et cetera. They did numerous x-rays on them, but they never once told them that they had lung cancer until it got to a stage 4.
That's not isolated.
Yep, that's not an isolated complaint.
So most of our radiology reads are done by our radiology contractor.
Yep. James Allen. So
James
that,
Robbins, so
and their
those
radiologist.
would be sent. If there's any issue, anything that was missed.
It's historic, it's ongoing.
Yeah.
And why is it not being
Historically,
addressed?
So basically what I'm saying is that if I go in there for a cold, I'm gonna get treated for a cold. And if they x-ray my lungs to check for pneumonia and they don't see pneumonia, they're gonna say, you're fine. But if there's a spot in my lung and because I wasn't there for that, for a cancer screening or whatever specifically, they're not gonna tell me, hey, you have a spot in your lung. And that's just not one case, that's a lot of cases and it's been going on for years. You go in there, you get a colonoscopy. They're gonna, go through that colonoscopy and whatever, but the doctor there, because maybe you were having a hemorrhoid or whatever thing going on so that, it escalated to the colonoscopy, they're gonna treat you for your hemorrhoid issue, but they're not gonna treat you for that little bitty spot that they've seen that could possibly be cancer. Those are concerns, and I brought this up to you, Joe, before. Our patients are being diagnosed at a stage 4. And you go back through their records, and it's noted in there, well, there was a spot, but they never informed that patient. That could have stopped that. That could have gave them a better chance of survival. Mind you, stage 4 is a very high level of cancer. And you're very lucky if you get to live 4, 5, 6 years down the road. But it's concerning all our population here because a lot of them get diagnosed. So
Those cases do get reviewed. So if that is occurring, that we would address that internally. We have process to address that. And formally, if we see like a particular provider that might be missing things like that, there's actions that we would take.
maybe you need to notify your providers and advise them that, can you please, when you first bring these patients in, can you please look through their chart and see if there's any notes in there? And then let them know this was found on your last test, this was found on your last x-ray, because our patients aren't they do not.
Okay.
And let's start that process, please, because, our people need a chance.
And they should be doing that, mostly I want to quantify by saying in clinic for primary care, because they get more time with the patients typically than like an ED visit. The ED visit might be where they're getting seen for a certain issue and we deal with that issue, but we would hope that those patients are coming back through primary care and getting all of their issues dealt with on a regular, absolute basis, and also coming in for preventative care, not just when they're sick.
Tammy, do you have specific patients' names? Should you provide them so they can follow up?
There should be appointment options.
There are not appointment options.
There are not. I went up
And if
there
you don't
the
know that,
other
that's
day,
even worse.
signed in at 7:30, there was already a line. And still had to wait for my appointment at 10:30. And that's just how it is. I mean,
There should be same day, which is what I think I hear you describing by saying you came in, you signed up, and was given a time slot. That sounds like a same day, but you should be able to call in and make an appointment.
you're not allowed that. No, what I'm saying is that I went up there at 7:30 and I signed in. And I signed in because I wanted to get in and then get out as a walk-in. I've watched them come out and say, hey, can you go upstairs? Can you come back at this time? I need you to go over there and like that. But I actually had an appointment at 10:30. So I ended up waiting until 10:30 and then I got triaged and then I got to see the doctor around 11. But I strongly am really disappointed in how IHS is serving our people. I'm sorry, but I am. I mean, you have people up there that really are here to help and assist our people, but then you have your guys' process that really does work against our people. That's just basically what I have to say, but maybe you need to do a chart review on a lot of these patients who are diagnosed at stage 4 and go back and see if they did have something before that they were never made aware of. Okay, thank you.
Emily, Wayne, Michelle, and Phillips.
Sorry, it's me again. I just wanted to check in with you, President, because I know we had a scheduled recess from 12:30 to 2, so I don't know.
think that because we didn't get everybody's questions answered, if somebody wants to leave to go, they can, and we can continue to
I just wanted to check.
unofficially ask them questions.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'll proceed with my questions here.
And keep coming back too. You don't have to solve everything today.
Well, because the reason why is because we have a few more questions regarding this initial, and then I really want to get to the motions that were made yesterday. It seems like you want to have a conversation with that because some of that, being able to, address the CEO and all that is held up on that, and that's why I wanted to address the time, because some of my questions are going to go into the ED concerns and some of the stuff that led up to the motions of yesterday. So I'll start with the other stuff first. So just real quickly on what County or Councilwoman, Representative Closure Creek was saying, that is happening. So I know you probably feel a little defensive trying to say it's not happening right now. It is happening. It has been happening for decades. And so it'd be really nice to know we are doing things to prevent this from happening, not we're going to continually address the complaints as they come in. So I just wanted to start there. So just don't tell us it's not happening, because we know for a fact many of us, as myself, have lost family members due to the fact of just a simple not following up, saying, hey, you have cancer. Hey, you have an alarm heart. Those types of things. So just letting you know that is truth. Second of all, one of the things I just want to make sure that it's not going to count against my 3 minutes. That's why I'm trying to talk real fast for my 3 minutes and then let you respond. But no, if I can still have the floor after that, then go ahead. Yeah, okay.
We do work on systems, standards of care every day, all day, to make sure things like that doesn't happen. We have reviews and doctors and secondary reviews, and all that stuff does happen every day.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you, there's still a hole, because there's still, like this year, still people that are getting late diagnosis that they had reported in their chart, had they been told years ago, months ago. So again, I don't want to sit here and talk about detailed information and people's cases, but I'm just telling you that it's happening. And whatever's going on needs a revision because it's continuing to happen.
You can send me any more information specific so I can look into it and see where our system is breaking down.
Well, between lab and the nurse and whoever's talking to the patient, there's a breakdown. Between when you send people out and their labs and getting that back, there's a breakdown. I mean, I don't know if there's patient navigation. I don't know if it's something that we can collaborate again with our health admin. But it's really hard to hear the lip service, because again, at one of these meetings, I heard from Callie herself saying, we're looking at changing, we're looking at holistic health, we're looking at all the things, but when you look at healthcare, we're not providing that yet. So again, it's great that you guys know about it, but it's really hard to hear that you're not actually taking any action about that knowledge. So to move on here, one thing I wanted to ask quickly was, we all know the complaint process is not perfect. And so because of that, as a duty for a council representative, it's kind of, you have this, I don't know, you want to protect your people, right? And if you know that they're going to have a target on their back by coming forward with this information, you kind of want to protect them. So I'm wondering and asking, is there room in that complaint policy or process for me as a voted, elected official to bring a complaint forward on behalf of one of our constituents?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to let our people know that as well, because that's a big fear. And that's honestly why a lot of things aren't documented properly. So now knowing that all of our council representatives can be a form of documentation for them, I think that will help. So thank you for that. Another thing what's come up was from our health board, we've been, it's a balancing act, right? About when you can hear from our people, where do they work? Do they follow their own chain of command? All this stuff. But no matter what, we're in place to be a voice for our people. So one of the concerns that's been kind of going through our health board recently has to do with the lack of appropriate and professional union representation for some of our IHS employees, specifically tribal member IHS employees. The most recent complaint that we got that brought forward was they exhausted the very exhausting, as you all know, processes to attain even union representation, to attain all of these steps. We were told, I think there was like 4 steps or something, and they had only gotten help to step 2. And then we're told, I'm sorry, I'm no longer going to help you, even though they were providing documentation that it could go forward. Follow-up information came in that not only were they refusing to follow up on that union representation, but they also were making drunk phone calls and other unprofessional communication efforts with that ex-employee. So I'm just wondering, what is your relationship with our union representation? I don't know if it's a contract or how that works, but what do we as a tribal representative and as the health board chair have to advocate for our people when the people that they've paid through their government job to advocate them are not doing that?
We are on the other side of the union. So when we take an action on an employee or do something that violates the bargaining unit agreement, then the union takes action on us. So I don't know the status of the union here. If some employees pay every time they get paid to be a part of the union has some staff to support those. So if the union says we can't help you, then I don't know.
So you don't know who we would follow up on the complaints for drunkenness and unprofessional communication from a union representative?
You can send that to me and I can work with the union.
Thank you. That's what I was kind of wondering though, because we've gotten that. It's been months that we're trying to help this and we're just kind of at a keeping wall. So thank you for that offer.
With your question, can I intervene just a second? Because it'll pertain to what you're asking. Who's our union steward? In-house.
Is our national union steward that covers
In-house.
this area, but in-house, I would have to find out.
Do we have a union steward? You're both from there. Do we have a union steward?
Well, that's not something that we deal with.
That's not something the union reaches out to find union stewards within our facility. And then they notify us who our union stewards are. So I don't personally know who the union steward, or if there is one currently at Rosebud, but the employees are still eligible to reach out to the.
They'll have someone assigned from another service unit or whatever, so.
Years
Yep,
ago,
and
there
is
was
office
a
space.
union office in the hospital in the basement, and we had a union steward there. I know we did because I was one. And it sounds like we're lacking a union steward. We shouldn't have to have our employees wait for a union steward to come to the hospital to visit with the issues that occur up there. When I worked there, there were at least 5 that were trained and certified to be union stewards. And there was one that was the head union steward. And that is why an office was made there, so that when an employee had an issue, they wouldn't have to wait. If something occurred that day and they needed a consult with them, they were available. So I think with what Emily's asking you, our hospital needs to work on housing a union steward right there. Take the time to get them trained. I know that you do have a few there because I know specifically of one that was trained when I was. And that person is still there from when I left, and I've been gone from there 10 years.
I know we have an office, and every facility has the right, if an employee wants to become a union steward, but we do not force the employees to become union stewards.
So I
That's something
convey that to the union
Yeah.
leadership and let them know there's concerns.
I would suggest that you do, because I feel they need that representation there. And some of these issues that are being discussed can be alleviated because you'll have that person there. And if they're willing, and if that person is trying to advocate for another employee, it needs to be allowed.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
if you want to put that in your notes, that we do need a union steward within our facility, that would help. I'm sorry, Emily, I just wanted to tack on while it's on that topic.
No worries. I'm good. So my next bullet question was, it's probably going to lead us into the concerns about the ED and conversation from yesterday, but before that, I'll just address. So in the conversation and stuff that we've been doing research I didn't know this resolution existed, so I just want to share it with everybody, because in case you guys don't know, and I don't know what the proper authority that we even have to ask you to uphold our, resolutions, but we hope as, somebody that's trying to have better communication, that we would at least acknowledge them. So there's a standing resolution from 2015 that was, modified and updated in 2017, and it is in relation to the upper level administrative level positions at the local IHS office, and the historic and obviously continued lack of communication between IHS and the tribe. So I'm just going to read, I'm not going to read the whole thing, just a few of the sections here. So at this time, they must have been selecting a new CEO. So I would have really had hoped that this would have been utilized during the last selection of CEO, because it doesn't seem like it was. But so therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Administration direct that all interviews of executive level positions, CEO, DCEO, CV, DON of the Rosebud IHS Hospital be held in the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council chambers located at 11 Legion Avenue, Rosebud, South Dakota, from this date forward. And that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council and Tribal Health Administrator be involved in the selection process. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby direct the Indian Health Service to include our Tribal Health Administrator, RC Health Board Chair, and RC Health Board Vice Chair on any and all correspondence regarding the Rosebud Sioux Tribe from this date forward. And be it further resolved that in the event the IHS fails to comply with this resolution, the CEO or acting CEO will be banned from the Indian reservation. I just wanted to make sure that that was on record and that everybody was aware. So having stated that, I don't know if there's any other questions that anybody wants to start or handle before we go into that next phase of the discussion. So I'll just pause here.
Actually, we need to take like a 5 to 10 minute break.
Okay.
And then
The rest of my stuff was going to go into that.
We lose quorum then?
No, they're just out of their.
No, we didn't lose quorum, but we're gonna continue anyway. Unofficially, because I haven't recessed us, and there's still a lot of questions.
We have, community people that want to speak too.
Okay, so let's take a little break, and then we'll just continue. We don't have a quorum to make any motions, but we can still have discussion.
I'm gonna take a break.
That way, if our guests leave. Break.
This would they do.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
It's on top of your mouthful in 2 minutes. Don't catch me mid-air.
And sign like this.
Is Marion still here or did she leave the building?
Their stuff is here, but I don't know if they went to the,
She did. She went to the
Right.
parade. She said it danced during it. So.
That's the parade. Who did? Marion. Marion? Okay. What about, Totes and Alvin?
Alvin's here.
Totes is here.
I don't know about Alvin.
Alvin, is he still up there? Okay. Don't take a couple more bites and then they can start. Okay, we have Wayne, Michelle, Totes, and Tammy.
I already asked my questions, Madam Chair.
You're done?
Yeah, I'm done.
And then I have my other ones, but I'll wait till we get to that first. Thank you.
I'll ask my same
All right.
questions that I always ask. I actually had hoped you guys would have been gone by the time I had come to the meeting, but nonetheless, how many IHS doctors are at our facility? That are IHS doctors, not the Boston docs that the tribe brought in.
Get that to you here in a second.
How many were there in 2016? Yeah, IHS doctors. How many CEOs have we gone through in this facility since 2015? Acting and permanent CEOs.
At least 10.
We're right around 21. Until we take over the hospital, the people need to realize, and the councils needs to realize, that we're stuck with the PHS care that we're currently getting. It's sad, but that's when you're not in charge. This is still what we're going to deal with far after most of us are out of these seats. I'm going on, my first term started in 2014. I'm going on my third term, and every one of these questions might as well have been a repeat print every year. So nothing really changes. That's unfortunate. But one thing I would like you to change, effective immediate, is when, because we do not offer enough care up here for our members. When one of our members is sent off this reservation, you guys figure out how to tell those doctors or whoever the administration is on staff, whatever hour of the clock it is, that those patients are to either be brought back or they're to be informed at that hospital how to get those patients back. We got tribal members being sent to Montana, Colorado, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, and they're being sent out, either flown out or being sent out on ambulance. And then once they get there, they do not know how to get back. They shouldn't have to worry about getting back because the hospital sent them there. But they're not even informing those hospitals of what the process is. All they know is they're there to treat said patient. And so those patients, some of them do not have the family structure to be there within 3 hours to go and get them. So that needs to be figured out immediately because that's in your power. Nobody should be stranded in another state because they didn't provide the care at our home facility. And this is going on daily. Daily, we got tribal members being sent out. And some of them being sent out, and then all of a sudden, the hospital's like, wherever they send them, why'd they send you here? This is minuscule or whatever. So then all of a sudden, they just immediately kick them out. And then they're hopefully being, some of them even get harassed because they go and sit in the waiting room at the beginning of the hospital and they say, you can't be sitting here. So then they literally are walking the streets of whatever town or city they get sent to. And so I'm just saying, get it fixed. Get it fixed. It's unfortunate because we get the calls. People want us to rule the world, change it overnight. They think we are in charge of the hospital. 11 years, we're still talking about no child births at our hospital. 11 years, we're still talking about lack of women's care at our hospital. 11 years, we're still talking about the lack of mental health providers at our hospital. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
With what Wayne is saying, in the private sector, I believe they have their social services people that help with these types of issues. We had a social services department that helped at one time years ago. Do we not have that no more?
Still do.
Are they actively communicating with where our patients are being sent to provide this assistance for return, or just when they're in the city and they're someplace they're not here on their homeland, they don't really know, and they're not gonna approach people to ask for help. They're gonna call back here and we're gonna help from here, which sometimes it's very difficult. So I think a suggestion is to improve whoever your social services person is. It used to be an elder and she was fantastic. She helped patients make the arrangements for people that came home for end of life, people that needed to get sent out or get home, whatever their needs were. That was a very helpful program. So maybe it should be looked into to see exactly how much services are we being provided to help our patients. Because it was at one time, probably 10 plus years ago, it was very active, and the lady that worked in there, the people all knew her. She was kind-hearted. She went out of her way to help people get back home or to get to where they're going or whatever they might need. Sometimes when they're flown out or just sent to a different facility, sometimes the physicians there will prescribe a different medication or some type of a medical device that we don't have here. And that at that point in time, she would help get that here, because a lot of our patients don't have the means to get special tubing or something for respiratory, different things like this. But from what Wayne was just saying to you, I think that's something that you need to make note of and help us with. Michelle, Totes, Emily.
I just wanted to get the floor for enrollment.
As long as there's no objections, she can have the floor. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Martina Corrigo, and I'm the chairman for Two-Strike Community. And I have a few concerns about IHS and our nursing situation up there. I have two community members that were registered nurses, and one was forced to resign from being an RN up there. And she's an elder, and I respect her a lot. And we have another registered nurse her last day is next week because of harassment and bullying that's going on up there. And one person's name that keeps coming up in all this situation, she's sitting right in front of you. Every time. Yeah, you. And I don't like that. You know, we already get nurses here at our IHS. We got tribal members that work up there and being pushed out, being harassed, being bullied by you. And we need to look into that, because we barely get nurses here, our tribal members. And I got a niece that's going to be graduating in May. She's going to be a registered nurse. Is it okay for her to be working here in our own hospital without getting bullied and harassed? She's not going to want to come here because of this, what's going on here. And that's going to be going on to all our other tribal members, our other nurses, young ladies that work up here, that want to work up here. You know, you guys need to really look into that. Look into this bullying situation up there. People are getting pushed out, forced to resign because of people like that. And I don't appreciate that. I speak for my community, my tribal members. We have a respiratory therapist that's doing that to our employees up there. That needs to be looked into. I got people that are calling me earlier. Get him out of there. do something about him. Employees can't even work up there because they're worried about him, what he's doing to them up there. We got young girls up there, our tribal members. What about their safety? What if he finds them somewhere for work? What if he does something to them? Look how many missing and murdered Indigenous women we have out there. And he falls underneath that. So I want you guys to start looking into all this bullying and harassment that's going on there, IHS, with our employees, with our tribal members, our registered nurses. And I'm speaking for them, and I'm speaking that this bullying and harassing needs to stop. You need to leave. You need to leave our IHS. Now, my name is Martina Croigo. I'm the chairman for the two-strike community. And I'm not always going to be down your back. Each time you come here, I'm going to be here. Thank you.
I don't want, when I ask my staff to come, a bullying of them when we're here. Callie is a long time professional. She has a really hard job in director of nursing. The hardest job at the hospital is managing all the nurses. If there is any specific concerns, they can bring them to us and we will investigate. But it's not fair to say that Callie's a bullier when we don't have documentation of that.
Yeah, but then everyone don't want to because of they're together.
Raise your hand.
Joe, I think probably, as they've already all expressed, these people aren't going to come forward and they're not going to write anything because of retaliation. They're not going to speak up and say something because of retaliation. Our people rely on jobs to survive, and they may be mistreated. They may, whatever's happening, they're going to tolerate it as long as they can, and they're going to either resign or be fired. And so when our people are expressing, especially our chair people, our council reps, anyone expresses the concerns, these are coming from our people, and it's going to be very difficult to get them to write it up. So what they do is they rely on either the members of this body or the chair people of our 20 communities to be their voice because they're afraid. So I know you want to defend, and Martina is upset and riled up because these are our tribal members that are being affected by the mistreatment that's going on. If you just hear it one time from one individual, but when you're hearing it from individuals from different communities, from different walks of life, that this is happening, then take heed to it. It shouldn't have to come to her standing up and being angry and saying what she said. But that's that frustration with the lack of being accountable, making sure that something is being done. When our people are afraid to speak up, this is the result. This is how they're going to react, and you're going to want to defend her because she's under. But if you have this many complaints, it's questionable. Any program that has a high turnover, is it the employees or is it the director? Is it the supervisor? When you take it and you look at it and you examine it, there is something significant there. There is some substantial reason why it's happening. So, you need to listen. And I know that you're saying she shouldn't be doing this, but she's frustrated. She's angry. It's very fortunate that this home room isn't full of angry people because it would probably be even worse. So I just ask that we all show respect. I mean, she's frustrated and she's angry, and you're wanting to stop her from saying and expressing herself. Sergeant Arms did call point of order, but we need to try to all work together on this.
Can I add that if I'm an employee and I feel like I'm being bullied or in a hostile work environment, we have an anti-harassment coordinator. We have processes. And if I file a complaint on my supervisor, that means that employee is protected until the end of that investigation. It's against the law to retaliate against that employee.
It's not happening though.
It's not happening.
On a formal complaint?
On a formal complaint or in any way, shape, or form. And that's really frustrating. And, you know, I'm glad Kelly's here and she gets to hear these frustrations because now she kind of knows how it is to be on the receiving end of things said about her and complaints. But on the other hand, I do apologize and maybe you should give her some tissue because she looks like she needs it. But maybe you need to transfer her out of our area. She can go and work somewhere else. Because like Madam Chair had said, when there's one complaint, fine. If there's 2, 3, 4 complaints, there is a problem. We see it all the time. And so I'm going to request that you transfer her out. She doesn't need to be in Rosebud. Because a lot of the concerns we hear are because of this individual. And we brought it up last time to you. And she's still here.
I don't have any complaints on Cal.
Because people are scared to come forward.
They have to come forward.
They are told, wait, Joe, wait. We understand the process. But they're scared to come forward because they're told not to talk to us. They're told not to do this and that. And if they do, they're retaliated against. Maybe we need to bring more than a few employees down here so you can hear these complaints, but then they'll be retaliated against. They'll probably be blacklisted is what they call it. So in regards to that resolution, I don't know, maybe we need to have that discussion now with him.
Can you bring up my sister's concern when it's my turn to have the floor?
Okay. But yeah, we did ask for a motion and a resolution to be brought forth. And it's not just Marlene. Because of the issues that have been going on up there. And have been continuously going on up there. I told you they have a clique. You said they don't. They stood here and said, no, there's no clique. There is cliques up there. It's like that everywhere, even in school. Even in the tribal union, even in our workplaces, it's like that everywhere. There's cliques. Either you're a part of it or you're not. But this one,
I believe that's true.
okay, I'm glad you say that now, because back then you didn't.
We at all our facilities, we have clinics, we have things like that we have to deal with. I know that's true.
Well, this clique here is very intimidating, and they're bullyish in their behavior. So I'll sit down, I'll let Emily, I believe she was next, take the floor, and then we'll discuss the resolution or the motion that's going to be coming forward.
Michelle?
Or Michelle, sorry.
Michelle?
Me?
Then your turn.
There was I can't find it now, but there was a directive from Marlene to the employees that they could not speak to any of us. And I think it initially came out during the talks of compacting. There was a lot of fear. Employees were not allowed to come forward, and we had a forum, and they weren't allowed to go to the forum either to ask any questions. I was searching for it, but I can't find it, but there is an email out there.
Chairwoman talked about that earlier, was going to give me a copy of that. As employees, like I told Chairwoman, we have civil rights and we're Americans and we can talk to whoever we want. The only thing an employee can't do is, on behalf of IHS, come and speak to the council like that.
It wasn't on.
But they can, on their own.
Regarding their treatment
They
and how
can
they've been
talk to
treated and
whoever
how
they
they've been
want.
told and how they're bullied. I mean, there's so many issues. And I get that you have advocates for everything and that you want the world to believe that it's such a great place and you guys follow the rules, but we all know here that that's not how it is. The people, our own people, know that's not how it is. So we're here to voice for them. I mean, something needs to be done. Why isn't it being looked into rather than having these responses like, oh, that's illegal. Oh, no, we can't do that. It's happening. It is happening. The email is out there. I just can't find it right now, but I know it was sent to me before.
The lice one?
No, the one that said that they couldn't talk to any council reps, the employees. It was prohibiting them from talking to anybody regarding any of the issues up there. These employees, they don't have rights. maybe they do on your paper, but when they're there, they have no rights. They're bullied, they're demoted, they're kicked out of their houses. I have employees call me crying, but they don't want me to mention their names because of retaliation. I talk to people crying on the phone all the time because of things that are happening up there, the treatment that's happening to them up there. So it does need to be looked into. And when I do find the email, I'll send it to Kathy and you, but right now I'm searching and I can't find it. I think we do have another, member that wants the floor as well.
With no objection?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Cynthia Barrow Jones. I have a few issues. I already talked with this guy, but it was out there because they wouldn't let me get the floor. I think that was a few months ago. I told them about the issues that are going on at the hospital. First of all, you say you don't have a clique up there. Yeah, you guys do have cliques. They have cliques. These two women and the other woman, they all have cliques. I know. And you guys chased out my niece. You guys made her resign. If she didn't resign, you guys were gonna fire her. She's an employee, and she's a tribal member. You guys ain't tribal members. That hospital belongs to us. That's our hospital. The hospital belongs to us. And all the things that I brought up to this guy, and I told him, and I brought up a couple issues to you, to your office, I brought them to you, but what do you guys do? You guys go there and put the hand. Don't do that again. And they put it on Facebook. Oh yeah, somebody came in and reported me, and oh, my boss said, slapped me on the hand, told me not to do that again. That's what goes on up there. And you guys got these individuals, I'm not going to say names, but you have individuals that you guys put from one position to the next position to the next position. And don't tell me you don't. You always say, HR, HR. When I called the HR, they said, no, that's Rosebud. Rosebud pick and chooses who they want in there. And you guys put these individuals where you want them to be. You put them as facility manager, maintenance guy, head guy. You put them over here. You look at their background and see if they got the credentials to sit where they're sitting? No. Because one of these individuals that's sitting where he's sitting doesn't even have a high school diploma or GED, but you guys put him in all these higher positions that he's sitting at. He can't get jobs down here at the tribe. So he's up here. And I know how he got up there. And I already told Dale how he got up. I mean, this guy right here, how he got up there. Because I used to work in that personnel department back in the 90s. I know how he got there. But yet you guys got him in these positions, higher, putting him in higher positions. And you guys overlook the veterans. You guys overlook all the people that were there 10, 15, 20 years. You guys overlook them. You guys put who you want to put in there. And you guys say there's no bullying. You guys bully. You guys are a bully system. You guys got a bully system going on over there. I know. I hear about it. You guys bully employees. And when they were talking about you can't go to, yeah, you guys did. You guys, I heard you guys get mad at a person and said, you can't go down to the tribal office because if you do, we're going to get you fired. Or we're going to get your job. You can't go down to the tribal council. You can't do this. You guys can't tell anybody that. We're tribal employees. We can come and they can come off duty and come here. If they don't have to work, they can come here. But you guys, all of you guys that sit in that administration, you're all got a clique. All of you. You're all a clique. And you guys pick and choose. And I would like to make that motion go on to remove you guys from our tribe. You guys don't need to belong here. You don't belong here because you guys are bullying all our tribal members out of our hospital. That's our hospital. You guys shouldn't be working up there. You guys should go someplace else and work and see if they tolerate that over there, wherever they put you guys. Because I know you guys went from one reservation, got kicked out over there, and then they put you over here to another one, and then you guys got a job left over there, so now they put you over here. Now you guys are trying to bully all our employees out of there, our tribal members. And you guys didn't honor the ladies, the older ladies that were there. You guys didn't even honor them, but there was one guy that left from here. You guys sure gave him a big old cake and a dark quilt and everything. But you guys didn't honor our employees, our tribal members that were there 45 years, 45, 50 years. You guys didn't honor them. You guys didn't honor them like nothing. But I think that you guys need to leave our reservation. I really do. I think you need to leave our hospital. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Votes Emily Tammy.
That was just a few people. You guys see the trauma that's being created. And Wayne said, you know, this happened 11 years ago. And we even have people that tell us, oh, this has been going on for 20 years. We don't need to make a change. This body has the power to do that. People voted us in. There's so much that has to be changed. Our people are going through trauma after trauma, with no mental health healing at all. There should be somewhat provided for our people. You know, and Wayne brought up where our patients are flown out, they're left. There needs to be a meeting ASAP, collaboration with CHR, even with health admin. I know at times they work till, I don't know, midnight, your workers.
24/7.
And they pick people up at the hospital who get discharged from, but you know, there needs to be a system. There has to be. So our people aren't forgotten about once they're flown out. They even call back, you know, they're hungry, they need food waiting. That needs to be brought up, but you know, we also need to get to the ED also. A huge trauma right there in itself, what's going on right now. But this, we're just tired. None of this stuff all the way around should be happening. It shouldn't be acceptable to anyone no more. We have people within this body, we have the power to make change, and we need to start for the people. And we really need to start working with each other. We didn't even receive the transition plan for this ED, what was taking place. None of us even knew what was going on. We heard it off the street from people, and we should have been the first to be informed, and we should have seen that transition plan. Because we are too getting so many complaints about that right now, about what's going on in there. People not getting certified, pulling people from here, pulling people from upstairs, pulling people from clinic just to fill the ED when that plan should have been taking place. Or, you know, we had a team that was in there doing a good job, but how can you even provide adequate care when we're dealing with intoxicated people, every bed full? So you know that there's so much that needs to be dealt with, but people need to be straight up, forward, honest, truthful, no lies. There needs to be transparency. We need to see the plans, especially with what's going on up there right now, that transition plan. Did you guys even plan it out before you, and that contract, isn't that contract still good? Wasn't it for 5 years? You know, what's really going on there? Why were they? And what's really disheartening is our own tribal members worked in that ER, the ED. Now they have no jobs, no employment. And they were sincere. They worked hard for it. So that's, you know, that there is just so much right there that means what's going on up there. What's this drama that's being created? More so to the people than ever before. I've never seen it this bad off anywhere. It needs to stop. Because there's no healing in sight. no hope. I mean, and this body needs to make it happen. But is there a plan, transition plan? Has it been sent out?
For the ED transition of the
Yes.
one contractor to the new? Yeah, we had a plan that we worked on for weeks before, September 30th at midnight. To make sure all the aspects of that transition were smooth. And then the new contractor took over at midnight. Brian.
How come we never received the plan? That's pertaining to our people. Dude, we're always in the dark. We're the last to know and we're the first to be blamed. You know, it's not fair to the people. We're here to work hard for them, and how can we when we're the last ones to know about anything? That should have, transition plan should have been sent to us immediately. Instead of hearing it on, from people or 2 days prior to. That tells us there's snakes in the grass. When we're not informed of anything until the day of, or we're not put forth with a plan or anything, that means there is no plan. There is nothing. It's just fly by the seat of your pants. And that's the way it looks like it's being ran right now. Pulling people from here and there to serve our people. That's unjustful. No, our people deserve better. I'm gonna leave the rest up to my colleagues and I'll speak more later on.
Joe, is there a contingency plan that this new contract, this new group for ER that come in, if they don't work, you're bringing back the one that you just let go of? Is that a fact that that's the contingency plan?
Well, the current contractor has a task. The tribal health, it's an area-wide contract. Tribal health is part of that contract. They do have contracts and service in other facilities. What happened here at Rosebud was, in that process, in that federal procurement process, prime positions was selected for that next task force. And there's a lot of reasons why a contractor is selected. But it went through that process and prime was selected. So if prime were to fail, if prime were to not be able to have services, then we'd have to take a look at how to fix that, because they have now a legal responsibility to provide those services. If they don't, then we would have to go through the process to have that task order assumed by another company. So I know tribal health does have ties to Rosebud, but again, we can't look at those ties. We just have to look at the federal procurement law to make that decision of who meets the definition to assume that contract, which was prime. So that was not done at the service unit at all. That was all done at area headquarters, all the way up to HHS, because that area-wide contract is hundreds of millions of dollars. And so every time a contract gets bigger, it goes to a higher level, headquarters, than HHS. So that contract has been reviewed by area headquarters, HHS, to make sure everything is done right. Should it fail, then we have to take those steps in procurement to fix that problem.
Do you still do evaluations on the contract employees?
Yes.
And how often are the evaluations done?
Do we do that? How often do?
That's through the CPARS process. Every government contractor gets their evaluation. I believe it's quarterly, but I would have to check with our chief contracting officer, but there is a process through that acquisition process where evaluations are done.
Again, if the issue comes up, if a complaint comes up, then there's a process for us to elevate that to the contracting officer representative, CORE, who oversees the contract. And so that's how the complaint process would go. If an employee made a mistake and there was a complaint, we'd elevate that to the CORE. If that CORE received a bunch of these complaints, or if they failed to meet the conditions of the contract, then that CORE would handle the steps to fix that issue, whatever it is.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. The reason I asked about the contingency plan is if there is something that is serious and fails and they need to, what is going to be that turnaround time to remove them and replace them with someone else? If it, does it have to go all the way through the procurement process? Because it seems like you should have a contingency plan on board that in the event they cannot keep up their services or they cannot provide those services, you're gonna keep them working until it gets worse, or you should have some type of a plan in place where, okay, they can't keep up, they're not providing the services that they committed to in this contract, so therefore, we're gonna have to replace them. What is the turnaround time that's gonna be allowable for that turnaround, that replacement?
We have to continue services. So whatever that means, that's what we have to do, so there's not a lapse in services. We can't close our ED down.
So a long time ago, what Emily was reading to you, that resolution she was reading to you, that came about when I was on council before I was a part of the health board that wrote that. I was the vice president at the time of that committee. And at that time, when our ER was in jeopardy and we were out of compliance and we were in jeopardy of shutting the facility down because of it, ER was only supposed to be on contract until we became compliant again. It was never supposed to continue to be a contract ER. It was supposed to go back to having our own employees running the ER, our own nurses, our own doctors. A lot of them are moved out into office jobs. They were moved to inpatient. They were just taken completely, and their expertise is in ER, but they were taken out of there and they were put in other places. So to even still have a contract there almost 15 years later, I don't know, 15 years later is really sad. But before I give it back to Totes, of course, people message us while we're talking. There is no social services anymore. They never refilled that position. And also the email came from Teresa Farnsworth and Kelly was also in the email.
That was one of the questions in here that we listed, but.
The email that Michelle is referring to on telling them that they cannot talk to anybody there.
Okay, yeah, I will look into that.
Okay, Totes, sorry, you sat down and stood back up.
Where is that plan? What is the process? What is the due process for that contract? How did you Madam Chair just said contract with evaluations. What got you to this point that you ended that contract?
That contract's not ended.
The task order.
The task order.
They're fulfilling it with a
They're
different
fulfilling it with a different.
Why?
Because of that task order.
We have the
It's another
right,
deflecting.
we have the right to know why. Because that was for 5 years, right?
The task order was for different time frames. Sometimes the period of performance is 6 months, sometimes it's a year.
We have the right to know, and they should have been informed of whatever complaints were against them so they could correct them. Because there's no correcting on no one's allowed due process right now. They don't get to correct anything. It's my way, it's your way, or the highway. Those are our tribal members. Everyone's allowed due process no matter what. And this is off the subject, but we are really worried about this, that entranceway. We got snowfall, we got winter coming. Are our people still gonna have to park here in the front and walk all the way around? That's inconvenient, especially for our older ones. What is the plan there? Because the day that construction started, I was there and it was chaos. I actually called Skyla. I said, there needs to be signs out here to direct people. We had people lined up waiting at the door to go in the hospital when they were supposed to go all the way around. And then there's just a lack of communication, period, because the phone lines were down for 2 days, or in the morning, they kept going to voicemail. So I went in there and I asked, oh, we're working on it. Well, let the public know, let the people know that these phone lines are down. But there should be a plan put in place. You guys, the cart is always put before the horse. What is the plan for this winter for the people? That emergency area is not enough for people to come and park because of the overflow. That's, emergency room's full by 8:10 because there's no appointments available. There never is, you guys. That's why the emergency room is seeing, what, 2,000 or 3,000 more than what they are in clinic because of the overflow.
Coach, I handed you that letter from Marlene. What does it say their time frame is? It's a single sheet.
Why didn't? I don't have that one, Madam Chair. Right here.
That one's with the state.
Oh, we didn't get it. We didn't get that one.
Oh, shit. Okay.
But you know, it needs to be planned. It's almost like we wait till the last minute. Unacceptable from here on out. The communication really needs to be open within all of us, to serve the people the right way, the correct way.
This is the construction update that Marlene sent.
Okay.
I'll hand it up to you.
But you know, we need to have a plan for winter. When those phone lines go down or anything happens, we need to get it out to the public immediately and let them know. And we have some that sit there for 4 to 5 hours a day, maybe even 6. I know that there can be a sack lunch provided for them because some of them can't afford to go down to the vending machine. And we really need to stay on top of our people going in their labs because this was said earlier. I go in complaining of sinus infection and then that's all they check. And I think Tammy brought it up. Council rep. And there's other issues there, but they don't get back to them. Let's see that flow chart. We want a flow chart to show the documentation from when the patient goes in and the results of everything. It has to be done, and they have to stay on top of it because we have people who are texting us and calling and saying, you know, I would say if they would have seen or paid attention to my labs, my x-rays, they would have seen back then that I was stage 2, now I'm stage 5. The lives of our people are very important. So we need to make this process 100% plus. And yes, things aren't ran smoothly at times, but you correct, you adapt. But holy buckets here. Wayne just said, gee, the same stuff's going on 11 years. It needs to stop. Some are even saying 20 years around this table. They make comments, but it's not acceptable no more. We need to start planning and being consistent. Involve the health board chair. Involve her in all these meetings so she can report back to us. Madam Chair, you know, when you send her emails, she should send them to all the council reps so we know what's going on. We have to improve this for the people. This can't go on like this no more. Unacceptable. And maybe our people need to start filing tort claims to make people realize what they're doing to them is wrong.
Emily, Tammy.
President, do I have permission to stay seated so I can read from my notes? Permission to sit? Okay, thank you. Sorry, let me just find my notes here. So just something that Totes had mentioned, just real quick before I get into the other stuff. What is the likelihood or what does the process look like to get maybe a temporary wind shelter or a temporary tunnel or temporary something put on that entrance that's there, because I'm telling you, the wind and the rain and then now the snow coming, that is not a very safe entrance for our people to be utilizing. I don't know if you know this, but I don't know if it's last winter or the winter before, we actually had a staff member that broke their hip from ice and snow not being properly managed in that area. And I, as many other people, frequent, often even to pick up meds, and it's just a challenging area. So I'm wondering what the likelihood is to get that addressed, even if it's just a temporary cheap, white little plastic tunnel cover or a windbreak or something. I just didn't know if that was something that was possible.
Yeah, that's possible. I'll
To
look
get
into that.
from like that sidewalk area around the side there. Okay. I just want to say, last week I was up there and there was a nurse having trouble discharging a patient in a wheelchair right there in that same area. The wind was blowing. It was just not bad weather. I mean, it's bad weather. So I just wanted to mention that. Since we're kind of shifting over to our concerns with the ED, I will start with, these have been ongoing concerns and questions, obviously, throughout our continued, history here, but some of the most recent stuff has really came to a head, in that we are at the point of declaring a state of emergency for a tribe regarding the conditions of healthcare or lack thereof. That was one of the motions that we will be making, that we made yesterday, that we'll be following up on as soon as the resolution is available to sign off on. And that is going to specifically emphasize our lack of women's health, our lack of children's health, and the lack of mental health or in general behavioral health, and also emphasizing that this is a form of continuous and ongoing genocide. So again, I just wanted to let you know that's what's the basis for this next conversation. And of course, the role IHS plays in that ongoing genocide. So I don't know how to address this because it's going to kind of be all over, but basically the ongoing issues, the ongoing disrespect, the ongoing just lack of presence, the ongoing lack at the table to even come develop a partnership with the tribe that their entity is supposed to be providing services for is beyond a point of repair at this point. I think that in order to have any type of success moving forward, we need a clean slate, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at that. That is what prompted the motions that were made that I'm sure you're referring to about asking for the removal of the C-suite at our current local agency. And then also following up with the potential, it's not anything that we passed yet. These are all just asked to be researched and looked into the potential of what that would look like for initiating the start of compacting those positions so we could have say in it as a tribe. We are very mindful that our people have voted against compacting. We are very mindful that we did not do a good job in educating our people and bringing them along to learn about the pros and cons, to learn about our options. Unfortunately, because of all of the situation and the current situation we find ourselves in, we no longer have as many options as we had before. So it's looking like that option is getting closer and closer to a reality that's going to be forced on us, whether we want to or not. It is our intention to be as prepared for that as we can. Now, in the past, we did look at compacting the full IHS. I'm sure that's something that we're still going to look at, but we need to educate our people and bring our people up along. So that is why the emphasis right now is only at this level, because to be frank, that is where the majority of the disrespect is coming from. That is where the majority of the lack of communication is coming from. And that is where the majority of the authority comes from to handle any of the situations or address any of the situations. So that is why that has been targeted, kind of as a compromise, I would say, because our intention was to work together. We've said it. I've said it. We've all said multiple times, come to the table. We have ideas. We will work with you. We want to work with you. We have funding. We have mechanisms. We have people in place to help move that forward. And nothing has happened. So unfortunately, this is the situation that we find ourselves in. So when looking specifically at the ED, I too have questions about why was the contract not renewed, and then I found out the contract was still in place. What was not renewed was the task, whatever you just said. So the question that my colleague asked that was not answered that I'll ask again is what prompted that task force to not be approved of? Was it complaints? And if it was complaints, were they complaints from the tribe? Because that was a statement that was made to me, basically in a not nice way that said, you guys complained about the department, we're doing something to fix it. Okay, so even if that's the truth, okay, this fix did not fix anything. It actually created a lot more issues. You replaced it with a contractor that is far less qualified. Maybe you saw a staffing plan, maybe you created a staffing plan, but having one person qualified to give care overnight, that is not a plan that I would have signed off on. So it's really imperative that we get a say or at least look at some of these so that if we have to police ourselves, if we have to enforce ourselves, at least we know what standard of care we should be held to. So I would suggest, or I would request that we could get a copy of that staffing plan that was associated with the turnover for the ED so that we can do our own work since it's obviously not getting adequate or appropriate information. Along those same lines, we were getting, at first, okay, it looked like maybe they are wanting to do better. Maybe they are tired of the complaint. Maybe they just want to do better, okay? So if we take it at that, we also learned the timing of it comes across as IHS playing a game and using our Oyate and our people's lives as pawns in this game. And that is what prompted this decision yesterday. Because if you look at the timeline of events, that this tribal M or whoever it was, the contractor had previously history with another tribal nation. Within a week, in what can only be assumed as retaliation, this trickled down and all caused that. And so that's why I'm asking again, if you can tell us what prompted the non-renewal of this one, and then I'll pause and continue.
Yeah.
The acquisition process, when there is a contract in place, there are vendors that are deemed acceptable on the contract, and this contract is still in place. That vendor is still serving in other locations outside of Rosebud, but it's the task order process.
Can you answer my question, please? What prompted their non-renewal?
It's a compete process.
Yeah.
There's nothing that prompted.
So can you explain the process is what I'm asking?
It's a competition.
So every year a competition happens, every year
The
you get
task
proposals?
orders
When
are
did you put
given
the
a
proposals?
period of performance, and those can vary.
So how did we get a performance that I'm assuming de-elevated them to the point that you had to put somebody else in there?
That's
So how
not
did
how
somebody
that
with less credentials get put in over somebody that was already there? The reason why I'm asking is
They were
because
determined to be equally, so I don't know why the comments are saying that they're less credentialed. I don't know where that's coming
as
from.
an experience in the
The
ED
vendors,
department,
both
are the staff
Point
that
of
are
order,
fighting?
one of you need to talk at a time.
Can't
Kelly,
understand you guys, you guys talking over each other.
I apologize, I will wait for the answer.
No,
It's-
answer.
It's a simple competition process. It's an acquisition process. To my
Fully,
knowledge,
fully.
there was no complaints or something that led to the other vendor not being selected. It's a competition of a task force.
I don't, I'd really appreciate it if you could explain that in terms that we can, because saying something is simple to a room that is not certified or not knowledgeable in a medical field is very condescending, and I would appreciate some respect. So can you please answer the question in a form that we can understand, because what you just said does not answer what prompted that. Saying it's a simple competition, what does that mean?
The vendors were both deemed equally acceptable on the overall contract. They compete for the task force.
So how do you get vendors? Do you ask for RFP? Are they
Yes,
just,
that's the
so when was the
acquisition
date of the RFP?
Oh, boy, I have to have our contracting people, because I don't have that stuff in front of me.
The reason why I'm asking is,
One at a time, please.
I'm sorry, the reason why I was asking is because it seems like it was a long process, that we had several months to involve the tribe, and that didn't happen. Or even just let them know that this process was happening, that there could be a potential change. That's what I'm getting for, is that we were not informed at all. I was not as health board, I was not as tribal council. How I heard was from the tribal members that work for the entity that were not getting their contract renewed. That's how we found out. So that breakdown in conversation or communication is why I'm asking these questions of how long did IHS know that this was a potential? Because we could have worked together. We could have put some of this down if we had notified our people that there's going to be potential change. We could have had a say to say if there really are issues and you're going to be making a change, let's have a say in how that change is addressed, because we have issues that would like to get addressed also. And so maybe by this change, we could have addressed both of those things. But then not having that, and then now having the reality of the level of care that is being provided in the first week alone of this contractor is very alarming. The types of complaints that we got are very alarming. So I don't want to call names out, but we got very disturbing things as far as a nurse allowing multiple nurses underneath her to use her credentials and sign in to distribute medication. Not only is that unsafe, but that seems very illegal to me. Again, I'm not in your position, I don't have a medical field background. But those are the types of complaints. We have complaints about patients not being touched overnight for hours, not even being in the system. We have complaints of people getting removed from the system, yet physically remaining in our ER. We have complaints that there are not adequate staff. We have complaints that Marlene, a CEO, who is not licensed to be a nurse, is trying to do IVs and do things that a nurse is doing. We are getting complaints that they are bringing in staff that have not operated ever or actively worked in the ED and are in tears because they don't feel they have adequate training and are being forced to work in our ED. Those are the types of complaints. We have people dying. We have babies dying. I'm sure that's not anything new in the ED, but the way that was being complained and presented to us, there was, if we had adequate healthcare standard being adhered to, maybe that life would not have been lost, or those lives would not have been lost. So those are the types of complaints that we have to do. We ourselves are brought to tears. So although I very respect that you can show emotion, I wish it was, for both ways, because our people also have rights. One of them is a right to healthcare. One of them is a right that when we go there, we shouldn't have to take a witness with us. One of them is that when we go, we should be the standard of care for our people. So it's really just disheartening to hear when we're trying to have these conversations, have those types of words thrown at us, because we can throw them right back. But I hope that's not what this conversation was intended to be. I hope we are above that. I hope we can move this beyond. But to kind of get back to why I originally started, that motion was made. We have not passed the resolution yet. But if that's the discussion that you would want to make, I don't know if you have any questions for us or anything specific regarding that. But again, I think that would have been important to have the CEO also here for this conversation to be meaningful. Unfortunately, like I said, we may be well beyond that point, so I'll leave the rest with my colleagues. There's a tribal member who would like the floor.
Any objections? If not,
Díganme usted. Good morning. Buenos dias to everybody else, But, where all of this starts from is up here. Top leadership. That guy right there. That's where it starts from. It trickles down, all the way down to our hospital or any other hospital. So in order for things to get better, that's where we need to get rid of leadership, right there. That's what this council needs to decide. And there is a lot of good things about our hospital, and there's a lot of bad things. Because I know. I hear it. I see it. I always trying to advocate for the employees. Not just the native employees, all employees. Because I used to sit in that position, that union rep position. I used to advocate for everybody, no matter how big the problem was or how small the problem was. But I'm going to tell you something. Administration always put a stop. Always put a stop. They didn't want to hear it. They thought this employee was the problem, and which it wasn't, because it was the supervisor. But administration will back up the supervisor, no matter what, on any problem. So that's when I got more involved. I was like, I'm going to go after these supervisors. I filed a lot of complaints. I've even brought them to you personally. When we were sitting out to SGU, I brought you a whole stack of complaints. And you know what? I never heard anything back. And you guys were talking about the complaint process. Oh yeah, it's an investigation and it comes back and all that. You know what? I've never heard anything. Not one thing. And how long has it been? Over a year. Not one thing. So I know that's not effective. I know it's not. Because what happens to those complaints, they get thrown and file 13. And they look at it, they say, oh, well, you know what, it'll blow over, it'll blow over. You know, and there is employees up there that get a bad deal. Bad deal. Because I hear it. And I try to do whatever I can for them. You know, for me, you know what, I wouldn't care if IHS fired me. It don't make no difference for me because all I thought about was the employees. Because they put their trust in me to fight for them. But nobody listens. Nobody listens up there. Nobody. You know, and there's a lot of stuff that you guys say, oh, yeah, we follow this process, we follow that process. You know what? That process is never followed. Never followed. There's unqualified people that are into positions that shouldn't ever be into positions. And that is true. That is true. You know, and you're right. Somebody said that. This whole place should have been full of people. You know what? These seats all should have been full. Right here, these council seats. Every one of these members should have been sitting here because this depends on our people's health care. Look at these seats are empty. Oh. You know, the people voted you guys to be here every day. And healthcare is not one of our main concerns for them. That's one of my concerns. Well, everybody that's here, it's a concern. So, you know what? When we talk about our employees going through a lot of problems up there, you know, it's true. It's true. And we talk about all these employees that are not qualified to be in positions. It's true. It's true. Because I see it. I hear it. And you know what? I'm only one person. You know? And I always tell other people, you know what? Here's what you need to do. You know? Document it. So you always have that documentation to show that, hey, you know what? You gave it to your supervisor. Nothing got done. Nothing got done. Because there's certain individuals that sit in that administration, like I said, will back up the supervisor and say, okay, well, you know what? He's a problem employee. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You know, that process that you guys keep talking about fails. Fails. Never works. Never works. Never works. Because nobody ever gets back in contact with you. Not at all. Because I've been there. I've done it. And you know what? I'll tell you what, you know, we think, oh, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. You know what? It might be a waste of time, but you know what? If you keep on it, keep doing it, eventually, maybe after a year, you'll get an answer. By that time, it's already too late. You know, so back to where I started. It starts from the top and it comes down. And whatever this leadership does appear, and that's Mr. Avion, it trickles down to our administration, to any administration. And if they're failing up here, everybody's going to fail down here. So the only thing to change is the leadership. Change the leadership. That's the only thing that's going to help. You know, it might be a big change to remove everybody, the whole administration, and turn around and bring an interim administration in. You know what? We still might have those problems, but you know what? At least somebody's gonna listen. Listen. Nobody listens to those patients. You know, I'll tell you what, when I walk through that hospital, I hear patients, hey, Jonesy, come here, you know what? You know? And the first thing I tell them, go to administration. Yeah, but I went over there, but nobody's there, or nobody wants to listen to me. Those are patients. What else can I do? You know what? Here's what I want you to do. Go to tribal house. Put it all on paper. Report it to tribal health. At least leave some type of documentation that you did go to administration and nobody was there to listen to you. You know, I mean, I've been to a lot of these council reps and I've voiced my opinion. And I told them, you know, and then it comes out on this floor. And I'm glad because that's our voice. But you know what? That voice is not being heard. It's not being heard. And I wish there was a lot of community people in here. A lot of our people need to come in here and voice that concern. Because they're the ones that don't have a right to go to other facilities. They come here. And they feel bad because either they're misdiagnosed with something or they got the wrong medication. Because nobody did listen. It all goes back to listening. You know, and I'll tell you what, and I heard something about the cultural stuff. You know, I brought that up plenty of times. I sat in there with Bob. And we talked about it. I said, because you know what, a lot of new employees come through our facility. They don't understand. They don't know. But you know what? The things that we try to teach them, I mean, personally for me, I've done it for a lot of the new employees up there. Because I want them to understand how to treat our elderly people. Because our elderly people are a concern up there. Because you know why? Because they're the ones that still live in that traditional way of life. They want someone to speak Lakota to them. You understand? We don't have that no more. Because we don't have nobody that speaks Lakota anymore. Because they're gone. That's one of our hurts right there. Because of our elderly people. And we need to change that. You know, every day, you know, at one time, way back in the day, I would say it's probably about 2000, 2011. You know what? We used to do that. We used to smudge. We used to pray every morning in that atrium in our staff meeting. But you know what? We got away from that. Because every administration does something different. And we got away from all of that cultural because, you know what? Nobody thought it was important anymore. And so how are all these new employees supposed to learn if you're going to get away from it? You know, and when somebody comes to me and asks me about something, I sit down and I visit with them and I tell them. Because I'm not afraid to share with them. Because that's what we're supposed to be doing. As the Lakota people, we share, we respect. But other people, you know, they're only here for a little while and they're gone. But you know what? They always say, you know what? I always want to come back to Rosebud. I always want to come back to Rosebud. But something blocks them from coming back. What? It's up here. It's at the top. But they enjoy it here for the time they're being here. But, you know, for some reason, they leave because they're getting pushed out or they take a better job somewhere else. Because, you know, we always talk about, we think there's no politics in the facility. There's all kinds of politics in there. And sometimes I always say to people, I say that, you know what, hey, you know, let's not bring it up, you know. Staff meetings, you know, I don't think I've been to a staff meeting in a long time. You know, since last year. I've never heard of any staff meetings. So nobody knows what's going on. Because nobody's listening. Nobody's listening. It's always going back to nobody's listening. You know, I think if we communicated a lot better, listen to each other, you know, everything would run better. But it doesn't, it's not gonna happen overnight. We had all these years, it's like somebody said, we had 11 years. But 11 years, we should have changed by now, but we haven't. But those are the concerns, you know, communication is the biggest one. Because sometimes nobody knows what's going on at the bottom. I'm at the bottom, I'm way down here. But I hear things going on way up here. Because somebody will tell me some information because they're afraid to speak, because they're afraid of that retaliation. And it does happen. And it does happen. I know, because I've been in that spot. Everything I'm talking about, because I've been there. I went through it. I fought it. So I know. But to me, it was like, go ahead, terminate me, I don't care, you know? Because that's the attitude up there in that hospital with employees. They don't care. Because nobody listens. Nobody. So why should we care? Why should we care? Why should we care? I always tell them, well, you're here for patient care. That's what you need to care about. Yeah, but nobody else cares. Well, you know, don't be like everybody else. Be different. Care. But you're doing. Love your job. That's what the most important thing is, loving your job. Because you're caring for our tribal people. That's the most important thing. But if nobody's not going to listen, nobody's attitudes are going to change. Everybody's going to stay the same. They're not going to care. So that's, go back to the beginning. That's where it starts. You know, if our leadership cared about our employees, you know what? Everything would be different. Everything would be different. But we got to listen and we got to communicate to each other. Those are the most important things that I see, that my opinion, that we need to change. Right there. Communication and listening. You know? I mean, sometimes that's all it takes. That's all it takes for an employee to change their whole day. You know? Because when I walk through that place, I always say good morning to everybody. You know, they might be having a bad day. He might be having a bad day. I tell them, hey, honey, much day. You know what? That brightens up your day. Good morning. Buenos dias. That brightens up their day. Oh, yeah, you know, you're the only one that goes around and does that. Everybody should do it, no matter what. You know? But, you know, it's up to this body to decide where we go from here. And if there was 100 people here, you know what they would tell this body? Change. Let's make that change. Let's not keep going through the same thing over and over every year. 11 years might go by again, we're going to be talking about the same thing again. Now is the time to change. And just like Pope said, this body has the authority to make that change. So, you know what, for the Oyate, make the change. So our people won't be suffering. Our children won't be suffering. Our elders won't be suffering. Make that change. It's up to you guys to decide. I hope you like to go.
Daryl, I want to correct you in one way and a good way. Not everything takes a year.
Yeah.
A reprimand and a removal don't take a year.
Yeah. I know, because it did to me in 1 week.
Bob, Tammy Totes. What? Oh.
Ja, ich frage schon nicht, wo Lila Weeble gestanden haben. Ja, ich. Hey, I'm frustrated with IHS too. Also with all these Ariata people, I'm frustrated. And I just want to remind the council that the people are listening. That's why we got some people in here right now. But is this council in formal session right now since there's only 10 of us sitting around here?
And then you
And
lost.
I share Mr. Jones' sentiment that this office, these chairs should have been filled up. Healthcare is a very important issue that these seats should be filled. We're supposed to be speaking on behalf of the Oyate people, but half of us are gone. I don't even know if this council is an official session. I think we should have been caring enough to fill these seats up so we could be expressing all our frustration towards IHS, but there's nobody here. Efter Chalila, we blukta na halal. Blukta tors na maitsa zekat sa. Hena uyatek yung kachni goksto. Lelo homni wikok takha. As takwela ka ata, dona seat ata wana empty. Hena hechak teshin ka. We should be representing our people and speaking for our people, and we're not doing that when we don't have official session going on right now. Our Constitution says you gotta have 11 people to make a quorum, and there's only 10 of them sitting around here. I'd like to offer my apologies to the Yaqui people for not doing the work that we're elected to do. Now is the time to be asking these people questions regarding your health. You can't ask questions when you're absent. Look at your job descriptions, people. Oh, that's you do a lot.
Tammy Coates.
Councilwoman Vaughn over there had covered a lot of the other questions that I had wanted to ask, but one of them is what exactly is a task?
A task order, it's a contract language, and I'm not in contract.
Okay.
Just to be fair, we really can get some people that can give better definitions than me. But a task order, the way I understand it, is you have the overall contract, and then, which can be from 1 to 5 years. And then within that 1 to 5 year time frame, there are task orders that have periods of performance. So when a time frame, it defines like a time frame of when the work will be done by that vendor. And those task orders can be competed in certain contracts.
Okay, here's another one. Joe had mentioned that they have a legal responsibility to provide services. They've been in there since October 1st, apparently. What services have they provided? Because IHS is pretty much turning employees over to cover those services. We've lost 2 patients already. One of them was a baby. And then we also have the one that was given the wrong medication for heart, digoxin. And there's a lot of issues there. So what is preventing bringing tribal EM back in?
That is a contracting question that I cannot answer.
Can
But
you
we
find
can
out, Joe? And let us know what's preventing tribal EM from coming back in and providing these ER services, because obviously they failed, primary health or whatever they are, their legal responsibility to provide doctors and nurses to be here.
Well, in the last week, they have fulfilled their obligations under the contract so far. There's nothing that we have that would remove Prime. Should we remove Prime in the future, we would have to recompete and do bridge contracts and make sure that services continue. So it's not an easy answer. It depends on what happens, but there's no reason for us to take the contract away from Prime and give it to Tribal EM.
Okay.
That would all be a contracting procurement issue that those experts would be able to talk
If you can
to.
look into that and then get back to us, please. So,
Council, we are back in official session.
okay. So another question that I had is a follow-up on Council Representative Boyd's. thing about these patients being left in these rooms allegedly while they're discharged, but they're not, they're left in the room. One of them was left overnight with a catheter. Overnight, in a room, forgotten. And the doctors with tribal or with crime, they don't really want to provide health care for our patients, sadly. From my understanding, the complaints that I got. But in regards, let's go back to our respiratory therapist. And I did follow up with Dale. Can you kind of elaborate more on your sexual harassment policy?
There is a sexual harassment policy that covers the entire agency. And I don't know if it's available. I have communicated to you, I would see if we could, that it might be a FOIA process, I'm not sure, so I'll have to find out, but we do have a sexual harassment policy that covers the entire agency.
Okay, because I was made aware that when someone files a sexual harassment complaint on an individual, that investigation is supposed to be done within 3 days, and that individual is supposed to be removed from the population until that comes back. Maybe Mr. Jones could answer that for us, because he's been there for a lot of years and he seems to be more open and he's helped a lot of people. Do you have the answer to that?
What was the question?
Sexual harassment. If someone files sexual harassment on an individual, do they have 3 days to investigate it? And then during those 3 days, that individual is supposed to be removed from the population?
It depends on the severity of the case. You know,
Okay.
so if it's a sexual harassment case, then once they file that complaint, then they have, I think it's like 48 hours to answer that complaint.
Okay.
And then what they're supposed to do is remove that person from anywhere where this victim might be. So that's what they're supposed to do.
Well, let me just interrupt in that. Mr. Jones isn't a representative.
Oh, I understand that, but he's under,
Yeah.
I understand, but he knows policy. He's versed in it.
So any sexual harassment would be immediately investigated.
Okay.
And should it be proven true during the investigation, we would immediately remove it. We would put that employee on administrative leave during the term of that investigation.
Okay. Those are the only follow-ups that I had, but can we move on to our motions and whatever we were gonna discuss?
Please.
Coach is done, she was the last one on the list.
When did Prime officially start at the ED?
At midnight on September 30th, so October 1.
And were they fully staffed with their own people to operate and to run the ED that night when they started?
As far as I know, I don't know any different.
Yeah. We heard different. We heard that that our own staff who were in other positions had to come in and fill in those positions.
That
in
is
the
true.
ED. So then you are in violation, because Prime should have been fully staffed when they entered. Yes, when they entered. And would you please send us, like, as soon as you leave from here, send us the task complete order for that contract. We want the complete order sent to us.
I'm sure that's proprietary information I can't share. But the reason we had staff there was transition between tribal health and Prime. There was a time period, it was all federal. We released Prime at a certain time and then had federal staff working and then introduced Prime after that. We didn't want any conflicts or any issues. We wanted to make sure tribal health had enough time to finish the charting and do everything they needed to finish, and then transition to Prime so that they can take over. And as you can imagine, a new contractor coming in, they're going to be unfamiliar with the day-to-day operations of the ED. And so we have staff there to help with all those. Dale has been there at night. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Holt has been there. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I think through the weekend. Marlene was working nights, Marlene worked last night to make sure all those issues with the new contractor, that we have staff there to help.
Are they all certified to be in there? And how can Marlene come serve in ED when she can't even be here in person?
Marlene is a licensed
Majority of the
nurse.
time.
Are we sure? So the duties that I was doing, even though I am a licensed nurse, was not nursing duties. It's onboarding people. It's showing them around. It's showing them where things are located. Being there to ask for them to ask questions. We have a lot of onboarding orientation that we go through whenever we onboard anyone. So we did want to set a safe environment and have our highly skilled federal nurses that are trained and also have done shifts in the ER alongside for some time. Our staff are highly trained people, and they did go down there to cover that during that transition time so that the handoff was.
So you tell me this, the life that we lost, did everyone know where everything was at that time when that code blue or whatever the code is was called? Everyone in that ED room know what to do at that time.
Or
and
how to
knew
use
where-
the machines.
Yep, and knew where the machines and everything were.
We did onboard and train all of the staff. I wasn't personally there when that event came in told, so I personally can't answer that with full conviction and knowledge, but I can tell you that the staff that has been coming through that door, whether there are federal staff or our new onboarded staff, are trained before they hit that floor. And so I can't speak to that particular instance, but we do look at that case. And we did not have concerns about the medical care that was provided in that case as far as what was expected to occur for the standard of care.
No, I just feel that if time was to transition in, it wasn't done the right process. And it was failed. We failed the previous ones that were in the ED also. And right now we're failing the people. And I just had a concerned member come in and he asked me to ask you, how does he start the process for a tort claim?
If you Google tort claim, then the information would come up. I've never filed a tort claim, so I don't know the exact. It's the federal government being sued, what that is, so.
Yep, I know that, but he wanted to know if there was a process with you guys.
We don't handle tort claims.
You can send them to help admin and they'll walk them through the process.
But you know, what makes this not good is we were not informed of anything. We were not given the process, nothing was sent to us. We had our own people coming to us, and we didn't even have an answer to give to. So Mr. Jones said something that was very vital here. You fail up here, you fail down here. You fail within the administration part, you're gonna fail all the way around. Communication, collaboration, you prevent, and you prepare. That's the bottom line. It's not happening all the way around for the Oyate. Thank you.
Emily and Wayne.
So I have a lot of questions, as does everybody, but I just wanted to check in again to see, is this the most effective use of our time or what our plan is for in addressing this? Like, should I just keep addressing questions or are we eventually going to talk about the transition plan or something like what that means if or when those resolutions are passed? I just want to, because I do have a lot of, things about like our women's health, why are women being forced to go to Valentine when they're forcing C-sections? Like, there's a lot of things that I think we could talk about today. Again, goes into that declaration of emergency for genocide. But is that meaningful, just to sit here and keep going down my list of things? Because I did have some concerns that I mentioned earlier regarding the ED, and not one of them was addressed in a response as far as, were any of those complaints meritable? Are they getting followed up on? Do we have a nurse in the ED department that is allowing other nurses to sign in underneath her name and give out medication in that way? Do we, well, the person that is in question is right here. That's what I was hoping for an answer. But also, again, is this the most effective use of our time right now? So that's why I just want to have a quick check-in before I keep going down my list here.
Well, I'd like to propose that we continue this conversation. Maybe call it a task force, maybe call it a something. Obviously, me coming and presenting these and giving general responses isn't sufficient. What I want to do is come back periodically, and as a team, we can go through these, because each one of these takes time, each one of these has details, and that we, going forward, for however long it takes, a year or whatever, we go through these lists so that you have answers that are adequate to what you're asking and aren't in general. And we just start working through all these periodically. So I'd like to set up a meeting with the health committee and admin and start working on going through these, and so that all the health committee meetings are attended, council is attending. We're going to have this little task force meeting on the side to make sure we're making progress and you're getting sufficient answers to your questions. Because I'm not going to be able to do it today.
Okay, so then real quick on just some high-level questions. Was the task order completed that prompted all of this? Is there a completed task force that is in place that if we did FOIA or requests like that, does it exist?
A task order?
The task order. Because that was one thing that was presented to us, that there is now a protest in place because there was not an existing task order to do the things that are saying that they needed to happen.
Yeah, tribal health has the right to protest. They have due process in federal acquisitions. They have attorneys and they have.
Oh, I know all that, but what I'm asking is, are you aware of that there was a completed task force in place?
A task order?
Task order, yes.
Yes. There's no way we can move forward.
Okay, thank you for that. I just needed that on record because we were giving, let me think, I think there was a couple more questions in if we wanted to do that. So real quickly, in the staffing kind of realm, I guess, I just wanted to make sure that we're not hearing rumors and deciphering between the fact and fiction. Was there instances where the staff did not know how to turn on or utilize the ventilator, multiple staff?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Was there an incident? Oh, I already addressed that one. I didn't get an answer on there. Are the nurses that are being pulled in, like for example, from the FDA, are those type of nurses typically cross-trained in an area like emergency department?
Yes.
And so they're all coming with those credentials?
They come and we orient and competency people when they arrive.
Okay, the reason why I was asking is because one of the complaints we also got was that even though there was a request to have the staff come work with for the transition prior to 11 p.m., that transition did not happen until right before midnight because the staff went up there until 11. So it's really hard to know orientation and everything happened if the staff had less than an hour to prepare. So I just wanted to comment that.
Well, we had the tribal health was there, fully staffed, working the ER, and our federal staff arrived prior to midnight.
Yes, but what I'm saying is it was less than an hour for that, so it's just hard to know that all the charts were turned over and all the communication happened in less than an hour. So I just wanted to state that. Yeah, I guess we can't really go forward with a lot of these other questions unless we're going to get, some action on those resolutions. So is that something that you would want us to talk about now? Or I guess that's where I'm confused on. You wanted to have a conversation regarding those motions yesterday. So I just want to know, is this the conversation sufficing that or?
Well, we're trying to, after you is Wayne and then Tammy asked 2 questions and we need to get those motions done if we're going to do it because we have somebody else scheduled at 3 o'clock, which is in 25 minutes. They flew in to be here to present to the council. We can set up another meeting or create this task force he's talking about.
I'm just asking because if we do more forward with our resolutions, it would, severely affect who's going to be on that task force and who's going to be on that team. So I was just wanting to make sure that that's.
I don't know if the
resolutions
resolutions are done yet, but you did have some motions, didn't you?
Well, yeah, the motions were all in place, but one of them was to ask to draft a resolution. And so no action can be taken until that resolution has been presented and so that, the motion that they're referring to was just a motion to do that, not a motion to carry out that action. The other motion was to have Eric do some research regarding our shares with the area, about what that looks like for the need of the area, how we could work directly with HQ and things like that. So that's also moving. We had a motion for the declaration of emergency or the emergency declaration. And so just based off of this conversation today, we have a lot of information that we should be adding to that, that would just, add
We
to
can
that.
add that to them, and I did ask, Joe about the chairs already, and he said we can get those. So we'll have that information coming to us as well.
Okay, so do you think it's better just to stop all my questions and we can?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then we can add them to the resolution, and, I'm sure that by the end of the day, we're gonna recess until the 15th.
Okay.
And we can bring those resolutions up at that time.
Okay, thank you so much. I will pause there.
Once the letter of intent to contract is given to IHS, then we have the legal
Excuse me for
responsibility.
just a second.
Oh.
Our mics are all dead or dying, so we're just gonna take a few minutes here to switch out the mics. So just hold your thought.
We lost four.
While he left.
Several of them, but-
Is she? Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
One more. Do you want to have can you have Alvin come back in? Oh, and Chris. We need a
Alvin, Chris, are out.
bullhorn.
Same shit.
Yes.
All enough in the hallway.
Because we weren't sure if we had them right, remember?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we have them.
I go smoke a cigarette.
Speaking of the resort. Okay, right there, never mind. Okay, Wayne.
Joe, I have a motion to request the budget from IHS for our Rosebud facility and a list of the titles of the
List of what?
list of the titles in those departments and the positions. So like whatever your CEO of, or whatever you call them, of mental health, and then whatever is underneath that department, those titles,
Entire staffing. Entire staffing.
entire staffing, budgets and entire staffing list per department. You do not have to give the names of those employees, just a list of the department, and the titles.
Are you including doctors and nurses?
They should be. How many?
How about a word chart that cover? Shows every position.
Yeah,
What they are.
with the budgets.
And if it's filled or not?
Yeah, and
It's
if
one
they're
thing to have a
filled
work chart, but if you could identify which positions are filled.
in. Right.
Second. Tammy, question? Emily, all in favor?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Tammy?
Okay, I just have two things here, that I was just informed of. Marlene's nursing license expired in 2017. You guys did say or mention that she was a licensed nurse, she is not. And IHS is still covering the ER, so they do not have adequate staff for Prime to cover it. Those are the only two things I need to say.
Anyone else?
I would like to say that Marlene was not working in the ER as a nurse. She was tasking, helping get supplies, helping to wipe things down in between patients and assisting patients. So more of like an MSA duties by now.
Okay, I disagree because we were informed that she was trying to, like I said earlier, start IVs on individuals. And she couldn't do that. So she had to call somebody else in to do it. That's a nurse's job.
It is.
So you might want to check with your employees and tell them that it's okay to come forward and report this stuff. Because that way you'll actually get an honest answer and don't retaliate against them. And if that matter of fact did happen, then I hope you guys will post something on her because she's a non-licensed. Non-licensed.
Yeah, it puts the patient at risk.
Yeah.
And the hospital for a suit. Schultz.
I want to say the same thing Tammy just said, but can you make sure, check all of them to see if everyone that's been working in there is certified to be doing what they're doing? Because we're informed of other things happening. You know, it's very hard for people that are going there.
Yes.
Losing lives. We want the truth. We don't want to be bullshitted anymore. We want the truth because this is the people's lives we're talking about.
And nursing license are public information. Is there anything you want to say in closing, Joe? Because we have somebody else coming in.
Just real
Or
quickly,
any more questions?
I I'm hearing what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying. You know, we didn't just come here to give you lip service and say everything is rosy, don't worry about it. We know day to day what happens there and all the issues that we're facing. My response has to be related to processes and policies and rights and laws. How that falls out, that's what we have to work on to fix every day. So I do think if we come together, routinely meet as a task force and go through all these issues, there will be progress. You will be better informed. Because the communication breakdown is absolutely unacceptable. And I promise you, we will fix that. So I look forward to setting a time when we can come back and go through one by one these and dig down and drill down on these issues.
I do have one last thing to bring to you. A lot of the council reps have mentioned it. Of a lot of our services, our specialty services that are gone. Two of the most important are our OB ward, our OB side, inpatient care, our surgery. Our surgery is very critical. It was very sad to me when I left there and came here because we had just got new equipment in our surgery ward. And one or two administrations back, all that equipment was removed and that area was changed to offices. Offices had the priority over providing a service to our people. A lot of these, like was mentioned with cancer, you know, not only does an x-ray find the cancer in your body, endoscopy, colonoscopy, other surgeries that can be performed in our surgery, we need to have our surgery back up because that will eliminate people from having to be sent out. We need those surgery doctors back in our clinic. At one point in time, we had a dentist that could perform surgery on our children that had to be sedated so they didn't have to be sent somewhere to have dental care. All of that was taken away from us. What I've seen since I left there and came to be a part of our tribe is that we are being pulled away from being a hospital. We are very quickly turning into a clinic. And those are all vital services that our people need to live. And we're talking about going back into the direction of compacting our facility. One of the things that I personally would like to see, you don't want to go to a car lot and buy a car that you're going to drive home and it's going to break down. Our facility needs to be brought up to par for any of our future endeavors of moving in a positive direction that is actually going to give us the right and authority to make decisions for our hospital. We are under the OMB circular states that there's priorities for healthcare. And that is one of the things that we as a tribe can make a change on. You don't have to be life or limb. Preventive healthcare is very important. We fail at our hospital to have preventive healthcare. Preventive healthcare, we could still have a lot of our relatives walking beside us every day and not just in spirit. There's a lot of improvements that it needs, not just what's being discussed today, but that hospital needs to be brought up to par. We need these services back, whatever it takes to bring them back, especially with how the financial hardships are increasing. Our people cannot be getting sent out. It is detrimental to us to send them somewhere else because I'm sure that also affects our facility. We're not getting that revenue from that care that goes to another facility. That money is going to other facilities every time a patient is sent from our hospital to an outside entity. Those are places where revenue can be brought back to us for the needs that we have. There is so much improvement that we need, but as I listen to everyone today, and from the 10 years that I worked there, my last 5 years being in administration, I know from internally some of the changes that we can make, and I know from internally and externally now what has been taken away from us as a people. Yes, within our treaty, we have a right to health care. And traveling to Washington and talking with senators in the past, I have asked the question, do you understand what is a treaty? Do you understand what's written into a treaty? Do you respect the treaty rights of our tribal membership? All of these are things, like Wayne said, we've been on council before together. And all of the stuff that has been discussed today, it is repetitive. We have just circled back around, and it's not getting better. It gets worse every decade. And our people are suffering from it. So yes, you said no lip service. That was my infamous term back when I was on health board, was the lip service. I know it's not meant to be, and I know from being a federal employee, we are restricted as federal employees what we can and cannot say when we're talking in the public, because that can be detrimental to your job. But if you have the heart to help and the compassion to help here at home, you too are a tribal member, you too know what it's like. So I hope you give your 100%, Joe, to help this tribe and not listen to us leave and just get the minimal answers, but help us to improve our healthcare for our people. So I just wanted to bring that up before you leave. I seen two more hands come up. We got 10 minutes, Totes and Michelle.
I just have one more request, a recruitment plan. Can you please send us your recruitment plan?
What do you mean by recruitment plan?
How do you recruit staff for our hospital? We would like to see that recruitment plan, because we'd like to see where our own follow in.
Recruitment and retention.
Yep, we'd like to see that. Because right now, mental wellness is very important. And I think you only have one staff up there, and our people go in there, they're put in a room by themselves, and the screen's turned on. That's not helping with mental wellness, man. We have to be.
Telemedicine is failing.
Face to face. That's meaningful. A screen is not. Mental wellness is very important right now, especially with all these unknowns coming and with what Trump's doing. So we really need that, and thank you.
Michelle, and then can someone get the floor for Phil?
Just one last thing. Thank you for coming to, try to answer our questions and to hear all of our concerns and the concerns of the people. And I think it's important to acknowledge that had Marlene been doing her job, we wouldn't have come to this point. You wouldn't have to be hearing all of our complaints and the frustrations. I just wanted to see if you can have, or Dale or somebody within the facility can do a anonymous survey by the employees and bring that back when you come back. Wanting to know what their complaints are. If it's anonymous, then their names aren't brought up and there's no retaliation. If we can see the results of that. There was, Marlene had previously told us that she was going to have a computer set up along with a staff person to help fill out job applications, and I don't believe that's been done yet either. So if that can be done, someplace to sit where somebody can help people fill out job applications to apply for jobs there, it would be nice to see that set up. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
There was one done like that in the past where they did do a survey with them, like through a Survey Monkey. Yep. Emily?
Real quick before I give the floor to Phil, I was just wondering, what would happen if the resolution that they were concerned about does pass? So I just didn't know if we wanted to kind of touch on that, anything about next steps, because it seems like previous resolutions from the tribe have gone ignored. So I was just wondering what happens in the instance that that resolution that we were concerned about does pass.
You need to give her the process of when it goes from here to Aberdeen to Washington and how long that turnaround time is.
But I also want to be respectful for Phil too, so he was asking for.
But can he answer, because he's gonna leave and then we're gonna end up losing quorum.
Okay.
First thing we do is we'll do a review of whatever that resolution states. We will have our, we'll notify headquarters, so they'll be aware We'll notify our Office of General Counsel, so that we make sure we're doing everything legally. And then whatever's in that resolution, we'll work towards resolving that. So that's the best I can say until I see what that means.
So even if the tribe did pass a resolution asking for the removal of certain employees, that's not guaranteed that that would happen?
No, because each employee has due process.
Yes.
So if there's no reason, no documented reason, no standard conduct violations or any of that, we wouldn't have any legal recourse to remove that employee.
Even if it's a requested detail?
Well,
Requested detail by the tribe?
I would work to honor any requested detail.
I'm just asking because we do have a standing resolution that says if they do not follow through with what the tribe's asking, then the next step is to ban them. And I'd really hate to have to go through banning all of these individuals if that's our only option. So I was just wondering. Thank you.
And it has
Can we have
happened.
the floor?
We have had to go through resolution to ban, and they were removed from our reservation.
Physically escorted off the reservation.
If no objection, Phil?
Kulak chow na atiki. Kokya wianatan heme. I am first to run towards the sun. My Lakota ceremonial given name. But my English name is Phil Little Thunder. I'm a United States veteran. I'm also on the Treaty Council. And I have service-connected disability that I can be treated any place on this world at the hospital or ER. But my main concern was that so far I've lost two close relatives from the ER up there. One of them was this few years back, they closed the hospital down and he had to be shipped to Valentine and he died along the way. And the other one was, this is the question I've been sitting and pondering about. What procedure or priorities that the ER uses when somebody comes in close to death? Because my cousin came in there at the waiting room, sat down, slumped over and died right there. So is there any way that, the nurse or the attendant at the desk, I notice when you go to a clinic, they give you little stars and stuff. You circle one that you think is meant for you, pain, less pain, more pain, stuff like that. So if my cousin was asked how much pain he had, he should have been taken in right away. But he just filled out and waited for them to call him in. So in that time, he fell over. He died right there in that ER. And so that was my question. Is there a procedure? Is there some sort of emergency that they can be taken in and being seen right away, or?
Well, sorry for your loss. But yes, there is a process, and I'm going to ask Dale to.
Yeah, we do, we follow the Emergency Severity Index, which is a screening tool that registered nurses get trained in to utilize to triage patients. And based on that severity, that's how they're rated and brought back into the ER. But, if
How long from a patient comes in until they have to be screened? How long?
we try to get them in right away.
Yeah, my cousin, he died just last month or a couple months ago. And that's why it still hurts right here that, he could have been saved if they just wheeled him in the back right away or something. But,
So Dale, what he's saying is that when they come into the ER and you sign up to see, you have to write down why you're there.
yeah,
But between the sign-in time and getting into triage, there is no evaluation done. And that's where the failure is. There, at one time, the last time all this situation occurred with IHS and our ER, they had started to do a system where a nurse would go out and actually assess them in order to rate them, not go into the ER, sign up, sit there, wait to be triaged because it's usually full because a lot of overflow from the outpatient clinic is going to ER. So there's a backup time in there. And that is where the failure is happening, is when the patient is waiting to get into triage and then be taken in the back. And it is so full from the overflow that patients that go into ER sit there and wait until a bed is cleared.
Well, thank you, Tachan, and the council for letting me speak my mind, and, you know, yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned the treaties, you know, I sit on the treaty council, and we always talk about what's happening over there. And, you know, as long as the grass grows and the water flows, you know, we should be getting health care, and, you know, that should be top priority from those guys over there, and the top man over there to help us out, you know. So I just want to bring that up too, and I want to thank everybody again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If you have a closing statement, then we have somebody else that's coming in at 3.
When can we meet?
Yes, you me? Sorry. Oh, it's up to me. I think we could be accommodating. We have health board meeting twice a month. That would be the easiest because they're already on all of our schedules. It would be the first Thursday and the third Thursday of the month. Our next meeting would be the 16th. We kind of have a full schedule. We already have some people coming in right there. If that's doable, we could try to squeeze you in. If not, I would suggest that first Thursday in November.
What I'm asking for, I think, is about an hour. Every time we meet, about an hour, just to go through. We could do the top 5 each, so we get through those, and we'll go through the next. So really a working session for about an hour, once a month, or however often we need to.
Schedule your first one with your first meeting.
I'd make a motion, scheduling that 1 hour consult, our working session with the health board on that first meeting in November.
November? First Thursday of November?
Second question. Wayne, all in favor?
I would just need to know if I need to be accommodating for any Zoom or virtual attendance, so we can get that.
Opposed? Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you. I'll see you on the 6th.
Thank you.
Joe, I just want to make a statement. First of all, I'm really glad you're here. We need more of this. As you can see, there's a lot of frustration. This has been going on way too long and going backwards. Please tell your staff and yourself to honor this commitment to meet with us. There would have been ongoing communications. There wouldn't be this animosity towards each other. I think there'd be a lot more progress being made. I mean, we're not the enemy. I mean, they're gonna come down there and get chewed out. I get chewed out several times a day, but I'm still here. That's part of the job. But make sure that happens, Joe.
I will, I promise.
And got a question, maybe I don't think I can answer, but Congress has decided a pot of money to help rural hospitals through this, what we're going through. Is that something that IHS is going to ask for all the tribes, or do the tribes individually have to go and ask for those funds for our hospital?
Yeah, those funds, there's no allocation in those funds for tribes. It's just to the state. North Dakota and South Dakota are setting up listening sessions with tribes to get your input so that you, because we're all state of South Dakota residents too, to be able to benefit from those those rural funds. I did hear on North Dakota yesterday on when they're setting up. I haven't heard from South Dakota yet. What IHS would do is provide data, provide guidance and that kind of stuff, but it's not something that we would be involved in directly since we're not eligible for those funds. But I do have a message into Secretary Magstadt for the Department of Health asking when the South Dakota listening session, so I can get that out to all the tribal leaders.
Awesome.
When that happens.
If you would do that and then work with the health board administration to help prepare some testimony.
And the last thing before you leave, back in the day, when this body would call the hospital and say, we want you at council, everyone in that administration office was running around, gathering everything up, and they were all here. What we hear is that there's a lack of interest in doing that there's no commitment to getting here as promptly as in the past we used to have to. Because when I worked in there, everyone was scrambling to gather whatever this council wanted and get it down here. That was one of the reasons I left and came here, was for healthcare.
That's my experience too, as a CEO, or for me, I'm willing to come whenever I can get it scheduled. So I think you have a commitment from us to come back whenever that is and respect that request. So that's what I'm going to be working towards. I promise Wayne that we'll do to better this communication.
Okay, we'll get that to you if you want to, shake hands with our council, leave in a good way. Thank you for your time. Stretch, everyone, raise your hands to the sky. What do you got?
Yeah, this one. Do a little tube.
What you gonna call it? Huh? Oh, no, you can leave it. We got 3 people coming in. Hopefully you don't, let me know if anything happens. I know you're not, but just let me know. One more here. Is there 3 of you or 4? 4, okay. Yep. Wait, come on up. Okay. What's that?
It did not. She did her.
A key person we can put a comment in.
Oh,
Council had is we were gonna go a different route for, insurance, so I just got so confused on what.
I'm presenting some other stuff to you as well.
Is it regarding insurance,
Different insurances that are needed
regarding our health insurance?
along with the health insurance. It's other insurances.
That's because our last conversation that we had, I thought we decided to go with somebody else because we hadn't been getting any improvement over the last decade with it.
We can explain it to you, Emily.
Okay, thank you.
Tanya, our administrator for our benefits, been having problems with our current carrier, eyeglass, forced communication, reports and that kind of stuff. So she asked our current carrier here to find a different company to find a better coverage. That's what I hear today, that they want to explain the difference between what we have and what we're proposing and that kind of cost.
So what happened with the other presentation where I thought we were gonna go with the new company?
This is,
No, it was a different entity here. Remember he told the bad joke?
That guy?
Yeah.
That's with our whole insurance. He's here just.
So it's not gonna lock us into anything for a long period of time when we're looking at diversifying our work somewhere else?
What Eber's about, different than this insurance.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. So this has nothing to do with health insurance?
Nothing to do with health insurance.
Okay, thank you.
This is just a fringe benefit that the tribe offers to the employees. Dental and the eyeglass. Not an overall insurance.
Gee, who did we lose?
And we're not going with that last person who I thought we were?
I can't remember the name, but they provide, liability insurance, casualty insurance for the buildings, and that kind of stuff.
No, not our buildings. It was health insurance. The guy came, he told a really bad joke.
That was for insurance for the whole tribe.
Yeah, but that was health insurance. That's why I just wanted to.
Well, let's listen to them.
Okay.
They flew in here and they have some good stuff to share with us.
Thank you.
Go ahead, introduce yourselves and, Ben, you want to gather everybody up that's not in here?
Sure.
Did Wayne leave?
Yeah, he said Marion's here, so he was gonna leave.
Oh, wow. Unofficial, it'll be, what do you call it?
11.
We lost our quorum. But you can still do a,
Presentation.
yeah, you can still do your presentation.
Full assistance on how to get the jump drive on with the screen here.
This first part, I won't need the jump drive, so I'm going to start talking while you work on that.
Okay.
So, okay. All right, good afternoon. My name is Sonia Nordby with Risty Benefits. We handle your group insurance, and we are here for twofold. And I'm going to go over the first thing, which is the dental and the vision that we work with Rosebud Sioux Tribe. We've been working with you for about 8 years now, and partnering with you on making sure that you find cost-effective benefits. And I was asked by Tanya Claremont's office to look at an alternative dental and vision carrier, because within this last year, even though we have been with the Guardian for many years, this last year, their service has gone downhill. And we have been having problems when employees go to use their benefits that they're not being found in the provider's office's systems with the Guardian. And so we went out and looked at, went back to Emeritus, who you have had about 9 years ago, but the Guardian had came in with better rates at that time. So we are simply rolling over from one carrier to the other because of the service issues and the network issues that we are having with them. So as you can see in the handout, I have your Guardian, which renewed in July, and I have the Emeritus plan next to it. Nothing is going to change except who we're using as the third-party administrator to administer your dental and vision. And the network is just as large and not going to be any issues. And so everything is matched as far as plan design, co-pays, and rates. So the rates are not going to change for your employees. They're not going to feel any disruption. The goal is to request to make this move for the benefit of the employees as far as service goes, and to ask it to take effect November 1st. Emeritus has a team on hand ready to go to provide better service, to make sure there's no disruption when you go to the optometrist and to the dentist. And they have just as large as network. They are also going to provide a 3-year rate guarantee on the third-party administration fees, that you will stop paying the Guardian and pay Emeritus. The costs are just a little bit less, about 10%. So you will see a small savings in that of about $5,000 a year. So again, the move is because of lack of service and lack of being able to go to the provider and use the benefit because of issues that Guardian is having. And we haven't experienced that this entire time until the last year or so. And so I was asked to find a different carrier to move to be able to provide better and efficient service. So we're just moving from one to the next, no changes in plan designs or premiums for the employees, some small savings on the admin fees that you were paying the Guardian, will be a little bit less for Emeritus. So, any questions on that? We asked for a resolution to make that effective. So, and then is Tanya still on here? So, yes.
How long of a time frame is it? Is it just for the foreseeable future, we're just changing everybody for the length of the?
So we look at the carrier every year to make sure that we're bringing you the best price and the best benefits. So renewal will be July 1st of 2026.
I just see no dates in the resolution, so I didn't know if we had to specify.
Oh, yeah,
November 1st.
is the effective date,
Next month.
yeah,
And it would be through July, November?
correct.
Maybe we could add that one.
I know.
Yeah.
Just for a question, so if we wanted to buy this ourselves, how much is it annually?
So just for clarification, if you wanted to get your own dental vision plan
Yes.
as an individual?
Yes.
Okay, so, it's going to vary, but from, like, if you went and got an individual Delta dental plan, for example, it's gonna cost you around $60, and then if you wanted a vision plan, they run around 30. On an individual basis, they are a lot more expensive, so the power of numbers as a group plan, you have the benefit of, as you can see, a significant savings.
Any other questions? Wayne? Oh,
You just need someone to bring it up?
Yeah.
pardon?
Bring a resolution up?
Yeah.
Bring it on emergency legislation.
Second by Tammy, question by Chris, all in favor? Number?
254.
254? Yep.
11,
11? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Emergency legislation, Wayne, 2025-254.
Just so when I'm reading it, what were the dates again?
November 1, 2025 to July 1, 2026.
Need a second? Wayne moves, I need a second. Bill? Go ahead, Wayne.
I'll start at the fifth whereas. Risty Benefits, South Minnesota Avenue, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, acting as a broker, has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to obtain administrative services only ASO dental and eye care proposal from Emeritus Life Insurance Corp. 440 Regency Parkway Drive, Omaha, Nebraska, for lower rates and comparable and improved benefits for tribal employees and families starting November 1, 25 to November 1, 2026. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts the recommendations of Risty Benefits of Sioux Falls, acting as a broker, has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to obtain administrative services, ASO, dental, and eye care for Emeritus Life Insurance Corp., Omaha, Nebraska, for lower costs and comparable and improved benefits for the tribal employees and families. Also, be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign and execute the application for group dental and vision insurance and any other necessary and related documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Thank you, Wayne. Any question?
Well, I'm just making sure, did it go through budget and finance? Okay, so you just waive that part and that's amended?
Yeah.
Okay, because if not, then it doesn't follow emergency legislation, so just wanted to make sure.
As amended, Wayne?
Yeah, it's, oh, yeah, the fourth whereas. That's as amended.
As amended, I need a question. Chris, all in favor?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Right.
Okay, so, second item on the agenda, is, about some very exciting information about grants. And we have a grant writer here, from Oklahoma. I'm gonna have, Roger introduce them. I was asked by, President Woodenknife to do a quick recap of who we are and where we came from, so I'm going to do that first. Again, my name is Sonia with Risty Benefits. I am originally from Martin, so not that far from here. And we were given the opportunity to partner with Rosebud Sioux Tribe about 8 years ago to help control costs, scour the marketplace for best plans, rates, and find out what's new and available and define benefits in your best interest. And we do work with a lot of carriers, groups across the state of South Dakota, and a lot of them in your area, SWA, St. Francis Mission, Todd and Tripp County, and Bennett County, just to name a few. We specialize in benefits such as medical, dental, vision, life insurance, so we do not do property and casualty out of our offices. And just a couple of things. When we started, we were able to provide a life insurance benefit that was at a lower cost, provide a higher benefit. We were able to change the age reduction on that, so the benefit was had a larger volume for those as they retired out to provide to their beneficiaries, so it didn't reduce as much. And we were able to provide additional worksite products at a lower cost, so your accident, your hospital indemnity, and then savings on your dental and vision at that point in time. I was very excited to work with Rosebud Sioux Tribe to take you paperless on your enrollments and your benefits. Everything was done manually by spreadsheets, by hand. We introduced an enrollment platform that we were able to put all of the benefits on, and that fed over to the carriers, increasing speed and efficiency for employees as they enrolled, to increase the ability to pull reports and have all the data available in one central place, saving your staff a very large amount of time because everything was then now done online and centralized. So we're able to do that at no additional cost. And we do come out twice a year for annual open enrollment for several days to meet with employees one-on-one and educate them on how to use their benefits so they can take full advantage of that. And we're always here for the best interests of them to make sure that they understand what they are applying for, how it works, assist with any claims that they have. We do take calls from employees here daily, help Tanya at her office with any questions, assist with any claims as well. And so with that being said, we also like to think out of the box and try to come up with other ideas and options to help our clients. And that is one of the other reasons why we're here today. And we're excited to talk about some resources to help with some funding with Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And with that, I'm going to turn that over to Roger to do the introductions, and they did bring a PowerPoint so they can help go through that information and let you know what's available as well. So thank you.
Are there any questions for Sonia before I make her sit down?
Thank you.
My name's Roger Risty, and as Sonia said, we've been working with Rosebud Sioux Tribe for a number of years. Fairly close to 8-9 years now, and we do all the benefits right now currently for Rosebud Sioux Tribe. One of the things we have been diligently trying to work with also is to give or find a full medical program for the employees. Right now you're operating on what they call a MEC, or minimal essential plan, and we've been working diligently trying to come up with a medical plan for the employees, something that is going to be more substance than what you currently have. Part of the problem has always been is funding, where you're going to get the money to help put in this medical program. And so we started looking around. We started working with a company called Face Rock. Face Rock is a grant writing firm owned. It's a tribal owned, and I'll let Karen talk more about that. But it's a tribal owned company out of Oklahoma, and they specialize in writing grants and benefits for tribal entities. I have with us Karen Knight and Martha Kocher, both of them with Face Rock. Just in the last year, you've worked with over 250 tribal entities, is that correct?
I don't know how many we've worked.
A lot, anyway.
But it's a lot.
So she's going to talk about 105 leases and grants and grant opportunities for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Marcia, you want to stand up and we'll come in? We'll introduce ourselves. Yes, we do write grants, and we've been awarded every grant that we've written except for one. But other than that, we do write that. But mainly what we do is we help tribes find funding so that they can get just renewable funding coming in. And we help you make money and be able to support the programs that you have. So my name's Karen Knight. I'm a partner within the firm. And my background is 37 years of, I'm going to age myself really bad today, but I think it's 38 years of running large hospitals and clinics. Worked for Baylor, then I went to work for the University of Oklahoma, then on to Muskogee Creek Nation when the university sold their 3 hospitals and 6 clinics to the tribe. My family is Eastern Banded Cherokee and Creek, but my dad was adopted, so I have no native blood, but I am part of the family. Don't look like it, but I do. And and then went to work for United Healthcare as Executive Director over Tribal Relations, trying to change the way that things were handled with insurances with tribes. And then especially your provider contracts and getting reimbursed at the highest amount. And then from there, I went to work I went back to school, way too old, but went back to school for Indigenous People Law and finished up there so I could make sure that if I was going to build programs, they would support and protect the sovereignty of the tribe. So I could no longer go on what my grandmother taught me. I needed to know the facts. So really it was probably one of the best things I did. And in doing so, went to work with Face Rock, and I've been with them for about 6 years. So we find different funding opportunities to help tribes in all kinds of ways, and health is one of the big aspects that we work with. I want to introduce Martha Ketcher. Martha's a bit of a celebrity in IHS world, so Martha, tell your story. If you don't tell the whole thing, I'm going to tell for you. So she doesn't like to brag. She's humble.
Sio Nagada, Galiahele Jesus Kohiga, Alam, Martha Ketcher Dawadon, Deligua, Oklahoma, Uwenasa. Martha Ketcher, and that's my native language. I'm a Cherokee Nation citizen, full-blood Cherokee Nation citizen. I originally from Oklahoma. I greet you in my native language because we're doing all we can to revitalize our language. And we lost a lot of our native fluent speakers through COVID, as many of you probably have as well. But we have got this big effort to revitalize our language, so I'm using it when I can and when I know how I can. But I am a retiree from the Senior Executive Service from the Nashville Area Indian Health Service. I was the former area director. I retired in 2017. I served in many capacities throughout my career in the IHS, in the budget and finance director, and agency lead negotiator of Title V self-governance. I was the chair of the national agency lead negotiators for self-governance. I served on the national budget formulation team, on the contract support work group. I also served on the community health aid program nationally. But since my retirement, I formed my own company, Yona Consulting. But I thank you for allowing me to mention that. But I have partnered with Face Rock on many, many projects to help with the ISDEA projects, Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act. And there's so many provisions that are available and opportunities to tribes through that law, 93-638. And I like to, at one conference I attended, people were just going off about how much they were in love with 105L. And I have to say, I'm in love with 105L because of the amount of resources it brings to tribes. And so many tribes are leaving those resources on the table, and it's really a seamless effort, and hopefully we're going to talk about that today. But thank you for this time, Karen.
Yes. Oh, and Martha, you can just stand up. We'll comment. Okay. Sure.
Is everyone aware of what 105L is?
We're going to learn, so we're going to go through it.
Okay.
And by the way, I want to apologize for us walking in the wrong door. We walked in, we turned around and looked, and we went, we do not belong in here. And that went as fast as we could, so I'm sorry to disrupt it. Did not mean to, but we came in the wrong door. Anyway, okay, we're going to talk about 105 leases. We've got a couple of other programs too we want to mention that a lot of tribes may or may not be aware of or may not be using. And so we want to make you aware of these things. We've got some tribes that are making more money on some of these programs than they are gaming. And again, too, your cost in this is actually no cost, which is what's nice on this, on some of these projects. So we're going to go through it, and we'd like to answer questions as we go. So please feel free to interrupt us and raise your hand, and it's be interactive there. So the 105 leases, Martha, do you want to explain the lease part? And then I'll let you do that part, and I'll dive into the next.
Well, 105L is a provision under the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act, and it originated from Malinak tribe from Alaska, an association, Alaska Association that brought a case forward, I want to say about in 2013, 2014, time escapes me now, but they introduced this, was implementing that provision of the law, and they got pushback from the agency, from the IHS, and they had to go to court over it, and they won. And it had a significant impact on Indian country, as you can see. Everyone is implementing those provisions. And unfortunately, they had to go through court to get that implemented when it was the law itself, but it really did, that case really had a profound impact on Indian country.
Well, this slide right here, I guess I skipped forward too much, Martha. So
Okay.
this is about face rock, and we've got, we bring in experts from all over the country, such as Martha, who was the area director in Nashville over all the tribes there. And we bring in a variety of different people from all over the country to help. We have offices in Oregon and in Oklahoma, and I head up the Oklahoma division. But this kind of tells some of the things we do. We help tribes all over the country. Let's go to the next slide, because that's kind of bragging there. Okay, so what we'll do is from start to finish. So if a tribe needs to get 638 certified, we take them through that to negotiating their funding agreement. There are many things that people know about because they're in the regs, and many things are not in the regs. So people like Martha and other people on our team, they know the things that aren't written, that aren't said, that you can get. And that's what we try to really use all of our expertise to bring in as much as we can for you. We work with 105 leases, which we'll get into. The getting set up on the NSS CVA Prime Vendor Program, 340B, which you may have heard a lot of, which is really doing a lot for tribes and improving health outcomes and also making money. And that's the one that is making more than gaming in a lot of tribes. Provider, CMS designation, and then third-party billing. So let's get off face rock and get into this. This is what we're going to go over. IHS, which I got forgotten too quick. Sorry, Martha. And we can do the 105 leases with IHS and BIA. So if you have programs that are in BIA but not IHS, then those will qualify for 105 leases. We'll go over the qualifications, location questions, commercial appraisers versus broker opinion, processes, fees, payment timeline, and then we'll go through question and answer. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the 105 lease. There are 3 different ways that it can be configured. And this is how you get paid. The federal government, and the simplest way, Martha, you'll have to keep me honest on this, but the simplest way to think of it, and you may have a way to explain that.
Okay.
Really good, easy.
What the agency or the HHS is charged with in the 93-638 is to provide the tribes what the secretary would have otherwise provided. That's language from the statute. What the secretary would have otherwise provided means what they spent, what they would have had to spend on operating the program. And what they would have had to spend is they would have had to lease space to provide the services if they were operating the program. So it's only fair, only right, and legal that if you're operating an ISDIA program in your facilities, that you be paid the lease, and that's what that really just sums up. They're paying you the lease per square foot. You can do it. There's some options here we're going to go over.
Yeah. So you've got 3 different options. You can go with a fair market value commercial lease in your area. You can do a depreciation over a 39-year period. You can also do the operating costs, the utilities, all of that, the concierge type services, and the building dollars per square foot. So we have several different ways this can be computed. Let's go to the next slide and let's get into this a little bit. Okay, so qualifications. How does a building qualify to get this lease? The building must house or support a program, function, service, or activity, a PFSA. And to be eligible, that PFSA has to be listed on your ISDA contract or compact or on the scope of work. So if it's listed there, great. If you have, which we see lots of tribes who added new programs but didn't get them added into their ISDA, we can get them added. It's not a big deal. And then if it's not listed, we can measure compact and compact included. Examples are like the clinic, IT, administration, maintenance, no equipment storage, security, police, fire, staff housing, education, fishing, hunting, any type of culture or Title VI, elder nutrition, wellness centers, all these type buildings, any programs that you have that are housing a specific service, or anything that supports it, because maybe you have maintenance that is supporting the building. Okay, we get to claim that building, and you get to get a lease on that, and it is an annual renewable lease. So you can choose to renew it, or it can actually you can renegotiate it every year. So it's up to you. We have one of the things that's required is you have an appraisal or a broker opinion on the property, and what happens is you can, if you've got somebody that you use, that's fine. We have a tribe that had a real estate department within their tribe, and they had a great commercial appraiser. I mean, he did a bang-up job. There's a shortage of them throughout the country, but he did really, really good. The problem is he couldn't pull the rental value, which as you see from what the formula is, you've got to get that high rental value. So you can do that. The difference between a commercial appraiser and a broker opinion are they both have costs that you have to have when you submit the leases, but one is more expensive than the other. One has more information than you actually need. The commercial appraiser is an amazing report. I mean, it's incredible, but it takes them 2 months to do one building, and it costs $20,000, and it's not needed. You just don't need that much on there. They will accept a broker opinion. You may have a broker who you know who could do these. Make sure they have access to that rental property database, because then they can pull in. We had one, it takes about 2 weeks to do that, far less expensive. They can do them for about $2,500, sometimes even less if you do a lot of buildings, they even discount it more. They do both IHS and BIA, both of them will. The thing about the broker opinion, we have submitted approximately 400 of these, and they've all been accepted. So you don't need to pay the $20,000 a building in order to get it. It's not necessary. And you can still get the great benefit on it. Now, I have one tribe, the Absentee Shawnee tribe, and they are one of our clients, and they had the real estate department, and they did their own they did their own lease, they figured out the appraisal on it and everything, because they have this incredible department there. Well, they came up with $979,000 a year for all their buildings that were going to come in for the lease value. But we came in and pulled the brokers that we use, and they pulled it in at $4.5 million. So it makes a difference. So that rental value is really, really important. And so we want to be sure and capture that. And you can use, let's go to the next slide, and you can use who we use, or you can use your own. It doesn't matter to us. We'll work with either one. But we just want to make sure you get the highest value, and that's what's most important. So we'll work with whoever you've got. We will, if you decide to use the people we use, we can do a pass-through, and there's no markup or anything. Or you can contract directly with them, or you can contract with whoever you want. But we can get those leases done, and those will renew. They go back to the effective date, Martha, don't they? The day that they receive them?
The date they receive them.
The date the agency receives them will be the date that will be effective of the lease. So right now, and let's go to the next slide. Right now they're running behind, but we'll get into that. So we get a lot of questions about these. And so I want to kind of go over that with you. Does the tribe need to own the building to file a 105 lease? Martha, you want to tackle that one?
No, you don't have to own it. If you're leasing it and renting it, you can use that rental agreement or lease agreement and file it under option A through H, which is expenses. You can claim it as an expense.
So you're getting 100% of your lease. So if you've got, maybe we have a lot of tribes will rent like a strip center or a portion of it, and they get to claim that lease on there. and you're getting all your money back. So why not get that rather than leave it on the table? Let's go to the next slide. This is a real common one too. Does the building have to be located on trust land? Right, that's a simple one, but is there any additional information on that or?
No, I don't have any
Okay.
additional information.
So you don't have to be located on trust land at all. And let's go to the next slide. Also, let's go back one, I'm sorry. Do they have to own the building? That's the other thing that comes up.
They don't have to own it. They could be leasing it or renting it.
Yeah, so you don't even have to own the building if you're going to do a 105 lease. And even if you had any significant findings on their single audit report, that isn't affected by 105 leases, is it, Martha? Like if they had a significant finding on a.
No, audit
No.
reports are not required. It's not one of the required documents for 105
And I don't know
A's,
if you guys have or not, but that will not play any factor in this.
like it does with grants,
With
other
grants,
grants.
yeah.
Sometimes audits create a issue for tribes, but the grant requires it, but the lease does not. The other thing, I don't know if you get into construction, if they constructed a new facility, they can claim the principal and interest in the
That's right.
A through H for
So
a
you
new
can claim that a
construction.
lot of tribes, when they build a new building, will use the 105 lease as the down payment. And it's accepted by the banks too, so. Okay, is there a reduction in the amount you're gonna receive on your lease? You're seeing non-natives, maybe you've got non-natives in some form, being that facility or participating in the community in some way in something you're doing. The Jamestown Scallon tribe versus Azon, which was the case that came about regarding the 105s. They did find that the Jamestown Scallon were serving 96% of the people coming in were non-native. And that's where I just came back and said, no, we're not going to pay that because it's 96% non-native and we're not going to allow that. So that kind of set a precedence that started some cases that snowballed throughout as we've seen have come through. So the number that we're seeing and what the IHS and BI have said is you see more than 15%, like if you have a wellness center, more than 15% of the community or who's coming in is non-native, then they're going to do a reduction and they'll do it prorated. Do you hear anything else on that, Martha?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
That's, seems to be going across the board, and the offsets, they'll offset the lease by
Right.
that percentage. They'll offset indirect costs by the percentage on revenue. So I'm getting off on another topic. That's
Yeah,
a whole
okay.
new.
Yeah. Okay, so timeline. So how does this all work? We obtain a list of buildings and programs from you, and then several documents will be requested. We'll gather information so we can verify those programs are included in your ISDA. If they're not, then we're going to get them included, which that also is another thing we're going to talk about. And then the appraisal or BPO is performed. And then we create a federal lease for the property with the federal government. And then we use a preferred format. And we worked with Paula Poncho at IHS. And we said, what is it going to take to make these things go through quicker? Because frankly, they were taking so long. And Martha, you had a good conversation with her on that. She wanted a certain format.
Right. She has certain formats, and we've had some influence on how those formats should look like. So she's developed new forms, and we just, everything's streamlined, everything's formatted for us. We just got to fill it in.
So we do it her way, and she processes them really quick, and we like that.
So who does the appraisal?
What?
On the appraisal, who does the appraisal?
It's either going to be, it's a commercial appraiser, or you can use a BPO, a broker, to get a broker opinion. We have people we use, and that we use them all over the country. We can connect you up with them, and you can do a contract with them, or you can run it through FaceRock, and we'll pass through their bill at zero cost. So whatever, no markup, just, we want you to get the highest rate that you possibly can. So those have to be done. We've tried to do it without getting the comps in the area. And the nice thing, we've looked at a lot of numbers for you guys. Some of your buildings are kind of big. And when they do that, the buildings actually have to go outside of this area, and they'll actually be pulled from other areas. In fact, we can even pull from Omaha and other areas, get you a higher rate, which is what we'd like to do.
The BPOs are less expensive than the appraiser.
Yeah.
Emily has a question.
I have a question. I'm so sorry. Should I wait till you're done?
No, go right
Okay,
ahead.
I'm so sorry. I should have thought
No,
that.
you're good.
Thank you. So I was taking notes here, and I just had a quick question about the buildings themselves. So many of our buildings are old, are does this have any flexibility for building improvements or for identifying new builds for the buildings? I know we were trying to work that for some of our new builds for our current, like, I think our road department or something, but there's such a big need here, so I'm assuming based on this timeline that your services would help us do that assessment and identify all that, so.
Yeah.
So I guess the question is, do we have, is there room in there for new builds or?
Oh, yeah, and new builds come in really high, okay? So we can pull in new builds at a higher rate than you can in older buildings. But they'll actually pull the whole area and then they'll rate the building, they'll measure the entire building, because you'd be surprised how many tribes say that's a 5,000 square foot building, it winds up being 6,000. So just like that,
So could that be part of the assessment? I guess what I don't want to like lock us into what we currently have because we have such a need for building space for our departments and our office space like that. So could that be included in something like the initial assessment for the tribe?
Oh, yeah.
About what we have and also what our needs are?
And if there's something that you're needing, we definitely can look at that and say, okay, here's what you would get if you did a new building. And here's what you can expect to return on investment.
Okay, and since this is kind of new to, or at least our area.
Yeah.
We have a couple pockets here, like I think our treasurer started some, I think the school has some, I think our health administration is kind of starting one over here. So I'm curious, in your work in other nations, do they kind of set up a 105 leasing program locally? Do they rely on your services to kind of help manage that? Or would you recommend kind of putting all of our projects underneath one roof, I guess is kind of what I'm getting.
We have, because we've been able to use these, and I've seen all kinds of different broker opinions, I've seen all kinds of different comps come in. But we are specifically using two different groups because, and they can travel, and it's no big deal. They can do that, they can pull their opinions in. I would suggest that you try to keep as much, do a combination of, it's gonna require your people, and they'll be learning as they go. You may want to do these as, take them over after you go to them, we'll help train, that's what we're about. But we will evaluate this about the third quarter of the year, and we'll say, hey, did the prices go up? For example, Osage Nation is one of our clients, and we went in and looked at what they were getting, and their rates went up $6 a square foot. Well, it was worth redoing their leases because that brought in an extra $1 million for them. And they're like, we need to do that. So rather than, we'll say, yes, sign your lease, there's been no significant change, you're good. Or we'll say, you know what, this year you may want to reevaluate that. Or maybe you had a lot of improvements that you did or a lot of repairs you did. That would be the time to do that too.
Thank you so much.
Good, yeah. But I would suggest, and I can't stress enough, make sure if you do, whoever you do use, whether it's the brokers that we know or not, make sure they're using that program because that makes all the difference in the world. I mean, it can be millions of dollars. And we've seen it over and over again. So that's why I said, go ahead, let's take a look at that definitely.
If you took out a loan to construct, the tribe took out a loan to construct a facility that's related to a IHS or BIA program, you could practically get that building at no cost by claiming it through A through H expenditure report that is principal plus interest.
And the banks will use that, so you're not coming out of pocket, which is kind of nice. So all the banks recognize that. And if you're working with a bank that doesn't, there's lots of them that do. So, and lots of tribally owned ones too. So basically, we take a look at that. We'll run numbers to see if there's been an increase. If there has, no. And we'll be honest with you. If it's not worth it, it's not worth it, We'll leave it alone. But if there's a chance that's going to bring in an additional $500,000 or $2 million, we need to act on it and take it. And we'd be foolish to just sign a renewal. And it is renewable every year. But you're better off just renegotiating that, amending that one that you have. And this is not affected by DOGE, by the way, because actually Robert Kennedy announced that at the self-governance meeting. So 105 leases are off the table for that. And they come to a different funding. Anything else you want to add, Martha, on that? So our teams work on those leases. So
The timelines, the continuation of the timelines, BIA is slower than the IHS.
Okay, go to the next screen.
Okay. Is it?
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. IHS, 3 to 4 months is what we're seeing right now, and that was pre-government shutdown. So if this government shutdown ends really quickly, it won't change that much, but if it keeps going, we'll be behind another month. But BIA, I think Everything we see is 9 to 10 months.
What I've seen with the IHS and the government shutdown, they have advanced appropriations, so they're not really shut down.
Okay.
So that work is continuing on. The BIA, on the other hand, is affected by it.
Okay.
And they're taking 9 to 10 months, or is it years? You know,
Some of them, again, we do it in the format they want, which makes them go through quicker. But you do your own format. We have tried to set on those for a year.
yeah.
So do it in the format they want it and get everything ready the way they want it, and it goes through much quicker. But that's it that we have on the 105 leases. But here's the other thing we wanted to talk to you about. If you say there's a program that you're doing that is included in your ISDIA, maybe you want to start something new, as you mentioned. You want to start a new program, the PFSA, whether it be for BIA or IHS, you want to start a new program. We can add that to your ISDIA. And when we do, you qualify for pre-award and startup costs. And Martha, do you want to kind of explain a little bit on that? They're starting a new program.
Right. If you're want to take on another PFSA, a program function, service, or activity that's related to what the IHS does, say you have an ISDIA contract right now, and it's only CHR, for example, but you want to start a wellness center, community health, improve the community health, you would add that, we would do an amendment to your scope of work, amend the contract, and add that PFSA, and that building where you're doing the wellness is eligible for 105L, once we get it into the ISDIA.
And that also means that your expenses, everything your expenses and adding that in, say you are looking at a drug rehab center, you can add in or something, and you haven't had that before, we can get that added in because it's a newer expanded program. Then all your expenses that would be for your contract support costs would be covered in the pre-award before you took ownership and operation of the program. And then once you started the program, you have 1 year of expenses that's covered. That includes salaries, fringe, equipment, all your furnishings like your beds and things like that that you need, whatever.
Oh, you're talking about the pre-award.
Pre-award, yeah.
Yeah, I was still stuck on the
When we're
105.
doing the 105s, we consider that part of the ISDIA expansion is how Martha and I are working that. We're getting 105 costs covered in there too.
Yeah, so your pre-award and startup, when you decide to take on a new PFSA, we would issue a letter of intent, we'd draft that for you, and of the PFSAs that you want to take, that letter of intent is notification to the agency, hey, we're thinking about taking on this program, so we're alerting you that we are looking at this and planning for it. And so it's also notifying you that we're going to be incurring some pre-award costs to prepare for that negotiation, and we're going to incur some startup costs for the first 12 months of that operation. By putting that letter out there, that puts the agency on notice, and it makes you eligible for contract support costs through pre-award and startup. And
Which
those
is for a full year.
significant amount.
When you talk about providers, all their costs, you're talking about a lot. You have your regular staff.
I have a question for you back here, Karen.
Yes.
Hello.
Mr. Boyd.
Oh. See, I'm
Thanks.
sorry, not back this turn.
That's fine. Thanks for coming. First of all, how are you compensated? I mean, what do you charge and what is that process?
How we're compensated for the 105s is we charge $300 an hour. And the first one that we do, your first building, is usually about $10,000. The ones after that range, Martha, probably $2,000 or $3,000. And it gets faster and faster because we don't have to get all your information over and over again. So the first one comes in more expensive, and the other ones after that come in quite a bit less. So that's how we do it. Now, on the pre-award and startup, all the legal fees, all the consulting fees, anything and everything is covered under the pre-award and startup at 100% for consultants. So we like to see if you've got a program. I have one tribe that has been operating 7 programs, and they have not put any of them under their ISDIA. So when we send the letter to IHS, that means all those programs qualify for that first year of services. So you may have programs that you're already doing, and we're going to add it in so that first year will be covered. And we try to, Martha, kind of, you have worked, she's a whiz kid at this, so anyway, she's going to add this. But Martha, when you add in that, we're trying to add the 105 leases in there too, because that's part of the expansion of the ISDIA.
Right, so if you do do an expanded program.
We currently have an application in on a BIA side for the majority of our buildings. We've been on it for a little over a year. We haven't got the approved lease on all of them yet, but we're getting close. With the IHS side, we have done very little, and I would suggest that you visit with our health administrator, because that's something she's trying to get involved in. I'm not sure if she has people like you to help her, but I would talk with her. We are currently within weeks away from getting approval to build our new Justice Center to the 105. So we're familiar with that process, but one of the things that tribes like us need, and particularly when we're dealing with new buildings, is access to the capital to build these things. I mean, right now, the majority of tribes that are using this program are very wealthy tribes that can go out and get a loan like that, but we don't have that kind of credit or that kind of collateral. So it's taken us a long time because we had to incorporate USDA loan guarantees and stuff like this into to make it work. But as far as the process of getting that approved, they put us at the top of the heap because no other tribe in the Great Plains has ever done this. And this program is made specifically for tribes like us that are poor but have a lot of services. But there's a big gap. That big gap is where we need the help. I mean, if you have people that we could talk to that could help with that, I mean.
We do, and so far as grants, even whether it be the joint venture grant or the SAP grant will be coming out later. That's a small.
The small ambulatory grant program is coming out later in the year or early 2026. Now, that is a grant. It's like a $3.5 million grant to construct the facility. If you could build something within that 3.5 million, or some tribes add money to it.
And they do the 105 with it on top of that.
And you can do the 105L on a SAP. On the joint venture is, like you say, those larger tribes that have the resources, they can build, and that's what joint venture is where tribe builds it themselves, and then they get awarded a joint venture partnership where the agency will staff it.
But there are some banks that will allow the 105 lease when we get it prepared, and it will then be used as part of the collateral and part of the down payment and all that. And that can be done too.
Yeah, we have a bank that working.
You got that good. Okay.
But the problem is the collateral side of it. I mean, because the 105 lease is only a 1-year thing.
Oh, it's recurring annually.
Yeah, I understand that, but they can only guarantee 1 year at a time, even though it's a recurring. So that's a problem. If you can help correct that, you will solve a lot of problems for a lot of tribes up here, I'm telling you.
Mark is actually, he just wrote a small tribe as part of the joint venture and made it into the finalist program on that, and they were small without a lot of money.
But that's what he's saying, they have to, this tribe took out loans.
Yeah.
He was saying that
It's hard to get
that loan.
Yeah.
But under 105, let's see, if you take you a loan and you construct it, you can get that principal and interest paid. I just think that's amazing.
It's an amazing program. You get your depreciation, principal, interest, replacement. I mean, all that and operational. It's amazing, but getting us to that point has been difficult. Wayne has a question for you.
I have a question was kind of for Wayne. Wayne, do we've been going with a few different 105Ls?
Yeah.
And that's technically always been left up to you to kind of work through?
No, the building lease side of it, our existing buildings, has always been handled through Ken over SRD, yeah. My side of it has just been the new development, the new buildings.
Could they, would this or their group benefit us?
Well, that's what I'm asking them. I'm telling them where our problems are at. And if they could help there on the new building side, that would be very
And really,
good.
because of where you're located and because of the need, they're favored on a lot of things. We just got to get to the point to where you can get those in.
Have you had a SAP, they call it the Small Inventory Program? Have you participated in that before?
Because you will win that if you apply for it. And
We
everyone that
have
Mark
not.
has written is one.
We have not. And
I think that would be a good start, get you a new facility for, I don't know, what, 3.5 million will build it here, it depends. I know the cost is different in different regions.
Okay. Well, Madam Chair, based on that, Wayne kind of agrees that there's a little bit of, we could build on with this. So I'd motion to send your offer in what you can do for us to Budget and Finance and/or Economic Development Committee, because we've been kind of touching on the 105 stuff. So if you could hit any of those committees, do a presentation, we'll have more. If you could work with the chairman of those committees and send the information that we're going to need to give to you so we could talk about doing some 105L, I'll motion to send them to those two committees for then on to council.
I would include SAP in that,
All right.
and it's with the 105.
And you'd be working with Econ Dev Chairman, Sherry Wright. Maybe a plan together, even a sample.
And
All
the
right, thank
second,
you.
Chris, question, folks, all in favor? What happened to our quorum? Oh, I seen Alvin going down the hall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. We need to get Alvin back in here. Yeah.
Just put him as not voting.
Yeah, you can just put him as not voting.
And again, we're a lot further along at BIA than IHS. We haven't even.
That's what not there yet.
Okay, I just wanted to actually think it.
Okay. So
But
we'll just,
with the time that we have and what it.
yeah, we'll just do 10 in favor,
Bringing the entire.
0 opposed, 1 not voting.
Those
Because,
what they were a year ago. if that's
Oh,
all.
we're
Thank
just
you,
having-
ladies and gentlemen. If you have any more.
Oh, there's Tammy.
Alvin's coming.
So you can go back.
Alvin's coming.
Alvin's coming.
Yeah.
It's too late.
I didn't know she was here, so 10:02.
No, he's here.
I can get it. And.
Well.
All right.
Because we're dedicated.
Wayne made a motion to have Risky send their proposal to either Budget and Finance or Economic Development or both.
Face Rock.
Face Rock, and then bring it forward on the 105L. All in favor?
Wow.
12 opposed,
0.
not voting,
0.
motion carried. Do you want to share with them about, is it Sisseton? About how,
Oh, Yankton.
Yankton?
Yeah.
Before you go? I think that.
Well, we've been working with Yankton Sioux Tribe also for a couple, 3 years. I know Karen has done an in-face visit with the tribal council there and a couple of Zoom meetings with tribal council at Yankton. And right now, we're in the neighborhood of someplace around $5 million, if I'm correct.
That doesn't even include their programs that weren't added into their ISDIA, and they've got another 5 million that should be added.
So roughly 5 million plus. All they have, it's all done. All they have to do is sign the paperwork and send it in, and the money starts coming into them. And one of the things that Karen had talked to me, and I know we're trying to wrap up here because we're getting late. She did mention to me that any leases, any grants you guys apply for, you've got a 99.5% chance of getting it simply because South Dakota is underserved. And it's not only grants for, you can be talking grants for your own your own medical clinic, for your own mobile outreach clinic, your own mobile dialysis clinic. These are all things that are available through Face Rock that they can have you get funding for. And as Karen said, it's the startup costs and everything else are all built right into this in training.
Yes, so there's lots of things that, if you have a program that you're needing, feel free to please reach out to us. We can figure out how to get that thing covered. And I was just talking with your treasurer here and saying that if you have even the BIA or the ones that are out there, the 105s, they're gonna come back for negotiation, and when they come back in, there's no reason, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, keep me honest on this one, but there's no reason that we can't say, hey, those have been a year, the rates have gone up, we want to submit newer appraisals in, and then get the higher rate. So you can always negotiate with this. This isn't something where it's set in stone, that's it. Say, you know what, we want to update that because it's taking you so long. And therefore, we want you to take a look at that. And so you can update those too. So keep that in mind. Comes time for your negotiation, why not bring in those higher rates for them to reimburse you higher? Even though we didn't prepare that part, we can still get that appraisal or something, we can get that broker opinion, pull in that higher rate.
This is like the leases that pays into the tribe for those buildings. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, the leases that pay into.
The leases that pay into the tribe, the BIA.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was.
Yeah.
Wanting.
Definitely. Yeah, so BIA and IHS. All those things, if you have any questions, you guys have got our card, and you get ideas, we love wild ideas, so we make it happen. So we're here because we really want to help you guys. And I have a question.
Thank you, sir.
You guys have questions before they go?
I was just wondering, how many programs do you have in an ISDIA contract with health, with the IHS? You have an IHS contract?
Good to see you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Two programs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
Always. You have your resolution?
Yes. We know it's good to see you.
All right. Thank you.
Kathleen, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Hope we work from it.
There's a lot of resources in. Okay. Thank you again for the opportunity. Yeah, we'll get out of here.
Ben, these need to be handed. These need to be handed out. Transportation? Oh, probably, do you have one?
Yeah, really looking.
Yeah, just hand them one.
Yes.
Thank you. I think we can bring some. I'll use that first one.
Oh,
I'm not. I know. Oh, that's good. And sorry, wrong.
Thank you, right?
It's not the little table over again. I don't like this table, it's really tiny. Every time my tummy hits it, no, I'm just kidding.
Don't take a deep breath.
I need one of those in the house. Yeah, we need ours as well. Thank you. Did you guys want one of these?
You left him your card, didn't you? He's asked for mine.
I'll give you a picture later on.
Council, we have two resolutions that need emergency legislation. One of them is transportation. Cowboy, do you want to bring that on?
Sure. This is for Route 7 for tree removal. It did go through committee, but committee made a motion to send it on to Eric because it had something for solving community.
So motion to bring it on as emergency legislation. I need a second. Tammy, question, Totes, all in favor?
Ten.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Resolution 2025. 255, emergency legislation. Cowboy?
Motion moved.
Motion to bring it on, second, Chris, go ahead, read it in.
Public.
Yes.
Or not, therefore be it resolved.
I'll start with the seventh whereas. The BIA Route 7 Regional Improvement Project, tree removal is funded up to 80% by the U.S. Department of Transportation Rural Grant Administrator and overseen by the Federal Highway Administration. And whereas RSC Ordinance 94-124 established the procurement policy and procedures for use by department entities, sorry about that, of the Rosebud Sioux tribe in which purchases of goods and services over $25,000 and over to be approved by Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. And whereas the RST Transportation Program advertised from July 23rd to August 6, 2025, and publicly opened on August 7, 2025, RFB 25-47 at RST Tech Grove for the BIA Route 7 Regional Improvement Project. Tree removal in which 3 responsive bids were received. 1 bid from Young Gun Construction LLC in the amount of $347,098. 1 from Sharp Enterprise Company in the amount of $879,327. And 1 from the Creek Development Corporation in the amount of $197,340. The bid tabulation conducted by KLJ Engineering LLC verified all bid calculations were accurate. And whereas the Creek Development Corporation is the low bidder and a native American-owned business, and whereas KLJ Engineering LLC found a defect in the bid from the Creek Development Corporation where they did not acknowledge that addendum number 1 in the bid. And whereas KLJ Engineering LLC confirmed with the Creek Development Corporation that they were aware of addendum number 1, but did not acknowledge addendum number 1 in error on the bid form, and the bid amount is confirmed. And whereas RST Transportation Program is recommending the defect to the Creek Development Corporation bid to be excused and to award the project to the Creek Development. And whereas the RST Transportation Committee at a regular meeting, they did bring it on, but when you scratch after that, it wasn't recommended by.
We'll take out that whole top sentence and then recommended that, and then just put the RSC Tribal Council, is that what we can?
Yes.
Okay.
Take out a regular meeting on?
Yeah, the recommended by the RSC Council, it's.
Can you read it?
Oh, I got it. Okay, there was.
I have a question.
Hold on, Cowboy. Wayne has a question.
Yes.
How come, RST, forestry isn't being considered for the contract?
I don't know if they did it or not.
There was a bid though?
I don't know.
There was a bid. It was an RFP, so it was advertised.
But did they put in one?
Yeah, I don't know if they did.
Emily?
I just have a question. I just want to make sure I understand. So they put a bid in, it ended up being the lowest bid, but they didn't include everything that they were supposed to cover. So are they still going to be locked into that bid price and completing all of that? Or are they going to be locked into this price and excluding the thing that they forgot?
Or should it have been?
I think they're locked into this bid.
But then are they going to be required to do the thing that they forgot for $0?
I think the addendum is any additions, right?
Put it up there.
I don't know. I just didn't see any change in the amount of their bid. So I'm just a little bit confused about if they're acknowledging that they messed up or had an error, then should we acknowledge that they're going to correct that error before we lock it in? Or are we locking in the error amount and they're just expected to meet the bid requirement even though there was an error on their part?
Right.
It just seems like it's a pretty expensive error because the high bid was up like what, 600 plus thousand more than the other one? So I'm just a little confused on what that all means.
Clean?
Is it severely under a time constraint that we can't send it back for 2 more weeks of bidding,
Like re-advertising it?
re-advertise, yeah?
That's up to council. They just want to move so they can start on the project. They need the trees removed for them to do the grading. And there's a time thing on it for a certain time they can do this or that.
Wouldn't that be revenue? for
I
our
get
department?
it. I get that, but then when there's that big of a discrepancy and then the next one's gonna come in and say,
Where's Wayne?
I didn't get a chance to put in or what, you know what I mean? A lot of times that happens and then they wait until they, all of a sudden they get the bid and then all of a sudden they start putting in for work order, change orders. And it, I mean, this one got caught early enough, but still though, we don't know what the other bids are.
Emily?
I was just curious, because Wayne had mentioned forestry, I was just curious, if this goes forward, what happens to like, do they have to get a permit or any of those kind of things as far as tree removal regulations?
All right. I don't want to cut you off, but it is a motion and with a second, and we need to have the discussion part where all these questions come up. So we're kind of out of order at the moment.
Let me finish reading it then.
Yeah, finish reading it and then finish your question, Emily.
Okay, whereas the RST Transportation Committee at a regular meeting did not recommend this because we recommended it to Eric. So take their recommended to council.
Did it go to Eric?
Yes, that's why he took out the,
Go ahead and finish reading your bid. I mean, your resolution.
okay.
And then we can have our discussion.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has determined that it is in the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux tribe to enter into the agreement, and therefore we have resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accept and approves the RST Transportation Committee's, well, scratch that. Recommended. So the council accepts the bid from the Creek Development Corporation in amount of $197,340. And be it also resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or his designee to sign any and all documents related to EA Route 7 Regional Improvement Project.
Okay, discussion? Now, Emily.
Well, thank you. My question was just, if I remember correctly, what happens in the instance if this is awarded to somebody? Do we still have to follow the permitting structure that's already established for tree removal? Or are we going to waive that? And if we're waiving it, does that need to be included in the language of the resolution? And also, I'm just curious as to could this have been a revenue stream for our forestry department?
Yep, and that's, I don't know all the answers to that question, and Wayne does, so I asked them to bring Wayne back in. So we're just waiting on him.
And is that being advertised?
I have no idea. I mean, it's coming from the committee, so
The
I
director
don't.
position, sorry, for not clarifying. The director position that's vacant for the department that we just mentioned?
It's being advertised, forestry director.
Oh,
Forestry.
oh, forestry, yes, that has been advertised.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know if I'll have to get it from HR. There's like 3 positions that are advertised that we're waiting to set up interviews. But I asked her to vet all future applicants before they come here to make sure they're qualified before you even do an interview. Vetting must be done. No longer are any applicants going to come to the floor that haven't been vetted prior to an interview.
Thank you. I was just asking because I didn't know if that's why maybe they didn't put a bid in or something.
Coming? Okay. So Tammy, do you have a question or explanation?
I have either. Just where it says, and whereas KLJ Engineering LLC confirmed with Lake Creek Development Corporation that they were aware of the addendum number 1, but did not acknowledge addendum number 1 in error on the bid form, and the bid amount is confirmed. So in my opinion, it sounds like they're aware that they left it out,
but they're willing to go forth with this amount and do the work.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just got it.
And that doesn't, it's very questionable.
Yeah.
Verify. Okay, so they tried to do a forest account with forestry, but they turned it down.
Thank you.
The addendum will not cost any additional funds. And most of the thing is, there's a 9% because of the northern long-eared bat. So there's like a,
It's an endangered species.
yeah.
Wayne,
Sometimes you cut trees and not cut trees, so.
Emily, do you want to ask your question to Wayne again?
Well, I think Cowboy kind of answered my questions, but my questions were, well, I guess the one that wasn't answered by that was, if we go forward with this as is, because our forestry department wouldn't be the one removing the trees, do we need to waive the need for a permit, or do we require them to get a permit, was kind of I wasn't sure what the permit structure was currently.
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna have to meet with, forestry over here.
That's kind of what it used to be, is the forestry department would kind of acknowledge, or, identify areas that needed to be thinned or cut or whatever, and then the BIA would, in conjunction, issue out permits for those areas. I just don't know if that was still the process, so that's why I was asking if we need to waive that permit, or if we need to acknowledge that they need to get a permit. I just wanted to know if that needed to be language included in the resolution.
Just maybe in the resolution, put up, whereas that they would adhere to all regulations, get somebody.
Okay, I just didn't know what the discussion was, if they wanted that waived, or
Yeah.
that's why I was asking. Thank you.
But it's a good question because the question is kind of confusing. Tammy, did you have a question for Wayne on that as well, or are you satisfied?
Okay.
So you just need to add that, amend it to include that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Follow all the.
Yep.
As amended?
As amended, yeah.
Okay. Any other question? If there's no more discussion? Emily? Oh, where did he go? All in favor?
Count off, ready?
What?
Everybody start counting up.
Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
It should be 12. Yeah. Yes, 12. Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried. Thank you, public. The next one is, also emergency legislation, and it's on the smiles. Somebody from Health Board want to bring that up?
Motion for emergency legislation?
Second, Totes, question. Sherry, all in favor? All right.
Ten.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
2.
Motion to bring it on as emergency legislation. Emily, it is resolution number 256.
Motion to approve 2025-256. emergency.
Second? Any a second? Bill? Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you. And just for the record, this did go through our health board, oh my gosh, it's a long day. And the recommendation was to Eric. Eric did review it, and these are all his revisions and cross-outs, so just that's update. There is some waivers and things that have to go on in here, that's why there was some amended language. So Yamni, right after that cross out. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council enacted RST Ordinance 9305 establishing the Rosebud Sioux Tribes Health Board to develop and coordinate all health and human services related programs and to improve the health and housing conditions under which people live on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation. And the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has delegated to the RST Health Board the duty and responsibility to review all non-tribal health, human services, and home improvement negotiations, modifications of health, human services, and home improvement contracts, and or agreements with consultants and consultant firms with tribal council approval. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council will collaborate with Smile Network International to deliver programs free of charge in partnership with our schools, to include a dental campaign that encourages and empowers preschool and elementary children to care for their own teeth and expand access to twice-a-year dental exams and services. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council will designate a tribal health administration to be the point of contact for this collaboration. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will release Smile Network and their volunteer staff of dental professionals from any liability for the services they provide in the proposed elementary school to provide dental services to our enrolled members and community members with the consent of child's parent or legal guardian. And whereas any disputes arising or related to this agreement shall be resolved through mediation, and if mediation fails, through binding arbitration in accordance with the rules of American Arbitration Association. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code, Title 4, Chapter 2, Section 421, sovereign immunity provides that, quote, except as required by federal law or the Constitution and bylaws of the tribe, or specifically waived by resolution or ordinance of the tribal council making specific reference to such, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and its officers and employees shall be immune from suit in any civil action for any liability arising from the performance of their official duties, unquote. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Board has recommended Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council determine that it is in the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to enter. So I don't know if we would waive that because we didn't have that discussion specifically at Health Board. The Health Board, like the previous one, was to move it on to. So anyway, that one's a little confusing. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Health Administration to collaborate with Smile Network International to deliver educational and dental services to improve oral health at the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the Smile Network International's process in credentialing volunteer dental providers attached here to and incorporated herein, and releases Smile Network International and the volunteer staff and their dental professionals from any liability for the services they perform. And be it finally resolved that the chairwoman and the secretary of the tribal council are hereby authorized and instructed to sign this resolution in all or any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution for and on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And the indemnification agreement is attached. And that was also reviewed by Eric.
Question, any discussion? Alvin? Oh, you're questioning it? All in favor?
Whoa,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Madam Chair?
Which one is it? Oh, that's it. Go ahead, Emily.
I was just making sure that we were going to recess to continue with the non-emergent resolutions because there are some in there that, even though they're technically not emergent, have been there since like July.
We can, if you guys want to go for another half hour, we can finish those ones you're talking about.
Yeah, because these ones from Land and Natural are basically all emergency ones to buy those equipment pieces in that project.
So you want to do the non-natural ones?
Yeah, and then if there's time, I'd like to get to education because some of those have been through the process, have been sitting there since the summer.
Yeah.
So we'll go to the, yes, 11 copies. We'll go to land and natural.
I got all day for the people.
Yeah. Subway sandwich.
If they don't have.
Motion thing on resolution 238. Land and Natural 238. I'm gonna let you find it. I want you to find that one.
Land
Yeah.
and natural, we're going to start with 25-238, Wayne?
Yep.
Okay, Wayne, motion to approve.
Move to approve.
25-238, second votes. Question, Chris. Oh, no, it's not emergency legislation. Hold on to your question, Chris. Wayne.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the purchase of Bobcat T76 skid steer from Premier Equipment in the amount of $43,626 for feeding, fencing, and land management in the tribe's buffalo pasture areas on a sole source basis due to high demand and limited availability of affordability low user hours, high quality skid steer, and be it further also resolved that the president and the Rosebud Sioux tribe or her designee is also authorized and directed to approve and execute the authorization to purchase said Bobcat T76 skid steer and any other related documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Chris, all in favor?
Wow.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Did they wish?
Motion carried.
Oh, yeah. That's why he said it. Need to hurry with them.
Okay, Wayne. Next one.
25-239.
Motion to approve. I need a second. Sherry? Okay, Wayne.
Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the purchase of two Polaris Ranger 1000 UTVs from Vern Ide of Motoplex in the amount of $35,208.18 for fencing, roundup, work in the Buffalo pasture areas and sole source basis due to high demand, limited availability of affordable and high-quality UTVs. Be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux tribe or her designee is authorized to, directed to approve and execute the authorization to purchase Polaris Ranger 1000s and other related documents on behalf of the tribe.
Any discussion?
Just a quick question.
Question, Emily?
Is the funding source revenue or a grant?
The front page says 2, the back page says 1. I think this has to do with their grant that they got from ITBC. This and that Bobcat.
Yeah, I just know they had trouble hiring staff because of revenue shortfall, so I was just making sure that we're not buying UTVs when we could be hiring staff, so making sure. Thank you.
Okay, need a question. Tammy? All in favor?
Yeah.
Opposed?
Zero.
17.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
25-240.
Motion to approve 25-240. I need a second. Bill? Okay, Wayne.
Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the purchase of a Montana Post Pounder and Skid Pro by 4 72-inch industrial cutter from Mathis Farm Equipment for the amount of $17,200 for fencing and land management of the Buffalo project areas on a sole source basis due to high demand, limited availability of affordable and high quality equipment. Be it also resolved that the president, Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her designee is authorized and directed to approve and execute authorization to purchase the Montana Pounder and what's that thing called? Industrial cutter and other related documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Any discussion? If not, need a question?
It's the same question, is it revenue or grant?
Don't know that one. I remember he said it.
We identified funding sources in the resolution.
If he was in here, he would know.
Okay, I just normally in the past, we've had to identify funding sources, so I was just making sure.
Okay. Any question? Tammy? All in favor?
Sorry.
10.
Opposed?
0.
Both grants.
Two.
One opposed.
Emily, are you
Both
opposing?
grants.
Okay, then.
Not voting?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
11
I didn't want
yes.
to approve it without the funding source identified.
1101.
241.
Sorry. Motion to approve 2025-241. I need a second. Totes?
This was already approved by petition.
It was?
Yeah.
Do we ratify that? Yeah.
Yeah, you guys ratified it yesterday.
What about the next one?
I don't think we did this tribal assignment.
We didn't ratify this one yesterday because I have that paper right here.
What was it?
It was passed by petition.
So it needs to be
Well, I'll
ratified.
read that
Yes.
therefore be it resolved.
Okay.
Move.
So motion to ratify 225-241.
Yep.
Second. Michelle. Go ahead, Wayne.
Whereas the lowest qualified bid was RCS Construction in the amount of $3,999,000, and the lowest qualified bid was reviewed by Tecro, RST Treasurer's Office, Property Supply, BOR, DGR Engineering, and the RST Land Natural Committee recommends the lowest qualified bid for RCS Construction in the amount of $3.999 million. Now therefore be it resolved, Tribal Council approved the committee's recommendation and directs RST Rural Water Systems Department to proceed to an award the Big White River Booster Station Project 804606 to RCS Construction in the amount of $3.99000.
Any discussion? If not, question. Tammy? All in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Are you bringing?
The executive assignment one for transfer?
Okay. Emergency legislation?
Yep.
Second totes, question. Need a question?
All questions.
Sherry? All in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Emergency legislation 2025
257.
257.
Fifth
Need a
whereas.
second? Chris? Okay, Wayne.
Pursuant to provisions of Section 2 of the Grant of Exchange Assignment of Tribal Land, a designation of beneficiary is on file for Tribal Exchange Assignment number 590-A, completed by RSU 14258, requesting that upon her demise, this Tribal Exchange Assignment be reassigned to her son, RSU 18749. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land Natural Resources Committee has reviewed the request for reassignment and recommends the approval by Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the reassignment of Tribal Exchange Assignment 590-A to RSU 18749. Be it further resolved that the assignments and designated as Tribal Exchange Assignment 590-B, and it be further resolved that the President and the Secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe are authorized to sign all documents necessary to complete this reassignment. Mother
A
passed.
minor change to her instead of his son. Question, Charlie?
Yes.
Is this a solo home site
No, it's an exchange assignment.
or,
Solo exchange assignment.
okay, solo, not TLE, okay.
Yeah.
And then, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this, so that's why I'm asking questions. So it's a home site lease?
No, it's a big tract of land, 160 acres probably.
They own it and they're exchanging it.
Okay,
Kind of similar to an allotment, but they have an exchange assignment strategy to them to solo. Until they passed away, so they were beneficiary on file and to the transfer to them.
transferring to their son.
Yeah, to the son.
Okay.
So it has to go through the procedure.
Okay, it just didn't say like where it was TLE or solo or something. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, I need a
Yeah,
question.
that gets confusing. Exchange assignments are through solo and TLE assignments are through TLE.
Wayne, do you think you need to ask that clarification or is it okay?
But they need to label it as solo?
I just didn't know if I needed to clarify it in the
Oh.
resolution or not.
Question? Or do you have a question?
No, I'm just raising my hand.
Okay. Question?
For the vote?
Yeah, all in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Next one, Wayne.
Next one is the emergency legislation for TIPO, National Park Service funding.
A second? Schultz? Question? Emily, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion
Therefore,
carried.
yeah.
2025
258.
258 for approval. Need a second. I must be getting tired. Emily? Go ahead, Wayne.
Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accepts the National Park Service FY 2025 Historical Preservation Fund Annual Tribal Historic Preservation Office Grants Funding Opportunity Number P25AS00490 with an allocated award of $128,514 with a project period of September 1, 2025 to September 30th, 2026, and approves the awarded budget for project implementation. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all applications and all documents attached.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Bill? All in favor?
Oops, sorry.
12.
Opposed?
Zero.
No. Not voting.
Zero.
Motion carried.
What is
Emily, these TLE ones work time sensitive, right?
I don't know, they asked you to bring them up, I don't know. So Wayne, real fast, did you want to address that, whatever it was called that we had to, from mind and natural? What's it called? Remember I asked you last time and you said, oh, you weren't there, so you didn't want to bring it up? But it's still on my notes that council needs to pass the motion, pass whatever else. No? Do you want me to send it to you? Do you want to bring it up?
You don't have anything else for land and natural?
Yeah, you do.
We do. She's.
There was just one more motion that I was asking the chair if he wanted to address that was time sensitive. The IA asked us that it get done by October because the billing cycle starts and the letters need to go out. I'm trying to find the motion, apologies. It had to do with an allocation for range unit 70.
Oh, Sonny said he needed more time to investigate that because it was a formal submission.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because
Yeah.
there was some updates on the residency also, so I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure, so I'll cross it off my notes. Thank you.
Okay, you can do your education?
Sure.
Thank you. So just keep the TLE ones deleted.
Records show that Wayne made that call, not me.
Okay, for the record.
Motion for approval, 25-190.
Second, Phillips? Question, oh, go ahead, Emily. It's already got a number, so you can read it in.
Fine. I'll switch to that later. Okay. Did we get a motion in a second? Yeah.
Yeah, got a second.
We'll do Rosebud. Whereas in accordance with Head Start program performance standards, specifically 45 CFR section 1302-101 management systems B4, each program is required to develop and implement a data management plan that includes components such as data quality, effective use of data sharing protocols, and the protection of child and family privacy. And whereas the Sichango Kotoyate Head Start program staff will utilize data to identify and address challenges, enhance program quality, and support continuous improvement. And whereas the Head Start Policy Council formally approved the data management plan on July 1st, 2025, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Committee reviewed and approved the data management plan in a duly convened meeting with a quorum present on July 2nd, 2025, and recommended the plan for final approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby formally approves the Sichango Kotoyate Head Start Program Data Management Plan, and it is attached.
Any questions? Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Sherry? All in favor?
Yeah.
10?
Yeah.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Next one.
This next two do not have numbers, so emergency legislation, motion for emergency legislation.
Okay, motion for emergency legislation. I need a second. Coates, question, Wayne. All in favor? Education. Last one. Oh, no, there's two, I'm sorry.
10,
10. Oh, opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion to approve 2025
259.
259. Second, move, Emily moves, second, Sherry.
I got 5 on this big package.
Did I skip some?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Oh, I already gave that one a number, so I might have to come back to these ones if that's okay.
You want to finish this one?
I'll finish this one. Thank you for that, Chris. I thought that whole thing was the plan.
Me too.
Sorry about that, guys. You can tell it's the end of the day, my bad. But for this one, since we already are getting, is it okay to continue? And then I'll go back to those.
Yeah, that's why I said finish this one.
Okay, so did we get a second? Sorry.
Oh, Sherry. Yep.
Sherry? Okay. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe considers its Wakanija sacred, whose role best when their identity, culture, language are affirmed and honored in classrooms with educators prioritizing healthy relationships. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department has been created to provide the means to preserve, protect, and perpetuate the formal education of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe membership in preparation for life on and off the reservation. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department is a duly authorized department organized in accordance with Ordinance 9104, the Rosebud Sioux Code of Education, for the purpose of administering the code to which all educational institutes within treaty boundaries are accountable to the tribe's inherent sovereign authority to provide its citizens the highest quality and relevant education form from early childhood to post-secondary education. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Code provides the process to coordinate resources, monitor, and improve for formal education systems within the original treaty boundaries of the reservation where our mentorship attends. And whereas the RSTC Congo Education Department accepts the Liber Institute Cambiar education contract to assist in the coordination of educational services, training, and other needs to the local schools to promote student success by providing a culturally appropriate education model with deliverables and report. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council grants authority to the RST Education Department to contract with the Liber Institute Caviar Education in the amount of $75,000 utilizing the TED grant for fiscal year 2026. And then the other information is attached. This is the ongoing relationship that we have with the Institute, and it's grant funded.
Any discussion? If not, we need a question. Wayne? All in favor?
You have
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Now you can go back to the other one, Em.
Okay, sorry to skip around people, but back in this first packet, I missed them. So after that plan there's a motion to approve 2025-191.
191 or 192?
191?
Oh, 191? Yeah. Okay, I found it. Second by Tully. Go ahead, Em.
Whereas the Head Start program is requesting approval for the enrollment and selection policy, and whereas the Sichango Lakota Oyate Head Start program is requesting approval of its enrollment and selection policy, and whereas Section 642 of the Head Start Act outlines the powers and functions of Head Start agencies, specifically stated under 1E2 that the governing body shall establish procedures and criteria for the recruitment, selection, and enrollment of children. And whereas the enrollment and selection policy serves as a guiding document to determine the eligibility and enrollment of children into Head Start and early Head Start centers. And whereas the Head Start Policy Council reviewed and approved the enrollment and selection policy on July 1st, 2025. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Committee approved the enrollment and selection policy at a duly called meeting with a quorum present on July 2nd, 2025, and has recommended its approval to the council. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the enrollment and selection policy for the Huchango Kotoyate Head Start program.
Any discussion? If not, question? Wayne? All in favor? Opposed?
11. Oh, 0. 0. 0.
Motion carried. Oh, next one.
Motion to approve 2025-192.
Second? Totes, okay. Go ahead, Emily.
Okay. Whereas the Huchango Lakota Oyate Head Start program is requesting approval for the effective health and safety practice procedures. And whereas the Head Start performance standards referencing health and safety practices are cited 45 CFR 1302 or 102A4, 1302.47, 1302.90B and B, 1302.93, 1302.94, and 1303.74. And whereas the purpose of the effective health and safety practice procedures is to ensure that all program staff are knowledgeable and informed in order to maintain comprehensive health and safety standards for all enrolled children. And whereas the SLO Head Start Policy Council approved the effective health and safety procedures on July 1st, 2025, and whereas the RSD Education Committee approved effective health and safety practice procedures on Wednesday, July 2nd, in a duly called meeting with the forum present, and has recommended its approval to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the effective health and safety practice procedures for the Huchango Lakota Oyate Head Start program.
Discussion? Question? Bill? All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. 193.
Motion to approve 2025-193.
Second by Totes. What?
Okay, we'll start at ZAPA. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Education Department has been created to provide the means to preserve, protect, and perpetuate the formal education of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe membership in preparation for life on and off reservation. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department is a duly authorized department organized in accordance with Ordinance 9104, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Code of Education, for the purpose of administering the code to which all educational institutions and treaty boundaries are accountable to the tribe's inherent sovereign authority to provide its citizens the highest quality and relevant education from early childhood to post-secondary education. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Code provides a process to coordinate resources, monitor, and improve for formal education systems within the regional treaty boundaries of the reservation for membership. Whereas the RSTC Huchango Education Department accepts the Library Institute Cambria Education Contract to assist in the development and coordination of education services and training needs to the local school, to promote student success by providing a culturally appropriate education model. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council grants authority for the RC Education Department to contract with the Library Institute Cambria Education in the amount of $60,000 utilizing the TED grants. I forgot to clarify that these were so old that one was from last year and one is this year. So that's why there's two of them. Sorry about that. They've been sitting there for a while.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Carrie? All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Okay, so I think there's one final one here for emergency legislation. Also for early head start. A motion for emergency legislation.
Need a second?
Oh, is there one more?
Yeah.
Hey, never mind, sorry. My bad.
Yeah, the very last page.
Hey, geez.
It doesn't look complete.
It does not look good.
I went to education on 7/2/25, insert number.
Where is it, Ron? Chris, where is it?
It's the last page.
SDSU?
Yeah.
That's just the rest of that other one, isn't it? Or is it?
Access 505 on mine, so I just won't slide it in there. It's just.
Oh, no, this is separate. I'm sorry. This didn't come to committee. I don't know why it's so vague like that. Would you guys prefer to wait till next meeting? I can get clarification with Eric and the department? Okay, I will hold off on that one. And then take us to this last motion for emergency legislation.
And that already second by Totes and question by Tammy. Emergency legislation, all in favor?
$260.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Motion for 2025-260. Emily, second. Wayne, okay, Em.
Okay, I'm just gonna go right in the middle there. Whereas the Head Start Program Performance Standards, Section 1301.3A, require each agency to establish and maintain a policy council tasked with specific duties for the Head Start program at the grantee level. And whereas the Head Start Policy Council approves the procedures for selecting policy council membership on July 1st. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Committee reviewed and approved the procedures for selecting policy council membership at a duly called meeting with a quorum present on October 1st, recommending its approval to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the procedures for selecting policy council membership for the Sichango Lakota Oyate Head Start program.
Any discussion? Question? Michelle? All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
So I just motion to recess to the 15th.
I'll just recess this.
Two questions.
Oh.
I'll make you quick. One's for Madam Secretary. At Personnel Committee, we forwarded on a resolution with an amendment to the policy for contracts, and I haven't seen it. And yeah, so if you could look for that, and so we can move it forward and read that on the end. If we have 6 feet when we recess, Madam Chair, can we start with the first reading of the bootlegging charges?
Yes. Thank you. With that, I'll recess us until the 15th. Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend.